Hey everyone. Hello again to a lot of people. Hi Winston, Valen. Valen. I say Valen. Hey Strange Quark. Hey Dan. Hey Popple. Hey Mist. Let's get a show on the road then, shall we? FACEIT playoffs. Oh fuck. I said let's get a show on the road, but also I've I had a chicken burger for dinner. It's not sitting right. Not sitting right. Hey Cleopatra. Yeah, I fixed it. On top of things, professional streamer. Valen, I like Valentine. I get it. All right. Do you remember to cook? Yeah, I cooked for burger. It was a chicken burger. It was. I never normally get. I order from Muscle Food if anyone uses that. I don't normally get the chicken burgers, so they're not normally that nice. They weren't that nice, but this time they were free. They were just like a free, like, oh, have some free chicken burgers on us. So I was like, who says no to free chicken burgers? I should have said no to free chicken burgers. I've learned my lesson. It's suspicious. Yeah, maybe that's why they were so keen to get rid of the chicken burgers, because they were fucking poison. Maybe that was what was going on. Should I give? Let me knock the boy. Where is he? Knock time. Let me join. Voice. All right. Let me see. Is there some kind of clean stream? There's also a clean feed. All right, let's set this up. Let's set this up, but let's not leak for clean feed, shall we? Browser. What's this on? Liquipedia. Yeah, should we get a pen going in case we need the pen? Don't really use the pen when I'm casting with Max, but just in case, you know, just in case. You're gonna be caught short without a pen. You're breaking school rules by watching you? Fuck. Check out the Rebel. And then I want another window for the clean feed. There. Ooh, some kind of FACEIT type countdown. Alright, so in clean feed. That one. Browser. That one. Alright. What's
Even
this?
a fatty animal, you get lean cuts of meat because it's like certain muscle areas, like muscle fibers and whatnot. They're lean, but like the more work a muscle has done, the tougher the meat is. So I don't think that Hardy would be a good choice because even though Hardy has lots of muscle mass, it's heavily worked muscle mass. So I don't know if that's what you want. Only if you want to dry it. Did you want to make Hardy jerky? Was that the thing here? And also good on you, Bad Pachamari, for going with the cannibalism option rather than the sucking their dick option, because I thought this was about sucking their dick. So good choice there. But thanks for voting. Thanks for your vote.
Yeah, I went Sparker, but I also then Chris said the similar thing. Similar thing for about lean meat. So maybe he's right. Or who are the players who will play for GG? I think it's mostly the same players. I think it's going to be Zodial, Tread, and Naga. Ben is going to be on Brig. So it'll be hopefully Ben the best Brig today. Or at least that's what they'll be hoping. Let's get FACEIT open as well. Let me turn this off. I'm getting flashbanged a little bit. You have a good break? Yeah, it was okay. I had dinner, but the chicken burger was didn't sit great. Where am I going? FACEIT? Let's get it up. FACEIT League, Season 2, matches, EMEA, playoffs, not open, master. And then this is where we're going first. Okay, this is where we're going first, I think. Yeah. They came free with the food order, you know. What am I being atted? What's happening? Okay, I think. All right. We've still got like 8 minutes or so. EXO or EXO? EXO deal. All the games at the same time? Yeah, so what we're looking at, I can bring up FACEIT for you. We'll have, this is not the right FACEIT, is it? There we go. So it's going to be like, Super Shy forfeited? Cowards. So it's going to be like these 4 games at the same time, then these 2 games at the same time, then these 2 games at the same time. But I think the order's actually this. I drew it in the wrong order. So it'll be something like this. So I think we're probably just going to stick main broadcast for most of it. Because the EXO GG, or whatever they're called now, I think they're called like Washington Hospice or something. We added 4 bits and 2 bonus bits to Lady Trash Panda's power-up redemption. Thanks, Twitch! What does that mean? What? Nice of Twitch to make an appearance in chat, but I actually have no idea what Nat's just done. They tossed me 4 cents. Thanks, Twitch. What's the New Age roster? I actually don't know. I think what's happened is we kind of entered a roster mania stage, but also we've entered the roster mania stage. Well, the rosters for FACEIT are still quite locked, so I think New Age will probably look quite similar to this still. From what I understand, New Age aren't actively scrimming either. So they're just going to kind of rock up and see how they do against the mighty SSG, which will probably be badly. Are EXO changing? No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if they're going to change after this, at least for this tournament, though. I'm pretty sure EXO are unchanged. I don't know what their plans are for Stage 4, though. We'll have to wait and see. Is this the Mickey Mouse tournament? No, I think it'll be alright. I think this will be good. Juno's enabled. Enabled for EMEA, but not enabled for, pardon me, for North America. For OWCS, was Sparker dropped or just tactical? What do you mean? As in, like, why I didn't play? I'm pretty sure. Did he play some? Can't remember now. He's not dropped, though. Do they have drops? I don't know. What is it? You guys will know better than me. The drops are always turned on my stream by default. So does it give you some kind of indication on your end that you're getting dropped upon? So the reason America doesn't have it is the original plan was no Juno. Then EMEA started a campaign. Haddy was like, shouldn't we just fucking play Juno? And FACEIT said, as long as all the teams agree, we can play Juno. And then 7 of the 8 teams said yes. Ents were holding out. Ents were the last to confirm. Ents were on the fence for a few days. But then, like, a day or 2 ago, Ents caved. Ents finally caved and said, yes, we can do Juno. So Juno was enabled for EMEA. And I think all that happened is nothing like that happened in North America. And there was no sort of communication. And I don't think FACEIT offered that to the other side, to the North America. How'd it go? And also alarmingly enthusiastic about cannibalism. Well, Enthusiastic for everything. Enthusiastic for Juno. Enthusiastic for eating his teammates. You needed Juno in yours, and you would have gone on the miracle run. You should have started a revolution. Hasn't Garner played a bunch of it? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I don't know. Obviously, Virtus Pro have an interesting choice about who's going to play which one. Let me message on to her. Never. No. No rush. Let me do this then. So that's 2 minutes out. This is going to be doing some kind of countdown, hopefully. This music sounds familiar. You have a quote from Jamie if you'd like to share? Why not? Oh, let me write something down before I forget. Let's see, what's Jamie saying? Is this about eating? Let's see. Also, as a note, Hattie gave a shockingly detailed answer to this. Maybe watch out for that. Nah, but you real as fuck with that. I just get Burger King. I've seen Hattie iron up people with a fork before. It can happen. There we go. Oof, oof. You're so excited to see Ange play today? Yeah, Ange versus Ben in the ultimate support battle that nobody knew they wanted, but we're gonna get anyway. Maybe an Adasu Ryan Gigabanger? Well, no, Ben's playing support. So it'd have to be tread to opt into it. You want Ange and Ben together? What match were you watching? EXO versus GG, but they're not called GG anymore because GG dropped their ass. Ben's gonna diff Ange real hard. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, really. Because I think there's, because the way the meta's leaning at the moment, obviously, is teams are either playing like an Ana Juno version or a Brig Juno version. And the Brig Juno version seems more stable. But you also got to bear in mind that a lot of people seem keen to put their, their flex support player on Juno. Because it's got, like, there's a lot of stuff to do in terms of, like, aiming and movement and all of this. And obviously, their main support players will have more experience on Brig. So for a lot of teams, I think Brig Juno is not just the most common, the most common comp we're gonna see. It's probably the only one that really suits them, right? Maybe Virtus Pro are a team that could do both. SSG a team that could do both. But I feel like a team like Ents, for example, probably way keener to have Kellex on the Brig, Sky on the Juno, or they'd have to lean into Kellex Juno, I would guess. Didn't Falcons do it the other way around? Yeah, Falcons did it. Falcons did it with Chio playing 100% of the Juno, then Fielder would swap between Brig and Ana and all of this, and Kiri. Didn't Falcons... I read that one already. Astro, Juno, Landon, Brig. Yeah, I think that's the way around they're going to do it. Then they can put Landon on Ana if they so wish. I mean, Landon's Brig's really good, right? If you remember the Junker Queen meta in the Overwatch League, when it was Lucio Brig, Landon played all of the Brig then. And Landon was mega for us. Like, the number of games Landon carried for us on Brig, super high. Super high. First match, we're gonna do the EXO GG one, or what I think they're called the Washington Hospice now. I don't know if it will still display as GG. I don't know, Landon's Brig was so good when we used to play it, especially in this like type of brawly comp, which I think if we're getting a lot of Juno Brig mirror as we expect, will be the sort of one, the sort of comp Landon's excelled at before. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. There we go. Pred's open. Pred's open, if you like to bet. I don't know how quickly we're going to jump into this game, because it just said the lobby was ready. But I also, it said the lobby was ready, but I don't know how much pre-game we'll really get. We probably won't see SSG. We won't watch their first game because I think they'll just roll New Age. No, they've got like the full or close to the full crew, right? They've got like Zoe, Jake, Uber, Matt, Speak of the Devils, and who was it? And Avril and Jaws. I can remember people's names. Ooh, I should probably update the stream title as well to give people some kind of indication of what game we're watching. My brain's gone dead already. Does anyone know what they're really called? Should I just put Washington Hospice? Was that the name? I feel like I've read it on a bracket somewhere, but now I can't find that screenshot. So I don't know if like the Washington Hospice was just was it just a fever dream? Was it a real thing that happened to me, or was it just something I imagined? Wait, here we go. No, yeah, Washington Hospice. All right, I'm committing to it. I trust. I found it. Are they still scrimming? They're not scrimming, but from what I understand, Tread, Zodiel, and Naga, the big three, they're sticking together as a trio. And they'll be starting a new team, but because they can't do roster changes for FACEIT, they're just going to... they're just going to... what do you call it? They're just going to play with like a makeshift roster for this. Who am I timing out? Who? Nightbot? Yeah, we can't time out Nightbot. You have your money back though. We'll get you a refund on that. Nightbot unfortunately cannot be timed out. EXO win this surely. Well, word on the street is EXO might be their bed might be full of shit. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I feel like this is going to be like a really ugly dogfight. What did I tell you after you, Pred? Just spite, mostly. Mostly just spite. Bed full of shit? Yeah. Really on their Amber Heard type situation. Who will Tread, Zodiel, and Naga pick up? I don't know. Probably like... who would even be available? Because obviously, presumably right off for Yoham and FD. It'd be like... Cronus and Crook. Maybe Fiction Jacked. Yeah, that could work. I like Crispy still available, right? Won't be Massa. They got Who Are You? Oh yeah, maybe like a Crispy Slay or something. I saw Slay playing Juno the other day. In the darkest room imaginable. It was like a torch. I don't know what was going on, but it was like a torchlight stream. Cronus is an SRP check. Yeah, I could see him leaving. They might take you, a console player. It's possible. Wait, is confirmed Fielder and Chio? All right, print it. Now, I think didn't Cloudy say they were going to stick with Cronus? Everyone enjoyed playing with Cronus. Hey, no idea. Oh my god, this chicken burger is sitting like unpleasantly. You're trying against Fielder? Should be easy though. You've got it. Oh, there's fucking chicken burger. Oh, why is this how the weekend of coverage is starting? Ooh, prizes for signups. Honestly, if I had just eaten like, I don't know, like a Sparker burger or something, I'd probably feel fine now. Tactical vomit. Well, you know what's in my head right now? I got some jammy Dodgers downstairs. Before that's running through my head is maybe if I eat the entire pack of jammy Dodgers, that will settle my stomach. But I don't know if there's any doctors in chat who can confirm whether or not that makes sense from a medical point of view or from a nutritional point of view. Is there any of those chemicals work? Eat Jamie? Eat a Jamie Dodger. What if I made Jamie into a jam? You're a doctor of philosophy. Go for it. Thank you. It's stupid, but let's see you try. Have a shot of bourbon. I don't have any bourbon. What do I have downstairs? I think I have a single Hazy Jane IPA. That's just left over. And I think there's maybe like some rum. And then whatever fucking random things my fiance has. Like just creme de menthe and stuff. We're not hitting the creme de menthe on the opening day of FACEIT though. Saying that one. I'm putting that in stone right now. No creme de menthe on the opening day of FACEIT. Mix them all up. It'd be like a horrendous cocktail. Whole pack, then a quick run. Hold on, I need to open my door. Oh, thank you, sexy vanilla freshness. Appreciate the prime. What time of the game starting? Any minute now. Any minute now. Washington Hospice? Yeah. The Washington Hospice is like the remnants of the GG roster. My preds for the day, I think... Oh, they've just moved the thing off screen. Where am I going? Let me see. It'll be like... Ents will probably win this game, as the other team are forfeited. Then I think this will be... I think actually GG. Then SSG. VP. Then we just get like an SSG Ents. Classic. No active plans to go to a hospice in Washington either, but, you know, never say never. Then, which way would it go? This will be Super Shy versus EXO. So EXO will just win, right? It'll just probably get another forfeit. Then this will be Aoma versus New Age. I think Aoma win that. It's not my best writing. When are the finals this weekend? Yep, so we'll get 3 rounds of games today, 3 rounds of games tomorrow, and then we will get the lower bracket and grand finals on Sunday. That's both for EMEA and North America. Why did Super Shy forfeit? I don't know. I think it's Ice not here or something. That's what somebody was saying. Ice is away. Is it Washington as in DC or Washington the state? I think it's I think it's Washington DC, I guess technically. It's a play on the Washington Justice because they've got Ben and FD. Ice is on EXO. Good point, Artemis. Should factor that in. Wait, who am I thinking of? Hitori, sorry. I always mix up Hitori and Ice. I don't know why. Maybe I think I just knew them or learned about them, met them at the same time. That's the word. SSG sweep? I believe it. SSG redemption arc, right? If it's just a Juno Brig mirror everywhere, maybe as we expect, surely that type of matchup's going to favor SSG, and they will be back on top. Oh, it's Alisu in, actually. Oh, yeah, because Ice is away. I remember now. Fuck. Paddy's Malga's good. It's Malga slander. It's good. KSA is on Juno now. Yep, correct. Here we go. Yeah, Yoam Ben best. Come on, Yoam's going to have a... Yoam's going to be on Juno. Ben's going to be on Brig. Maybe Ben will whip out the Ana for old time's sake if he's got it in him. What happened to FT God? Would GG have dropped the team? So I think FT... So this is now just like a makeshift team for the weekend. I mean, Brig's like Reinhardt, right? Any Reinhardt mains in the chat also tried their hand at Brig? Or vice versa? Any Brig mains tried their hands at Reinhardt? Ryan, one trick here. How's your Brig, Artemis? SSG, it would be Astro, Juno, Landon, Brig for SSG. Yeah, melee range only. Here we go. Oh, it's just map pool. You're a Mercy main that learned Ryan Brig? See? There's precedent. There's precedent for Ben's next career move. Is it confirmed that KSA is SSG's Juno player? Yep, lock it in. Print it. Send it to your publishers. You can't see shit after 5 meters of friggin' Ryan for you. Those for the short-sighted. Whoa, thank you, Chasm. Chasm. What was I saying? There's the train. Thanks, train. Is Unser coming? Will he ever come to work? Did it jiggle when he fell from heaven? Yeah. Yeah. I've got often told I have a big ass. I say often, not that often. Where is he? Whoa! Thank you, Fupa Duper. Fuck. Thank you very much. Kicking it off.
We're kicking something, it's for sure. My mic all good? Everything sounding
I hear
all
you,
right?
mate. Yeah? How are the new digs?
Empty. Devoid of life.
Emotionally or physically?
Bit of both. Does the stream hear you? They can't hear X. Alright, that's fucking good start, baby.
Alright.
You're gonna...
I'll kick us off. So,
Hey, good man.
Juno, Brig, and then May on both sides, Venture on the side of Washington Hospice. And of course, as expected, Ben will be whipping out the Brig. So it's just a little Reinhardt, really. So I'm sure he'll be fine. Ram on one side as well. How about now? We're back?
Yeah, I think we're all back. I'm seeing a lot of W Andres in the chat, so I'm thinking we're back.
Oh.
I mean, look, I would have thought that Gaming Gladiators, you know, this is their series to win a couple of days ago.
Thank you,
and then
Aiden.
you find out that it's Ben Brig, and suddenly it's looking like Ange might be able to win a serious match for himself here. You know, he might have a very real chance of taking things home. That being said, you know, Washington Hospice, they've managed to take the first cap. They went towards the point early on, so they've gotten the first cap for it. And EXO are making the controversial decision to play Tracer on this patch in this meta, which I think is rather interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Tracer's the sort of hero, if the other team was running an Ana or something a little bit more squishy, you'd want that to just take the Ana out of the game. But here in a more, like, straightforward Juno Brig mirror, it's going to be quite brawly. And you feel like there's heroes like Pharah, heroes like Venture, May, going to be way more effective. So we'll see how it turns out for them. Interesting to see, because Ice isn't available, Alisu in to play the Diva, which is not a hero. They would normally play for this team more of a Ball or Winston player. So a few makeshift things on the side of X Oblivion as well, but they're retaking now. Looks like for Juno Alpha Zerian's going to be close, but Lauren's fallen off the map.
Jeez, I mean, it's just a comedy of errors already for both sides from the looks of things. Not sure how Lauren has managed to lose his height and fall. Hospice just immediately taking advantage of that, pushing in. Ben Best, he dies to the pulse bomb, 53% on that rally when Ange already has his own rally. So, I mean, talk about a gap. Ange just absolutely crushing Ben Best on the ultimate charge, basically lapping him on support ult charge there, which is fucking just embarrassing for poor Benjamin. But, I mean, would you expect anything less from Ange?
Well, no, he's really made a name for himself as of late. He's gained a lot of fans, a lot of followers, a lot of disciples, really. And puts his team in good stead here. Did use a lot, though, Exo, so going to be a bit short in this next fight. But a tricky retake. They can maybe just start with the Orbital Ray if they want, or the Tectonic Shock. Walking up to the choke, Ring to kick it off. Zodial follows in with Tectonic Strike. But everyone's just kind of left. He's only got a Diva to shoot. Alisu as well. Going to cap the Orbital Ray. Needs to try and get back into mech here, but no chance versus the Venture. So a quick demech and a kill now. Without their tank, they're going to be relying on this barrage to do something for them here from Lauren. But it's going to be tricky through the Diva Matrix, and they might just to disengage in the end.
Yeah, no, really quick retake there for the Hospice gamers. Hospice probably being a reasonable name to call them now that I think about it. It's all making sense. Lauren dead again as well, so, you know, no chances of barrage to turn this one. Hospice going all the way to the spawn door up against Exo, and I mean, honestly, I mean, next fight, they're going to have to continue to play slow here for a little bit, because it's really hard to open up a fight with a barrage going into the Diva, and I mean, Tread, you know, he's not a chump. He'll catch that with ease. Ben now popping the rally, going for the fight inside. Interesting choice from Washington Hospice to force the fight here so early, but it looks like it's actually paid dividends. You know, Ben on Little Ryan manages to take down Alisu, and then Unlimited goes down as well. And I mean, Hospice, I mean, they've cleaned up this fight relatively cheap. One ultimate, and suddenly, I mean, we're looking at a last fight situation. You know, Washington, if they win this one, Exo, you know, they're done for.
And that's going to make the move on to Winston to maybe just try and play more to their comfort. Still have their own Orbital Ray. It's a very early barrage. Don't know what we were barraging here. Maybe just some kind of delusion that Lauren suffered. But either way, no barrage, and the Hospice are going to be anchoring point with their Venture. Mayult now used on Alisu's jump. Will be freezing them up. The rally's frozen as well. Angel go down. An easy conversion for Naga on that one. And that should be Hospice securing the round. 2-player advantage, but they still have this Ray to deal with. But the Ray's kind of just for Zerion here, so he needs to do some sort of unholy type clutch, and it doesn't look like anything will be coming.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not too sure about what Lauren's barrage was, you know, barraging his demons, but then, you know, Naga comes in with that Blizzard, and I mean, catching the rallying Brig. Rally is one of the strongest ults on this patch right now. Brig armor, it's bugged. So when Brig pops Rally, she's almost immortal. One of the only ways you can actually kill her is by catching her in a Blizzard. So that's a really good catch from Naga, or perhaps a massive misplay from Ange, although that's not really his style to make mistakes. Wouldn't call it an L Ange, you know, it's probably just a W Naga, to be honest, because it's hard for Ange to really cop a meaningful L. But I mean, really a solid start for Washington Hospice. You know, Benny looked a bit dicey on the Little Ryan at the start, but you know, as soon as he found his footing, he's looking like a natural.
Yeah, I have to say as well, when they're playing this version of it, like the Remarkja, I think is better. Obviously, the Diva swap into Farah probably makes a lot of sense, but it felt like the Tracer was a bit of a non-factor there. So we'll see. It looks like Hera's going to lean into that one again here. Actually, Zodiac was going to match it too as well. So I guess Tracer's okay if both teams are just mirroring Tracer. In fact, a mirror all across the board. Going to be Alisu trying to take some early aggression. And they've sort of boxed. They've boxed for Hospice into a corner right now. They're trying to follow up on him. One more shift from Alisu through all of them. And it's just going to be a big old fight in this dojo. Recall forced out from Zodial, but he has the angle. Needs to be careful not to get dinked. But they've sort of pushed their way out of this corner now, Hospice. And they can look to try and take the next turn. And it's just going to be a disengage to point to Exo, and I think they'll get first cap off this. And a dink onto Naga.
Yeah, I think really rough for Hospice to get boxed into the dojo there, because I mean, straight away Exo, I mean, they make the right decision. They go over to the point, they get that free cap. First pick went the way of Exo, but Zerion going down, that's going to be big trouble for Exo. Ange is actually going to be getting this rally really quickly with nobody else leeching his heals, so there is a chance for Exo to turn this. You'll see Ange is about to get that rally now. If they can weather the storm just a little bit longer, they are going to be able to turn with rally. Here it is now. Ange has the rally, the bash comes through, catches Tread, but only catching the Diva, not great. Zodial's been walled off though. Nice wall from Lauren, and now a Blizzard is also coming online for Exo. Lauren's taken down Tread. Pulse takes Ange, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Without even using the Blizzard, Lauren has managed to take Tread, Ben, and Zodiel. I mean, Lauren is just doing it all himself.
Really nice from Lauren there. Drops the wall behind the team, so rather than to trap anyone in with them, he just locks Zodiel out of the fight so they can push forward with that rally advantage cleanly. And they get the early flip. They hold onto the point, already up to 50% now. And now they have May ult, they have Orbital Ray, lots of good ults here. Hospice still have their own bank. They're going to send Tread in first here, just trying to come around the corner. Torpedoes over the top, aimed at the back line, but Tread not quite on them. They've taken a lot of space with this rally now, and there's just no ults coming out in response here from Ex-Oblivion. They're just going to stand there and take it and get pushed over. Really surprised we didn't see a Blizzard or a Ray or some kind of more meaningful response from Exo there.
Good lord, I mean, definitely dropping the ball on Exo's side, just not knowing what ult they want to use first and then opting to use none at all. Washington Hospice getting this completely free retake. I mean, I understand that Rally, it's a difficult ult to deal with. It is one of the strongest ults in this matchup. Maybe Lauren, you know, maybe they wanted to Blizzard first for whatever reason and Lauren was getting marked by Tread. But I mean, that's just unacceptable from Exo's side. You can't just fold over like that. You've got 4 ults in the back pocket. Now they're rushing up in main, but Ange off the map. That's an L Ange at this point, you know. That's not just, that's
hard
not
to
a W
debate.
best.
Hard
I
to debate that one.
I can't advocate for a W Ben best. And now Alistair being desuited on the bridge, actually going for the bomb. Wall from Lauren to try and keep Alistair alive means that the bomb is guaranteed to get 0. Although more often than not, you know, you're not going to catch a kill with that particular parked bomb on the bridge. And that's Exo. I mean, they've just burned 2 ultimates there on the retake. Hospice only needed to use the orbital ray. So now Hospice, they have point control and they have an ultimate advantage. Lauren, they had this super fast Blizzard, but they're getting nothing for it now. Wall on the point is good from Naga. And I mean, in no time at all, I'd imagine we're going to see Blizzard start to fly. Ange caught again by the Pulse Bomb. Not having a very successful round here is poor little Ange. 2 fights in a row, Pulse to death. And Exo, once again, they're going to go down without using a single ultimate.
Thank you, Shalom. It's really tricky as well because now all of a sudden there's big ult trades. It's just never happened, right? So Naga's still sitting on this Blizzard. Ben's going to be coming up to a second rally slightly quicker than Ange. Obviously, Ange went down to that Pulse. And it's looking pretty good now for Washington Hospice to close out this round, close out on this map. Will be another retake from White, the enclosed area here. All about this Blizzard value, right? Even though it's a little bit easier for the defending team quite often, if you get people in that Blizzard, you can cause them real problems here. So we're going to ring through. Wall divides them off. They're just going to try and focus down Alisu during that. Pulse is no good in the end from Hero. They will be forced back. Mayo, Alisu's going to get frozen. Lauren's going to get frozen as well. Eaten by Tread, and it's just a gigantic Megap rally over the top from Ben to seal the deal. And that'll be round and map.
That's unbelievable there. I mean, Exo, they really just were completely incapable of finding any ult value. Only that early rally from Ange getting anything. After that point, I mean, it was just every single ult trade being lost. More, you know, more of a response again and again from the side of Hospice. I mean, that's not the type of map that you want to start off with, to be honest. A real stinker from Lauren, you know? That absolute schizo barrage on Night Market, followed up by having your 1 Blizzard that you built in the first fight being eaten in the final fight. So that's 0 for 2 on ults for Lauren. Really, you know, a pretty brutal start.
I think as well, when you look at these type of matchups, that we're probably going to see, like, we're probably going to see loads of Juno Brig today, if we're being honest, probably all throughout both regions. And it's really quite a brawly comp when teams are playing this mirror, and there's going to be a lot of push and pull, a lot of trying to get the maximum value out of your ults. So I think it's a really bad omen, because if teams are just going to be playing a version of this comp everywhere, that's ultimately where the matchups will be won and lost in that ult value.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, this is a matchup that, you know, it actually does kind of suit having Ben best on support, all things considered. Because, you know, he does get to play Little Ryan. He gets to actually have a little bit of leadership. And I mean, in comps like this, you know, where there is so much of a push-pull emphasis, a macro emphasis, it favors these teams that perhaps, you know, they don't have the most insane mechanical DPS players or anything like that. Although, you know, to be fair, Hospice's DPS players are, you know, quite mechanically skilled. But, you know, it also really favors teams that have good macro overall, because you can just win on the ult game time and time again. These ults, these big ult fights are so crucial, and it seems like, you know, for the side of Exo, I mean, they haven't figured out ult gaming at all. In fact, sometimes they decide they just want to lose fights without using any of them.
Yeah, that retake probably the most egregious one of the lot, right? Where they just get walked into, no response, no plan, really unorganized. And I think if you find yourself in these situations, maybe it's just like a shaky start, but it's just going to repeat itself across the series, you have to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know, credit where it's due. Zodiel did win a couple of fights almost single-handedly with these pulses onto
Got
arms.
twice,
Really nice pulse
yeah.
bombs throughout all of Garden. And I mean, those are just game-winning picks. You know, you take down the Brig before they're about to come up on their rally or whatever, and that's just it's just an immediate fight win almost. So I suppose Zodiel putting in really good work there on the Tracer, getting a lot done. But I mean, look, I don't want to get ahead of myself. You know, some might call this an overreaction, but I think there's a reasonable case to be made for the fact that Ben Best is the best Brig in the world right now.
Yeah, I've not seen any evidence to counter that. Rallies has been a little bit slow on the first one, you know, but sometimes once you reach a certain age, it takes you a little bit longer to warm up, a little bit to get going. But once Ben got in the groove, whip off the map to really seal the deal, rally advantage all through the last round. So it feels just like a classic Ben sweep, you know.
Yeah, reasonable start for Ben. You know, he just had to limber up, remember that he was playing Little Rhine, not Big Rhine, and then it was just, you know, off to the races for him.
Easy.
Could be slop time for me, to be honest. You know, I wouldn't want to get too caught up in the thoughts of analysing the match or, you know, spreading narratives about players. So I might just start slopping it up until we can get back into the news.
Seems like it. Is this your first slop in the new house as well? So a special, a meaningful slop.
I've got to break in the new house with some slop.
Happy 6 Commander. This is like if Pep had to play left back. I love it.
Thanks, FIFA boy. Appreciate the 6. Yeah, it's just Ben filling the role, you know. Ben can play everywhere. The utility man that really pulls this makeshift team together. Gonna be Eichenwald next. Does someone understand this logo? The BG, it can happen. What's the meme? Anyone, what is this? Record? Do you think they were meant to actually write the record in that gap? Is it just bad game? They're Baldur's Gate fans? All reasonable theories, actually. All reasonable. In French, BG means beau gosse, beautiful boy. So they're maybe they're just all implying they're beautiful boys, which I guess not completely untrue. So Eichenwald on the cards. Is there a reward? No, we just get dopamine through the sound being triggered. Why is the score wrong? You know, teething issues. They'll figure it out, I'm sure. But it's only 102 of a Washington Hospice here. So, walking through more of the same mirror, Alisu will be moving over onto more of a comfort pick where they're going to play the Winston. But Zodiel, they're just going to get crushed as they try and come through the choke here, and it will be no good at all. Interesting, we're seeing a bit more hit scan in play this time. We saw a lot, especially in Korea, that teams were straying more into like May Venture or staying away from the hit scans. Quite hard to live, but no such choice here, and Zodiel gets a lot of value in that first fight, and now we're seeing the Ange Anna, Max.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Anja, to be honest. I feel like that is not necessarily a win condition. I think that the Ana is really valuable with the Winston. Maybe not even valuable, but essential. But, you know, the Anja, I'm not entirely sure about that one. That is a little bit sus, to be honest. I would have thought that Anja would flex over to the Juno and let Zeri and the person that has hands play the Ana. Winston is a really difficult one to get done on this first point as well, going into a really brawly comp like what Washington Hospice has. But it has, even though the first fight didn't go Exo's way, they're actually getting really close to their Nano Monkey turn, which could be a really good push opportunity for them. They get this early pick onto Zodiel, but Ange goes down to Tread, just getting run down. But in the chaos, you know, Alice has managed to trade out Ben Best. That's going to be really difficult now for Hospice to retake. They're going to have to play slow, give some ticks, and then Tred's just going to get back in there, try and get something done. He's really close to the annihilation, but it appears that he has neglected to touch the point. So EXO are just going to cap that first point with, you know, little to no resistance, because Hospice, you know, they get one player picked. Oh my god, Unlimited just having a laugh. Every member of Ex Oblivion only, completely incapable of using their ultimates to any value whatsoever.
Ange is-
Hospice actually pushing back in onto the first point. Ange dead yet again on the Ana. But Hospice, you know, they want to block this cart right here. They want to stop the door from opening. They go for the rally push through the door. They get one, but Alisu's starting to trade things out. Tread investing even more ultimates to try and get this spawn camp done. But I'm not sure that this is what you need, because as soon as Washington Hospice had a player traded, that means EXO is going to be able to so easily regroup as 5 and push back out. I don't think that investing more ultimates into a borderline guaranteed loss fight is what they need here. We see Zerian has actually invested the orbital ray at his spawn door. I'm not entirely sure what that one is about. I don't think anyone is going to be there for very long. Like I was saying, that was an incredible orbital ray. His tread has gone down and the spawn hold is broken. It's cost both teams a pretty penny though.
A really weird fight. Washington probably using maybe two of their best ults there. It seems like Tread's going to swap onto a Diva, so maybe just wanted to get the fight and get off onto that. Obviously, a lot more high grounds once we get to the second point. And also now can maybe do a little bit more to contain Alisu, not allow him to move around the map all that freely. But also, especially combined with the Juno ring, going to give him loads of abilities to just play super aggressive onto Ange at the back here and make it really difficult. But the nano jump is going to come in. Ben's actually going to get chewed up by that one. Johan will respond with the orbital ray, but Alisu's just going to leave. So they've just killed Ben and left here. They'll go back to forcing the point. Alisu does get caught on the way out though, and no Zodial just running around in this castle will get caught, and it's just turned into a right old scrap of a point here. Will favor the attackers still, as Unlimited is going to come back, try and clean up this. Naga's just stuck here, going to go for a trade if he can hit the dinks, but no doing, and EXO will get this cart moving.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fast nano monkey dive coming out on the high ground. I thought that, you know, between Ben Best being on Brig, Zodial on Ash, and Tread on Diva, I thought that one of the 3 boops would have come through to stop that nano monkey dive. Yet here we are. Cart has rolled through just a little bit, but we're still sort of in the free push zone of the map right now. Zodial opens up with a pick onto Zerian though, and that's going to make things really difficult for EXO, especially difficult for EXO when Ange is going to get shifted on by Tread and just taken down. So now there's nobody left alive for EXO at all. It's a 1 versus 5 for poor Alisu, and the cart has been stopped. One thing that I think is worthy of noting is that, you know, when EXO went for that nano monkey dive up on the high ground, they really were in the free push area of the map. That was somewhere that, you know, you typically would not see teams hard holding the cart there out in the open. As soon as the cart gets outside, you can play underneath and you can push the cart with your Tracer, your Winston, and the enemy team has to drop into you. Then you can have the fight. Spawn hold coming through again though. Bob from Zodial at the spawn door. And I mean, EXO now they're just getting wiped again and again and again. We see Ange just gone over to the Brig off the Ana. Thank Christ for that. But I mean, is this going to be enough? EXO, their comp is a little bit dodgy now. Winston May on second point icon world. I'm not too sure about that.
Ben's rallying at the spawn too as well, and will die to this. Again, happy to commit ults right at the literal spawn door here. Quite often you'll see teams hold spawn to try and gain some kind of economic advantage, but actually, Washington Hospice, they just want to win the fights, and they'll send them back to the queue again. We're down to 1.5 minutes about on the clock, and they finally got some more ults to come back with here. Ex-Oblivion, Primal, Orbital Ray close, Blizzard close as well, but they're just going to eke time off the clock here with this close hold.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got to respect what Hospice are doing, just going for the domination approach, but it will cost them. Benbest now here towards the spawn camp getting taken down by Unlimited, so already that's a fight advantage for EXO, and that seems to be consolidated now as Alisu coming through with a little bit of a white... I'm not entirely sure whether Alisu is a white man or not, so I shouldn't judge on that one, you know, but let's call it a Western Primal. We've got a Western Primal coming out from Alisu, taking down the Washington Hospice side, and I mean, that's a wipe. And now EXO, they still have a really comfortable amount of ultimates. Basically have 4 ults for the next fight. The downside of what Washington Hospice has been doing is that, you know, it looks great when you see them winning fight after fight after fight, but it really burns you on ult economy. And then you get these big ult swings where now EXO, they have 4 ultimates to play with, and Hospice actually has to retake. We see mirrored ults up on the high ground, orbital rays from both sides, blizzards from both maze as well. Alisu, the only victim of the blizzards, though. Zerian, Lauren, all fading by the wayside as well. Looks like this Reaper swap from Zodial has been absolutely crucial. The Monkey Buster just taking down everyone from EXO. And I mean, that's I don't know, they should be giving away knockout suit pieces for little Zodial, because that was a really easy retake for them.
It just sort of ends up being a snowball effect because Alisu gets caught with the blizzard, he goes down, and once you lose your tank, your ability to stay and play in your array is really diminished. So now it's going to be a last fight situation. Unlimited can flank around and get the touch here, so they can extend this fight. No great ults on either side, but not a lot of support for Unlimited right now. The rest of them are coming. Pulse Bomb onto Ben is caught though. A classic Ben gap. Once again holding strong. Now Alisu will jump onto the point. Bubble is used. Tread's going to be sent on the backline, and look how aggressive But Hospice are being on top of this Winston. They force Alisu out, but Naga's actually died in the midst of all of this now. Bomb coming out from Tread will make it awkward. Ben's going to have a rally to follow up with this soon, but Exo, they're so close to so many of your ults, but can they live for long enough? No for Alisu. They're turning onto Tread. Someone needs to touch. Hera, he goes for it. He gets the touch. Taken down by the Blossom. They were so close to so many ults there, Exo, but just couldn't stay alive in the end.
I mean, Exa, they got that early pick, but as soon as the bomb came out from Tread and he was allowed to remech, it seemed like, you know, their days were numbered. Exo just a little bit too far away from any ults to actually get an advantage in that fight, and not getting the kill on Tread as he flies through the air, you know, like a gazelle. That's unfortunate, because I mean that just gives them enough time to get the respawn, to get Zodial on the Reaper just fucking spinning on carts. So it's a little bit tough. Alisu seemingly struggling versus the Reaper a little bit. That was, you know, 1.5 fights for Zodial on the big Reaps, and he's managed to come out with a spin to finish the round.
Yeah, it puts Alisu in kind of a tricky situation. It's part of the reason we see so much more D.Va in the meta lately, just because the hero's so good at pretty much any DPS you want to play, really. Maybe with the exception of Mei. But it felt like Alisu having a really hard time. Ben just playing stacked with the Reaper as well, because really, if you're Alisu, the Juno's quite a hard target for you. The Brig is the juicy target, but if a Reaper is just standing next to the Brig that entire time, that juicy target isn't actually that juicy at all, and we didn't really see, maybe other than that one nano engage, any real Winston value coming out of it here. So it's going to be a very different approach now from Ex-Oblivion, as they need a pretty hefty defense. And Orisa, a Mei, a Bastion. But again, I feel like the D.Va's actually going to be pretty effective into a good part of this.
Yeah, I think that, you know, knowing that Tread is so comfortable on the D.Va and have just seen him play it a bunch, I think that the Bastion pick here is a little bit interesting, you know? Something that might struggle versus the D.Va, but, you know, maybe Exo knows something that we don't. They've done nothing in this game to show us that they know something we don't, but I'm willing to be proven wrong here. See a few early shots coming out from Naga, just getting a bit of poke in, but I think they're just going to assess the composition and go from there. They've already clocked the Bastion, so, you know, they're probably just trying to eye that off and see that the D.Va can match it, but, you know, just early poke phases right now. Nobody's invested any cooldowns. Everyone's sort of just watching, waiting for an opportunity. Big Dynamite comes out from Exodial though, and that's just going to be the push turn straight away. Tread comes flying in, and I mean, everyone from the side of Exo just melted. I don't even know if we saw a Bastion form there. That was just a Dynamite shift. Game over for Exo in no time at all.
Well, you saw Hospice, they sort of took a moment when they saw the Bastion, clearly had a little bit of a chat, and then they just start playing quite wide, quite slow, playing for Zodial to have all this space. And if you can put the Ashe in that space, you can just pick them apart. Dynamites will do a lot of damage, you put them under pressure. And now we're going to see the Ana Winston swap come in again from Ex-Oblivion, this time Zerion on the Ana Vos, so probably feels a little bit more like it makes a bit more sense. And it's going to be more of just a classic dive composition now. Washington Hospice going to be tested in terms of if they can survive these nades, survive the dives. But Tread is already there, looking for Zerion. Eats the nade, actually, but does get away with it. And Zerion will hold strong now. But they've lost Unlimited during this. And wait, Naga's actually creeping his way up top as well. Anger's in trouble. If Tread comes again now, they could be Nez for Blizzard. And there's no escape for Zerion. Anger's made it away, but this is going to leave Lauren completely stranded. And all too easy for the Washington Hospice just to walk wherever they want on the map and do whatever they want.
Yeah, no, I mean, Naga's just walking around having his way with the entirety of Exo one by one. Unlimited falls, and then the entire backline falls with them. It's looking really tough for them now. I think that, you know, this Ana Brig Winston comp, it's a little bit of a, an echo of the past at this point. I'm playing it with the Mei, questionable. Naga off the map to Ange, though. Ange finally coming alive after all this time, giving us something to actually gas him up for after just a tragedy of errors for the past 30 minutes. But finally an opening for the side of Exo. Alistair takes down Yoham as well, so there's absolutely no chance for a push here for the side of the Hospice. And yeah, everyone's just trapped in the corner. We actually saw Naga writing a W in the chat, a W Ange, I presume, given he died to Ange. So we love to see that, honestly. We love to see a little bit of support for Ange, even from the enemy team mid-match. But this is actually really bad for Washington Hospice. What's going on right now, these slow deaths in the corner, looks like everybody's just playing their lives, and it doesn't look great until Naga actually picks Unlimited and the respawns are happening. Ben Best, he's trying to turn it, he's committed, but Ange, he's matched the rally, so it looks like the chances of actually winning this one are pretty low. Getting a rally out there in that situation, not bad though. Played their lives for so long, and now there should be 5 players coming up in main fairly soon. Zodial coming back with the Bob. Orbital Ray invested up in main by Yoham, but the Nano Winston is good to slow things down a little bit. They should be able to kite this Orbital Ray out, go back in with their next layer. We see the Primal Rage coming through now for Alisu. Blizzard has been thrown out. from Lauren, but it looks, oh, Ben's been caught, but somehow Ben has survived that one. He's jumped and died to the pulse bomb that he was shielding because he's opted to jump for no reason whatsoever. You're not playing Ryan, mate. Get a grip. But it doesn't seem to matter because with the Bob from Zodial, they have just cleaned up. Washington Hospice once again taking this fight away. Blizzard on the card for Naga, but I mean, that doesn't much of anything because, I mean, the round is already over. 2-0 for Washington Hospice.
Really, really disappointing one in the end because it looked so good at the start, right? They get some of those late kills. They do lose their Tracer, but it's okay. They trade. They get Rally out. They get Self-Destructs out. Then they go in with the Nano. It looks like they trade Nano for Orbital Ray, which should be a trade for Winston team is super happy with, and they go back in with a Primal, and it just doesn't seem to be any sort of danger on their dive, any sort of like hit coming in with Alisu. Looked a little bit lost in terms of targets they wanted to find, and it all just amounts to a whole lot of nothing, and it's feeling awfully easy for the Hospice right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely didn't think that when I saw Ben Best loading in on support today that it would be a win for Benjamin, but it appears that, you know, you just put him on small Reinhardt and things go well for the side of Gaming Gladiator or for Washington Hospice, you know? I can't be calling him Gaming Gladiator, that's a thing of the past. But honestly, I mean, a really, really rough one coming out for the side of EXO. Maybe this just is not their meta. It seems like they are struggling with the tank meta picks, you know? Leaning into this Winston so much. I get that, you know, it's Eichenwald, you know, Winston, it has a place, but it's been a diva meta for a long time now, and seeing the absence of the diva, these strange compositions on first point, playing Orisa Bastion, like, get real, you know, you're going up against a team that wants to run it down on you, playing diva, so I think that it's a really strange choices coming out from EXO here, and just lots of free deaths again and again, you know. I feel like Unlimited has been picked many times over by Naga on the May, and I mean, that's not a great start to be 0-2 down. Poor little Ange.
Yeah, it didn't really work out at all. Did get... Oh, there we go. There's the Ange boop. A rare Ange W so far in this series, but still finds a way. But now we're in reverse sweep territory if EXO hope to do anything meaningful in this upper bracket.
Yeah, very, very quick one, unfortunately. But, you know, when we have a quick game, it means there's more time for slop. So I'll get right into that now.
We'll be looking at Runa Sapi for our next map, which... I know, obviously they pick all the maps ahead of time, right? Like they do the draft at the top of the series, rather than doing losers pick or anything like that. So a little bit less likely to see some of these swings. But you have to say, it's starting to look pretty brutal for the side of Ex-Oblivion here. And Runa Sapi is a map that doesn't really lean into any extremities of comps. You know, you talk about something like Circuit Royale or like a Dorado or a Gibraltar. I don't think Gibraltar's in the pool, but these type of maps that lean more into one sort of extreme where you can really change the type of matchup and comps being played. But with the way the map bans work in FACEIT, essentially you're going to have a really hard time picking any of those extremity maps because they'll always be banned by one team or the other unless the teams happen to have the same strengths. So what we're going to see in reality is a lot more of these middle maps where mostly just for prominent meta comp will be played. So I think Runa Sapi here, unless EXO have something up their sleeves, is very much looks like we're going to get more of the same meta, more of the same compositions, and in general, a pretty rough time. I guess it is just a Ben Best world, and we were maybe living in this Ben Best world the entire time, but we've only just realized it. All right, let me do an ad before I forget as well, so we don't have to have any during the map. Check Discord. Yeah, I've seen. Hold on. Bear with me, chat. I'm just doing something. Alright. I'm locked. All right, Runasapi. As we can see, both teams are set to record. Just to leave a word record. Just delete it. All right, Runasapi time. Are we expecting more Brig? More Brig, more Juno, more of the same thing? I don't think in reality this has been the best example of the meta so far. Ex-Oblivion seem to be really struggling. Obviously, they're missing Ice through, I guess, unforeseen circumstances. So Ice would typically be the player playing all of this D.Va and probably playing for Ramatra for him as well. So Alisu very much square peg round hole right now in terms of where the meta is. You can see they're trying to lean into the D.Va a little bit, but not a strength for Alisu. It's causing them problems. And with the way the map draft works, we just end up with these sort of like the middle maps all the time because it's bans. So they don't get to take it to like a full dive map or something to maybe try and put Shred in a less comfortable position. Instead, we're just going to play Runasapi, and it looks like we're very much just getting more Juno, more Brig, more D.Va on both sides.
Okay, so more of the same coming out. Apparently, Game and Gladiators crypto coin is down 95% in the past year. Just thought I should let you know.
Because of this game?
I mean, I presume that the damage was done before this game, just quietly. But you know, I'm convinced that it's going to pump back up. I put my life savings in that shit, so you know, surely it's time to buy.
Back to grandma's for you.
Yeah, no, back to grandma's. I'm gonna have to break the lease. There's just no hope for me whatsoever. I think that, you know, the fact that Washington Hospice here are playing Zodial on the Ashe versus EXO on the Tracer, I think that the Ashe is much better in this mirror. I think that having that consistent damage, that pressure against the Juno is really, really valuable. And I think that, you know, when you're playing a D.Va mirror as well, the pulse value is really diminished. So I think that it's going to be really difficult for Unlimited to find much value here in the neutral. And already we're seeing, you know, just this slow bleed. Unlimited goes down, but EXO, they were losing in the health department this whole time. There's just no push turn for them, no time where you get a big dynamite and you get to walk up with that. So already a big challenge for EXO, a easy fight win for Washington Hospice.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels like a wrong sort of read on the meta, really, in terms of like this D.Va Tracer comp. If they were playing into some sort of Ana Juno or Ana Brig, it feels like there'd be a clear purpose for the Tracer and D.Va to go on constantly. But with this Brig version, the Brig's just pretty damn durable. Juno's super slippery, can move all around as well. So really hard to find consistent targets and value for Unlimited and Alisu so far in this. And has... Okay, then is going to respawn, comes back now. They're sending him through, but just straight into the D.Va to contest point. Torpedoes over the top. Do hit a few. Pulse bombs good, actually, for Unlimited there. And will get traded, but the trade should be a positive one here. Alisu is containing everyone. Naga is awfully split. Iceblock is going to be forced deep behind enemy lines. They're trying to save Naga. He does get the Blizzard off first. It's actually a massive Blizzard as well. So it costs him his life, but it has to be worth the trade. And it will be checkpoint as a result of this, and a little bit more here for the Hospice.
Rally near the robot
Have you gone? Have you died? The tendency, you've been dragged out of the apartment already? I've lost him. I've lost... Oh.
I'm back. I'm so sorry. The coffee was coming up. I didn't want to burn it. All right. So checkpoint appears to have been conceded in my absence. Bob comes out from Zodial. Orbital raised from either side, but Benjamin, he's also popped the rally, and that's helped them get this early pick. Unlimited goes down. Ange with the later rally, but it's absolutely hopeless. Ange is not inside an orbital ray. Gets bashed and taken down immediately. The seemingly immortal Brigitte actually managing to go down in the ultimate. And I mean, things are just getting worse and worse here for EXO. This is starting to look like a disrespectful cap. Stagger coming out on Zerian as he turns away from his French compatriots and gets teabagged. Not looking great here for the side of EXO.
It's really been all Hospice all the way. Bigger rally there. They've won the big ult fight. Naga seems to be finding these dinks onto the Tracer every single time. And now they're going to have to take another fight, really on the back foot now, EXO. They do have Blizzard advantage, of course, and that can be the turning point. And it looks like Hospice are just going to play it slow, go back to a wider area of the map, try and get a bit more space for Zodial to have influence here. But there's the ring push coming through, fly onto the backline here, but Zodial seems relatively undeterred and unchallenged here. Bomb will be forced out now by Alisu. Everyone will de-peek Nat, and now the Hospice, they can take a step forward. Still have to respect this Blizzard from Lauren, though, because it can come out to turn it. Another ring engage onto the backline here, but Tread eats it. That was the big ult, but Pulse Bomb misses us too, and EXO are getting zero value here. They're trying to steal the cart, but Tread has got it marked here, and there's nothing Lauren can really do in this situation. Will get taken down eventually. Tread actually going to lose mech of it. Maybe made a bit more of a meal of it than he needed. A late trade by Ange, who's going to try to live on the flank here. No, he's chosen death. He's chosen death. He considered living for a second and then figured out it was just better to die all along.
It appears that, EXO, they've figured out that they need an Ashe, but they haven't figured out who needs to be playing it because Unlimited remains on the Tracer. Instead, Lauren going over to the Ashe, Alisu to the Winston. I mean, backs to the wall, and the desperation swaps are all just coming out now. You can see that EXO are completely out of their comfort zone. Now, Naga, he throws down the Blizzard, and that's just going to take down Zeri, and Lauren's frozen up as well. Somehow managed to survive the freeze, but I mean, we're starting to look at a full cap right here, Xavier. I mean, there's 5 meters left on the cart. On just popped the rally and spawn, but his back is to the wall, and the cart continues to roll. Is there anyone even able to touch? It appears that Unlimited is on the card. It looks like they might actually be turning this. Zerian made it back into the fight, threw down the orbital ray, and it was enough. But I mean, this is beyond a huge ask to say that Ex Oblivione, have a chance here, right? They've won this fight with their backs to the walls, throwing a bunch of ultimates into it. And you can see, Zerian is actually BMing his own team, dropping a winnable in chat. When you're writing that about yourself, I mean, that's just fucking embarrassing, to be honest. It just shows an absence of faith in your teammates, absence of faith in yourself. He doesn't even believe that he can win, so instead he'd rather tell his friends about it in match chat. Not a huge fan of that. Unlimited has the Pulse Bomb, the only chance at success here. Recall forced out early from Unlimited, though. Tread's actually shifted deep, so maybe there is a chance for a Pulse Bomb angle if he can get a couple of blinks and, maybe respawn his recall. Looks like he's going to whiff that Pulse, though. He whiffs the Pulse, and Lauren's also gone down to another shot from Naga, so things are looking atrocious here for the side of EXO. Trade comes through, though.
Oh, second trade as well. They may make it a dogfight. There's a primal going in the back from Alisu as well, so looks like they will be able to string maybe a second fight win here together as well, as long as they can clean this one up. Unlimited and Alisu will be able to do it in the end. It's not a clean fight win, but it's a start, right? 4 minutes left, 142.14 meters to go. So a lot. The ask is still gigantic, but at least we're winning a couple of fights here. They're coming up on a Bob and a rally, both of those really before Washington Hospice get anything too meaningful as well. So a chance here for EXO maybe to string a bit more distance on the cart as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should pop a bottle, Xavier, because we've actually just seen EXO get their first meter for the map after 6 minutes. So honestly, we're off to a ripper of a start for them. If this was the first fight, we'd be grinning ear to ear. I heard the can crack. That's fantastic. Ange coming up on the rally, Lauren on the Bob as well. So there are very real chances here for EXO to snowball this into a checkpoint cap. But can they snowball it into 142 meters, 0.15? I'm not too sure about that one, just quietly, just between you and me. Lauren now has the Bob, but he has to hide, deep-peeking a little bit, waiting, and there's just looking for that window of opportunity. Ring comes out, Bob 2 in the backline dive. It looks good, but the orbital ray, it's such a strong ultimate. Another pulse goes wide for Unlimited, and it looks like Hospice, they're just going to be able to catch this dive. Even though Lauren and Unlimited both threw in the ultimates, there's going to be no kills converted. Instead, we're going to see Hospice once again taking over. Tread going deep. It looks like Zerian is trying to turn it, and on a sliver of HP pops the rally, and he actually does manage to survive. Blizzard has come out from Naga, though. He's taken Lauren. He's frozen up, but look at the peel from Alisu and Ange. Somehow Lauren kept alive. Naga's Blizzard gets nothing, and Hospice have actually invested so massively into this fight. I'd have to imagine that the checkpoint winds up being conceded. That is, unless Tread manages to somehow trade Lauren in the chaos. You can see Johan on the run now, but Alisu surely catches that. Yes, they will. Incredible there. You go, massive mechanical display there from Alisu with that little right click on someone moving in a straight line. Love to see it. But look, Hospice, I mean, they've got 3 ultimates for the retake here. They might be conceding the checkpoint, but again, 142 meters. We need to see so many consecutive fight wins here for the side of EXO to turn this. They didn't even get the checkpoint.
Yeah, mirrored rings. Alasu's on the backline again. Has for Primal to keep going, but we'll actually just try and save it here. Tries to get out. Disengage for Bob. So Exo doing this one on the cheap. Keeping hold of that Primal for their next engage. Still have to worry about Ben Best's rally, though. So it might be very much the same kind of play coming out from here, Oblivion. Let's launch Alasu in. See if we can get that Primal Force while we keep the rest of them alive. And Zodiel under a bit of pressure now. Is getting focused down. Still has for Primal. Will be used. Rally will keep everyone safe now. Alasu just going to play for their life. As long as Exo keep everyone alive here, they're probably feeling pretty okay about this trade, and they nearly have an orbital ray to drop back in. Zirion crucially ahead of Yoham right now, so a bit of a small window of opportunity if they can go, and they're peeking around the corner. There's the ray. Hospice are going to try and take the back step here. Ice block is forced though. Hera dead again. Orbital ray now in response from Yoham. Player down. Tread is 1 HP, but they don't find the kill. He gets back in the ray, and now they're on the back foot. Ange has the rally to turn though. They can keep committing. Alasu needs a lot of help as he's walled off. We'll jump back one more time. They're still coming, but here comes Ange. Rally is popped. Torpedoes over the top. Blizzard out this time. Ange, he gets frozen though. Pulse bomb trade is good for 2 though. It's not quite over yet. Bob thrown into the mix too. And it looks like Exo, they might just about be able to hold on to this one. Alasu still needs more help. We'll get the DMEC. Tread chooses to hold on to the bomb here for this next fight. And Oblivion, they clutch it out again, but still 90 odd meters to go. They've still got a lot, and now Naga has made that Reaper swap, the same we saw on Iconworld again.
Yeah, I mean, finally we've seen a pulse bomb connect for Exo, and it was a big one too, just after they lose their star player Ange. So really that is what they needed to keep some life in this. But Naga over to the Reaper, that's so scary. Fortunately, Alasu, you know, they're coming up on the Primal Rage, so if they can build that charge up, the Reaper might be a little bit of a non-issue. But there's so many ultimates online for Washington Hospice. The Bob, the Orbital Ray, Benjamin, Best's Rally, it's all at their fingertips. So Exo, they're going to need a miracle. They're going to need a spectacular Primal Rage. The Bob comes out, Alasu jumps deep, and it's looking like we might actually be seeing a miracle right now, because Zodiel is in a world of pain. Everyone looks low on the side of Washington Hospice, but Alasu, they don't quite get the finish, and Bob has been blocking the cart this entire time. That is crucial. That has stopped maybe 10, maybe even 15 meters of car push during this chaotic fight, and Washington Hospice, they've managed to hold on to all of these ultimates. We're going to see Orbital Rays mirrored, but what are they going to do about Ben's Rally? What are they going to do about Tread's Bomb? Exo, they need an opening pick here, and I don't know whether we're going to see it, Xavier.
They're coming back in. Alasu has to just try and stay on that point now and just try and tank for Rally, but no chance at all. The Ray has come back in response, but Yoham good for 2 with the torpedoes. And it was a spirited fight back in the end from Exo. A few really nice fights in the back half of that map. But ultimately, 142 meters is a massive distance on any map, really. And they couldn't make the comeback. 3-0 to the Hospice.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that vertical jump from Alasu, I knew the series was over, because you're jumping like that in front of a Reaper, you are asking to die.
Bash Reaper, no orbital right. Yeah.
But yeah, 1 sec.
So yeah, an absolute sweep for GG in the end. Well, sorry, for the Washington Hospice in the end. And really just blown out of the water there from Oblivion. I don't know what hopes they really have in the lower bracket. Obviously, they'll have a pretty good chance at Super Shy, who seem to be forfeiting their games. But in terms of like a later run, didn't look close at all, right? And maybe Ben was the answer all along, and we just weren't brave enough or willing to see it.
That's the thing about Ben, is that, you know, he is the leader of the team off the field, and he is a seasoned leader in game with all of his, you know, Reinhardt and Orisa experience in Overwatch League and no other heroes whatsoever. So not surprising, I suppose. You know, maybe if you look at it at face value, you'd think this isn't going to be good. But seeing him come in on little Reinhardt and actually leading the charge, making things work for the team, that actually, you know, perhaps not surprising. The king of macro comes in when the team needs him most and manages to take down poor little Ange, who, you know, this was his shot right now, but it appears that, you know, Exo, they didn't have a very good read on the meta whatsoever. You know, just an absence of Mei Ash throughout all 3 maps. Lots of strange tank picks, leaning into the Winston a little bit more than I thought I would expect for an EU matchup. But it is what it is. You know, so sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you get 3-0'd by Ben Best on Brig.
Yeah, well, it is one thing to say, like, Brig can be like a really punishing hero, but in this type of mirror, it's much closer to just like a brawly playstyle. So I think that probably really helps Ben in terms of it's a lot more about just understanding the layers of a fight and your push-pull, rather than needing to always be aware of like marking a Winston and Tracer. Not too many like high outplay needs here. Just don't int, be ready to follow up with the team. And to be fair, did a good job.
Yeah, not too shabby whatsoever. I think shall we look over to the FACEIT match, see what's happening right now, or are you way ahead of me on that one? I had to mute for a second to thank a Parasocial subscriber for the
we can. Yeah, speaking of Parasocial, also thank you to Landon as well. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the 5 to Xavier, Landon. Big up, mate.
So it looks like SSG have really, done what you'd expect and have 3-0'd as well. VP and Aoman, there's no score updates currently on Wikipedia. I think old Bull Skunk has this one.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Sauna in my chat before, but knowing Sauna, he could just be doing that in the middle of the, in the middle of it all, in the thick of it.
All that means is we've at least one map has been played.
Yeah, well, Bull Skunk is going for it right now, so let's have a look, see what he's saying. But Bull Skunk going at it right now.
We're starting
it's just
to see,
a really slow load on the stream though. So
we're still on Lijiang. Grow up, are we still on Lijiang Tower?
They're able to push forward.
Lijiang, that's the first one, isn't it?
That's literally the first one.
Oh, good grief. My stream just won't load, so I guess my Twitch viewing days are over or something.
I've been shadow banned.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to do something with my uBlock for advertisements on Twitch, and it appears that it's just led to an infinite loading screen instead. So maybe if I disable uBlock.
Yeah, it looks actually like Aoma are about to take the first map as well.
Oh wow, Aoma actually beating Virtus Pro. It looks like oh no, clutch.
So, yeah. This actually might be a Chris Fury situation where they get so close, but they can never get it over the line.
Yeah,
a little bit tough actually.
Kill out of Gala completely flips this map on its head.
Interesting to see as well. We see Gala on the Juno here, so Kaneo will be the going, I guess, between like the Brig mostly, and I guess the Ana if they play it.
Still neck
yeah. God, I don't know what to make of that. I'm actually very surprised to see the Virtus Pro have their backs to the wall here. Like, I mean, look, I've seen some scrims recently where Aoma, they actually had a little bit more fight in them than I was anticipating. I thought that Aoma were going to be a little bit of a pushover overall, but I've seen the light. I think that there's a chance for them here. I think that they actually have a pretty good rush core at the end of the day. They've got someone that fancies a ground tank. Thematic, we've seen his Winston and has not inspired legions of fans, but I think that on the ground tanks he might actually be a little bit more comfortable. There might actually be a chance here for him. So let's see what they're able to do on this round.
All right. Well, he's on the Ana. He's gone top straight away. So we're actually going to play the Ana Farah, and I guess just try and play super wide. Kaneo's going to hit a gigantic nade in 3, 2, 1. It's actually massive. Catches the Brig. No follow-up. Thanks, team.
That was an interesting fight.
Yeah, no, really good opening nade from Kaneo. Surprised that there was no conversion on that one, but it looks like the health of one-man army is just going to whittle away. They lost that initial advantage with the big purple, and there's just nobody on the side of AOMA capable of actually matching Kaneo other than the Juno. You need Alpha to do something heroic to get up there on the high ground, and instead they're all just going to crumble. Aoma all going down, except for Kaneo getting dinked by Top Dragon at the end there, and that's a really valuable trade because now Aoma, they can get back into this really quickly. They can speed ring early on, and they can take a quick 5v4 while Kaneo is not there. Kaneo's also going to wind up on the ground rather than up on that uncontested high ground positioning. So I think that there is a reasonable chance here for Aoma to actually get the retake. Kaneo's actually going to be in a lot of trouble now. Sauna holding it down with this side angle up on the coast though, and that could be a little bit of trouble if nobody's able to poke him out. Looks like Top Dragon's actually just going to go the distance with Theo, and they're going to try and run down Kaneo, but Theo goes down.
They went so hard for that, and actually Top Dragon's going to commit in. Really goes for Blizzard as well. It looked really kind of wild and aggressive there from Aoma, but I mean, it all works out. The Blizzard connects on way more than I would expect it to, and all right, Aoma back in control. Ends up being a good retake there, but 100% did benefit from that late pick onto Kaneo, and that forced him onto the low ground.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes I'm a little bit critical of the Korean importing that Aoma have gone for, but usually I'm criticizing Donghoon rather than Top Dragon. I got a lot of respect for Top Dragon. I feel like Top, he's got that dog in him at the end of the day, and I mean, he's proven it there. Massive trades out onto Kaneo, big Blizzard. Here we see Cloud actually going for a super early Blizzard, really questionable one. No skill exchange really took place, no wall either to set up his Blizzard. 1-for-1 trades though, Kaneo goes down, Avo dead as well, but the point has flipped over to Virtus Pro and Donghoon and Aoma are actually down on players. Alpha also being punched by the Ramatra, and I mean, it looks like Aoma, they've just crumbled. Even though they had the ultimates, they had the positioning, they had a very real chance. And Cloud fluffed his ultimate, it all wasn't enough. Somehow Aoma not coming out on top there.
Yeah, I felt like they had all the ingredients there. Like, it was Theo manages to get his way out of a blizzard, and at that point there, you feel like you should have cheated the biggest danger for them, but instead, they just kind of crumble, and now they're going to have to retake, and I don't think Virtus Pro are going to be giving them as many freebies as they were given, so they're going to try and wall through the choke, but Sauna put in just rocket after rocket onto this choke, really slowing them down. Top Dragon having to walk with no cooldowns through this choke. They do manage to swing, but Avo doesn't make it through. Alpha's going to die as well, and they just seem to really try and force it through the choke there when they didn't have the cooldowns, they didn't have a lot to get through, and Theo's going to try and clutch with the annihilation, but it's going to end with maybe a bit more of a whimper than a bang here.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a really ugly one, not forcing out the side, not poking out side players at all, just trying to rush it through main and having no hope with that whatsoever. Looks like Avo's been, you know, just an easy pickings throughout this control center here, you know. Avo is essentially playing the Canale equivalent, you know, a ground lock DPS hero that can't get away very easily, and they're on the rotation getting caught out super early. Funny that you mentioned ingredients earlier though, you know, because it is like, you know, they had all of the ingredients for a fight win, but they didn't have the instructions. You know who wouldn't? No, I won't do it. Actually, I will do it. I'm just deafened for it.
All right, so an absolute wipeout there in the last round, really. I don't know. I mean, it's a classic Chris Theory situation, right? A classic Chris Theory situation where as soon as the underdog team gets sort of within touch and distance, it all falls apart. Ayoma are not 1-0 up. No. Ayoma are down.
Sauna with almost 20.
They did go to 3 rounds on King of the Hill. We've only just finished map 1, Trent, so we're actually might be in for a bit of a wait for the next round.
Good God. Well, I mean, if the current rate is anything to go off, you know, like it's not.
Half an hour, one map, one cough.
Rajaro 38-6.
All right, slop time.
Didn't look too bad on the Diva. We'll say that, you know, they don't win out that round.
So I presume they're going to hold the other games. I don't know what their plan is.
Which does explain
Gamble time? Yeah, I don't know if are they going to hold the other games because one of the it's Ed. Maybe Tread will know. Tread, is your game going ahead like right now, or are they going to delay it?
So this may be.
You have to wait till like 9. Oh, that's a pain. So we're just going to wait for this entire game.
Now, Aoma didn't get picked.
Is losers next anyway? Oh, okay.
Also got first ban, blending out Bizarre World Pair, so banned out on the other side.
And I guess, actually, it's fucked though, right? Are Super Shy forfeiting all of their games? Or could they just not play the first game for some reason?
Oh. Well, this isn't good. Now we're on hold.
What's happening with Super Shy? I'm not sure. They might just not be available. I don't know if they're going to be involved in like roster mania either. Naga hasn't slept and is going to sleep now, so don't know if we have a flex DPS for it. Who needs a flex DPS? Just get Ben to do it.
Maddie, I agree wholeheartedly. I think it was a very good showing out of.
Oh, okay, they just got the timings wrong, so they might play it. Or maybe they will play that one then. So I guess they could just do the Super Shy XO one now.
I mean, I think VP could, you know, on the right day, could absolutely take the championship.
I've lost the thing now.
Firmly cemented in that 3rd place spot. Okay, there we go. I can ball the as expected. Will be map 2. Chosen by a one-man army.
Yeah, what's the scoop, Tread? What's Naga saying?
Oh, hey, we got everybody in here. Looks like this one's on the mainstream now.
I don't know why he doesn't sleep on official day. Just a client of the week situation, potentially.
We did get a side swap, didn't we?
Cocaine for sure. Okay, yeah, I mean, you know, there's no way to verify it, but I think probably cocaine related. Yeah. I think it's reasonable. It's a reasonable claim to just throw out there. Chris, you're too sleep pilled. Like you don't have that dog in you, you know? Sometimes you just end up staying up. You go full degen, you end up staying up all night. Your sleep schedule's fucked. You enjoy sleep too much, Chris. That's your problem. You're like you'd quite happily just get like 9-10 hours every night. What are they saying?
Yeah, they're getting prod set up.
Oh wait, they're gonna put it on the mainstream.
We got the official.
Wait, should we do predictions for this? We're gonna watch the whole thing then, right?
She said she was
Who wins map 2?
but it was just like official
That is Pro Ioma.
which is kind of wild. I don't
All right, so we probably got a decent chunk of time actually to get your Preds in for this one too.
like everybody's in this lobby, and there's just little old me.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Were you talking about? Yeah, there's a big survey going around at the moment, Tread, about if you had to eat a member of SSG, who would be the player you'd want to eat?
I'm gonna go run and grab a drink.
It's your standard cannibalism situation, you know? Or a coach, yeah. You can also eat. It's like, think of like the SSG private plane has crash landed on an island. They were giving you a lift somewhere, and now you're stranded, no food, and need to pick someone to eat. Like, who would you pick to eat? Type situation. No, I think it'd be a group situation, so you'd probably do it, you'd do it as a group. You would just, you'd come together, so you might have to be like, help hold them down, but you might not have to be the person, to cut the throat.
Okay, I am definitely at the perfect time, I think. Absolutely perfect.
We're getting more responses to the SSG cannibalism situation.
Ah, okay, right. Didn't you have to hold Jamie down?
Well, no, people were saying, would I have to kill them myself? And I was like, as a group, the whole group would be in some kind of stranded island situation. You would just, the whole group would be responsible. So you'd have to be involved, but you could probably cop out of like actually doing the neck, the neck slicing.
Yeah. Clean feed's back, by the way, so you can watch it on the clean feed now. Yep, sweet. AOMA going for the Ramatra on the first point to Virtus Pro's Diva, and honestly, I like the Ramatra here. I really like this pick from the side of AOMA. I think that it matches up really well on these low groundy points. Theomatic slept up in main, though. He might be in a little bit of trouble, but he actually catches Canale. Typically you see Diva thrown out as the counter to teams playing Ana, but Theomatic, he gets it done on the Ram. On points like Icon First, there's really nowhere for the Ana to go, no high grounds for her to escape onto or to play far away on. So honestly, really nice play coming out early on from AOMA, just holding close with the round, not giving any space at all, and straight away, catching the backline as if they walk up and try to get too aggressive. Really solid start for AOMA.
It feels like both teams have opted for a support that can be quite effective as well. Like, if they can finally get Canale space, which is definitely going to be tricky on the attack, I feel like the Ana cooldowns play into the Ramatra quite nicely. So Theomatic has to be careful not to go too far and get punished here. He seems to have isolated the Ashe, but instead opts to go for the backline, tries to find the Mei instead, and they're kind of all over the place right now, but Canale's just managed to find the pick onto Top Dragon while they went for that. And it just felt like Ioma, they had a chance, but Top Dragon and Theo, they couldn't find the right targets quickly enough. And now a player down, Virtus Pro going to sweep onto the point here. Now they're all going to turn on Theomatic. There's that sleep. Nade comes off as well. So Theo, he does still get the kill, but can they trade him? Surely they can trade this Ramatra. He lives for so long, the rally's coming in. Theo finally dies, but it cost him a rally in the end, and they have to commit quite a lot near Ioma to hold on to this point.
I mean, the damage is done, right? Theo is actually doing so much on this point. After I saw Theo's Winston performances in the past couple of weeks, I thought that there was no hope for this guy. I thought that I'd never be gassing him up. Insane hiding play coming out from Avo here. Come on, mate. You know you're good for this. You know you're good for this. Whoa, oh, no. No. It was all... What's up, Bob? Where's Bob gone? What's Bob saying?
Well, there's 5 people are holding the choke at least for a little bit. Disaster from Avo. Oh, dear.
Yeah. We're going to need some more heroics here from Theo. Orbital Ray comes out from AOMA, and that is a really strong ultimate. Nothing to answer back, but it appears that Theo is pushed inside on the left out of the Orbital Ray. Doesn't matter though, Galar gets taken down. Galar perhaps not the best for this Juno hero. Galar, insane aim, but perhaps this isn't the aimiest hero, more of a brainy flex support. Top Dragon getting the kill on Cloud with the copy as well. And now he might be able to... Oh, no, he's not going to be able to push in and execute because there's a coach gun for Sauna. Sauna gets back, but look, Virtus Pro, they've only got a minute left on the clock. AOMA, they've lost their major source of healing with Alpha. But if they can just buy time, if they can just play slow a little bit longer, Alpha will be back. Alpha will be able to throw some orbs out. Eyes on Cloud though, because he does have the Blizzard. He has the only ult here. It looks like AOMA, they've actually not opted to play slow. They've opted to play extremely fast, pushed super deep, and Virtus Pro, I mean, they're able to just shoot from spawn and take them down. So that was a little bit sus there from AOMA. But, you know, look, more than 3 minutes on the first point, a really respectable hold.
Yeah, late kill for Top Dragon as well, as they should be able to deal with this. Both DPS are behind, but they're both low. They're both taken care of. Ultimately, first point will fall. And yeah, it was really weird to see him pull that aggressive timing as well, because while Theo can be very durable and aggressive on the backline, he wasn't even full when he really went for that, and then the sleep and the nade, everything slows him down. So now they hold on to that Blizzard for the next fight, Virtus Pro. They have the Orbital Ray coming up. They will get this first full push section, or free push section. And because AOMA are playing the Ram here, they sort of have to all just commit to this high ground, or this low ground hold. Maybe leave Avo and Top Dragon up on the high ground, and just try and force out one of these ults early. But this Blizzard's going to be the next big one. Really difficult for Theo to avoid this, especially with the sleep and nade and stuff in play as well.
Yeah, look, Theo, I mean, if he can get another push onto the backline here, onto Canale, there is a real chance. And there it is again. Canale too far forward, getting caught out by Theomatic for, well, it's got to be the 4th time at least on this map. Really, Theo, he's got Canale's number. Canale really struggling with the spacing here. And Virtus Pro, again, their push is going to be completely shut down.
It's really hard for Viana, especially with the ring speed boost as well, allowing the Ramattra to close that distance quicker. So most of the time you see Anna's playing these really deep anchor positions, at least at the start of a fight, just to avoid exactly that. Give the Ramattra something difficult to choose between. But so far, Theo's been able to connect every time. We'll even go to the spawn here, pick up a few more, deal with this Bob, no problem. And have to say, Top Dragon's been doing a pretty good job of syncing up with Theo in all of this. And now, all of a sudden, AOMA happy to hold the spawn here, force a few of these good ults out of Virtus Pro before conceding any space.
Yeah, look, now, I mean, I'm not sure whether we're going to see the Team Peps approach where they hard spawn hold and invest all of their ultimates at the spawn. But, you know, Top, he's invested the copy, and VP, they didn't even need to use anything for that, I don't think. Maybe Sauna threw out a Bob, he's 9%, so that's possible. But, you know, Top, investing the copy there, that's not what you want. VP, they were so far back, they were so safe. But now we're seeing a huge ult exchange. Nano Boost comes out onto Rajaro. Orbital Ray invested from Alpha, and I mean, now there's going to be no Orbital Ray to match Galar's. Donghoon has the rally, but it actually looks like Galar's Orbital Ray was just really far back. 1-for-1 trades. Theo evaporated inside the Ray, but Avo trades on Canale. Canale very squishy today. Rally comes out from Donghoon as well. We're even in the fight. Rajaro on the run, but Avo gets another pick. Cloud goes down, and it's looking like nobody is going to be able to convert a kill inside versus Rally. Galar, he's kited indoors as well. No escape for the poor Juno when you can't fly upwards. Rajaro takes down Avo late in the piece, but it looks like Top Dragon is always not going to get the mech. Rajaro, he's still alive. They need to take him down and fast, because otherwise there's going to be a repush here for VP. Rajaro throws out the bomb. Cloud with the freeze as well. And Theo, I mean, that's 2 deaths in a row now where he's just melted in main. 80% on that annihilation, but not even close to getting things done. Top Dragon floating around on the top choke, but Galar's just going to mark that, take him down. And VP, somehow they've managed to just stay alive, eventually turn things. They played their lives long enough to actually get things going. AOMA now, they only have, you know, a couple of ultimates soon to be online, but they need to slow things down a little bit. If they can't actually build these ultimates up, they're going to be in trouble. Rajaro camps the choke and just gets a free kill almost onto Avo. Really unfortunate stuff there for AOMA. Theo, he has to invest the annihilation into the Bob. They're trying to take down the Bob. You can see they're burning it, but it's not enough. Theo's going to melt as well. And I mean, that's just going to be the second point given up for AOMA. It was so close for them, and then these 2 disaster fights in a row, especially that last one with Avo going down free of charge. You hate to see it.
It's happened twice to him now. We're just trying to walk through the choke. He just gets Avo's the one who gets caught in all of this. And it's been such a good hold, ultimately, from AOMA. They've only lost a couple of fights, but they've lost them so hard, they find themselves now on 3rd point. And Virtus Pro really turn this around. We're about to have Nano to throw onto Rajaro. We're about to have Orbital Ray. They can wait for these wave of ults and go again. They do use the speed ring here to send Top Dragon in. Does have a copy, but he slept. Should be able to get assassinated. No, does give a copy off. They mess it up, and actually Sauna and Canale going to get caught for all of this. Looked like Top Dragon was in big trouble, but the reinforcements are called. They'll clean this one up, and now 40 seconds left. Rally and Orbital Ray on the side of AOMA, a really strong combo to try and seal out this defense.
Yeah, look, I mean, Top, he just can't do more, to be frank. He's every single fight, he's making so much happen again and again. Look, at least one of the Korean imports is worth something for AOMA, actually putting in a little bit of the work. This is a 5-7 team right now going up against a top seed, the 10-2, and they're actually making this look so unbelievably competitive. One fight left now on the map. So Virtus Pro, soon enough, they're going to have a lot of objective pressure. Orbital Ray comes out from Alpha. Both supports from AOMA splashed, but no kill conversion. No kills for AOMA though. Both support ultimates have now been invested. You can see though, Alpha's actually taken out Galar. The Orbital Ray did come out in main, or it could have been a Ray Jax. I'm not, no, it is there in main. Blizzard on the cart though from Cloud. That's Theo again, man. You got to get out of the ice, dude. Don't you get it? Theo once again frozen up by the Blizzard, and I mean, VP, it looks like they are going to, through this scrappy brawl, take it out. Avo gets a really nice trade on Cloud though. That is massive for their chances of a recontest here. Cloud is going to be so late to the fight. Avo's going to be coming back with the Blizzard, and a Blizzard in overtime on cart. That's huge value. A lot of weight now on Rajaro's shoulders as he needs to eat that Blizzard. He needs to stop Avo from Blizzard in cart.
Venture on both sides as well into this mix. If the fight goes longer, we'll see this annihilation as well. But Avo can buy crucial time. Here comes for Bob to force for pressure. Just trying to mark the backline now. Theo's going to turn around, keeps anchoring point here. Just looking for an opportunity. And they're going to finish off for Bob. Now the pressure onto the Diva. Trying to set up this Blizzard for Avo. He's looking for his opportunity. Doesn't need to use it just yet. They're just trying to bully back the Diva here. Or nearly forces for C9. Now the Blizzard comes out. Good patience from Avo there. They will get the D-Mech. Rajaro is trying to get back into Bomb. He just managed to get back into Mech actually, but they're killing everyone around the Diva. Rajaro trades Alpha, but I don't think it's enough. They've killed everyone else. And actually a really well-played fight at the end from Ioma. I think can be really tempting in that situation just to press the Blizzard button, try and win the fight because you're in overtime. But they wait out the Bob, they deal with the Bob, and ultimately maybe Virtus Pro could have actually been more aggressive there because Ioma were able to slow it down, play the game at their own pace, and a good Blizzard to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they had the ultimates to sort of muscle through that, but just continually playing slow, perhaps waiting for more nade timings or something, didn't really play out in their favor. Really good patience on the Blizzard from the side of Avo, though, you know, waiting until the actual right moment, not getting it eaten, and managing to, you know, freeze up the cart long enough. Especially, you know, Theo, when he has the Annihilation, it seems like time and time again, he's able to just run over the backline of VP. The choice to play Canale on the Ana, it's a risky one, because in this meta right now, it's so easy to catch an Ana. If you don't play really far away, a Ramatra is going to run you over, a Diva is going to shift on you and take you out in no time at all, and now we're seeing something totally different coming out from VP. This is more, I don't know if this is meta, but this is more of the VP that we're familiar with. Galar, not on the Juno, but instead on the Illari, and this is something where, you know, he's actually dominant. If Theomatic doesn't have a competent Diva swap in the back pocket, I think that this could be a really good solution for VP right now, because AOMA's comp, it struggles to deal with all of the spam. If you have an Illari, if you have a Pharah on the enemy side, and you don't have a Diva swap in the back pocket, I mean, we've seen Theomatic on these more mobile tanks, it's not a good look. So I'm not too sure about the quality of his Diva right now, but VP, I like this comp from them.
It's certainly playing to their strengths and will put an interesting problem in the hands of Theomatic. Remember, we saw him get a lot of success early on, then start to get more and more punished as the map went on. So Theomatic has to be very careful here because Rajaro can really just keep this Juno and this Brig relatively gate-kept if Theo tries to make any aggressive moves. So it looks like they'll be coming through the choke initially here, just trying to find that spam onto Rajaro to shift him.
Theo's walled.
He's made it, and actually it's Avo who falls first here, and Top Dragon's going to turn tail and run very quickly. They'll leave Theo for dead, and it kind of looked like Top Dragon was considering a swap there for a second. We'll see if anything comes out. Avo onto the Cass. Big choice really now for Theo, right? Does he have the Diva in his back pocket? Maybe even a Winston? He could sort of do like a sort of slightly scuffed version of it, but sticking with Ramatra now just for Cass swap coming in.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're sticking with the Ramatra, it's a bad omen. I don't think that the Cass swap is really what they need. I think that the Cass, you know, nerfed Cass especially, it's not the anti-air pick that, you know, perhaps they necessarily need right now. And they're all balled up here on the left-hand side, probably taking an unreal amount of spam damage. We see right now Avo actually going on the flank, trying to find that angle, trying to find that opening, but it's not quite enough. We see a little bit of a Pangerama coming out from Alpha. They're getting a nice set of healing orbs off, keeping Theomatic alive. And it's actually Top Dragon to take down Canale. Kanail, this guy, he's so good for it. He is the heart and soul of this team because he's the only guy getting any fucking kills when it's not Theomatic running down a backliner. And again now, we see Top Dragon, great position, good side angle where he can just keep shooting the side of the tank again and again. And this is going to be so much damage to deal with. Galar comes in with the Captive Sun, goes completely wide, catches nobody, no idea what that Captive Sun was aiming for. Avo getting Sauna as well. Rallies come out from Dong into the Blizzard from Cloud. That's their only hope. And finally, Theomatic has managed to evade a Blizzard, so it's looking like that's going to be a first point cap for AOMA.
Really nicely done at the end there. They go with a rally push, but they're aware that the May ult, the Blizzard, is going to try and turn on them. They keep the rally out of it, they keep the Ramatra out of it, and they finish that one up. And ultimately, a very tidy first fight in the end from Aoma after a bit of a rough start. Now they move on to this second tier, and the high ground will be a problem for them here just because, again, the Diva, the Winston, something like that gives you a great solution to them camping this high ground. But here, a chance that Sauna and Gala just get to keep playing this high ground, keep being free, and maybe the onus is really on Top Dragon to make a play to clear these angles here.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the high ground, it's perhaps not super strong when Rajaro is still on the Ramatra because they're not going to be able to do this whole ping-ponging between high ground and low ground with Rajaro locked to the ground. And like you mentioned, Top Dragon, you know, he's going to be the one that needs to break this open, make the play, and he's doing it right now. He's sneaking around behind. If he can find Galar, he's going to land those stickies. He's probably considering a copy here. He didn't even need it, mate. He takes down Galar before even needing to use the copy, flicks over to main, and just starts triage healing his front line. What can't this guy do? The answer is win. But he's doing so much in the series right now. So much damage, so many opening picks. Again, he has a good angle up here on the high ground, shooting out Kanail. Kanail's throwing down a window in all of this. Avo high nooning from God knows where, but seems that he can't find an angle at all. And this 4v5 has to be a 5v5 by now. Orbital Ray has come out from the side of AOMA though, and that's going to be one pick going their way. 3. Virtus Pro only got one trade in all of that, and there is a Baptiste staggering himself on the high ground behind. He's on the cart. It's not really much of a stagger at all, actually. Top Dragon actually going over to the May now, off the Echo. I think that the carry potential on May is a little bit lower for Top Dragon, but it is a good choice rolling into the third point and here at the end, because he can wall the choke potentially. He can't wall the choke. He's still respawning. This is an interesting choice. He'll be back soon, but, you know, okay, no, he's made it. He can wall the choke. This is nice. Now a good flat point of the map. We see that Kanail actually swung ridiculously wide for God knows what reason and just died behind enemy lines, and that's going to be a third point, just a third point cap with 4 minutes? Like, what on earth was Kanail doing there? Did you see where he died? He went to the ally side bridge. Like, it's absolutely insane.
And now all of a sudden, because even though Donghun did have that rally advantage, if you look at the ults, Virtus Pro were coming up to 3 ults, right? If they get a stalled out fight there, their chances to win it are super reasonable. And now they do obviously still have this big ult advantage, but they're staring down the barrel of a big time bank here. They've got to win multiple fights in a row, which means sooner or later, Aoma will get a clear chance with an ult advantage push. And for now, it's just going to be the Ramatra trade here. Gala has the Captive Sun in hand, so Aoma needs to be careful not to push into it or get caught by too many people by that. And now the Blizzard is actually how they choose to start it here. But once again, have they avoided it? Oh yeah, they've all avoided the Blizzard. Nothing from Cloud. High Noon in response isn't going to get all that much. Now the Captive Sun blocked actually by the looks of it. And Theo's pushed in, killed Sauna now. Blizzard over top. But actually, Rajaro, he's gone past it. He's into the backline. But the rally from Donghun, the Orbital Ray, they hold strong. They have all the ultimates, Aoma. And they are going to be taking this map, I think. Gala's on a flank here, but he surely has too much to do. They're going to go clean him up, and it's desperate stall heroes. Kanail nearly has the Orbital Ray, but it's just no touch.
I mean, VP with this comp gambit, it hasn't paid off at all. They just folded every time there was any semblance of resistance. The Juno plays coming out from the side of Virtus Pro looking really suspect, whether it was Galar or Kanail on the Juno, both times really looking dicey. And I mean, this is a really close series versus a super low-seeded team versus a real top dog in the region. So, I mean, this could finally be, you know, it's Top Dragon's coming-of-age story where he gets to have his breakout match in European FACEIT of all places and actually, you know, prove to everybody that he is, you know, like a top competitor, not just in the region, but perhaps the world.
Yeah, a really good look from him in the end, and we talked a little bit about how we worried without the Diva swap it was maybe going to be a problem, but really the part of the map that should have been the part of the map that should have been the hardest for him in that second point was just a bit of a non-enquitter, right? Like, Top Dragon's just able to go in, make a play, very much by himself, right, where he kills Gala, and then they just force him the point, they win through there, and then the second point they get for free. So the bit of a map that should have been so hard. Oh, Avo.
I love
Fuck.
they call this a highlight, you know? The highlight is just like this massive, like, self-report, unbelievable, out of this world throw.
The Bob is the real cherry on the top of that as well. The Bob just back to point. Nowhere.
They're just the highlight, and it's like a hybrid Kings Row clip, like just unreal. Unbelievable. All right, slot between maps. Don't mind if I do.
All right. Okay, so all of a sudden, Ioma continue and maybe starting to show that some of the results, some of the performance in OWCS wasn't just a fluke, wasn't just the nature of other teams underperforming, but actually they could go toe-to-toe with Virtus Pro. And also, what we're seeing a lot of these fights, they're winning. There are bits of it, right? Which is just Top Dragon, the Korean import, the Flex DPS Maestro. He does the thing. Makes the play. He makes the clutch. We did see elements of that, right? Second's probably a good example. A few fights on the defense where he lands good dives over the castle wall and all of that. Of course, right? We do get that. But actually, a lot of the fights they're winning are just good macro fights. They're aware of the upcoming ult layers. They outplay the Blizzard multiple times, especially on their own attack. And all of a sudden, this isn't just a win because some players doing a crazy carry performance, but they're winning a lot of the macro fights, and they have that sort of X factor in Top Dragon to take them over the line in a few of these fight situations as well. So big problems there, because obviously VP made a bit of a gambit in terms of trying to play some of their own stuff, some of the double flex support here. Did Gala catch anyone with a captive son? I think he did catch someone with the first one on defense. Like, I feel like I heard the audio cue, even though it didn't translate into a kill. The second one, though, I'm pretty sure Donghun blocked it. Like, it only hit Donghun, and it was a shields up moment from old Dongers. And everyone was safe. So, Runa Sapi, New Junk City, Shambali. Again, all of these maps really seem to lean with the current strength of Juno and all of this and how prevalent she is in the meta. Now, we're probably just going to get a lot more of the same. Maybe more just Juno Brig in play. Obviously, we did see success from Virtus Pro on Lijiang Tower. At least on the little bit of Lijiang Tower we did see, right? We saw a bit of that. So we'll have to wait and see if we get more of the same. But my expectation is we will get more of the same here. Probably the Ramattra variant as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the Ana we saw from Kineo, because we saw the Ana come out against the Ramattra, and I think, to be fair, this matches with some of the theory that we've seen the Korean teams apply, where they'll play the Brig into the D.Va, because Brig loves to fight D.Va, just keep on swinging, all her heals go through Matrix, all of this. But into the Ramattra, the Ana has loads of outplay stuff. You can sleep the Ramattra, so obviously that cancels his block, knocks him out of form timing, you can chunk his HP, force him to do a lot more blocking with his form rather than pushing. But didn't really see any of that actually come to fruition for Kineo. He was mainly just bullied by Theomatic. So we'll see if they opt for the same thing here. The first fight on Runa Sapi, I think, is very tricky for Ana. Once we get to the sort of fights around Cap and up that big old hill, I think Ana starts to look a little bit more reasonable. You've got all these really far back positions you can start the fight in that make you really safe. I think when we saw Falcons play the Ana variant of the Juno, we saw these two sorts of styles come out from Fielder. Styles where he was like, right, I need to be at the back of the formation. I need to give so much space and respect to this enemy Ram and this enemy D.Va because they are going to come hurtling towards me. But we also saw situations where the map maybe didn't allow for these big, long positions where Fielder can stand at the back of the map, at which point Fielder went the opposite in tempo. He went, I'm going through the speed ring, I'm going to just throw my nade in and see what trade value I can get. So it looks like, to be fair, they're just going to opt into the more stable, the safer of the two matchups, the Brig v Brig. And we'll just get a good old mirror.
Oh, good grief. I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, AOMA looked pretty solid in this Ramattra comp. Theomatic actually looked extremely comfortable there, running down backline, as the absence of an Ana to run down appears to not matter for Theo, because whether Kanale is on Ana or Brig, it appears that he just wants to die to Theo's punches time and time again. Donghun, though, you know, doing his signature move of putting his shield down versus a hit scan and getting headshot. So that's a good start for VP. They've managed to trade this out, take down Avo as well, and they are actually the team in the lead now. AOMA falling by the wayside. Unfortunately, Donghoon, Avo both unable to stay alive, and VP they just win that trade long term, even though it appears that, you know, Kanale has 17% of his ultimate.
Yeah, Donghoon died right after him, but at least got 42% out, you know? So we went down swinging at the very least. And as much as Brig is probably one of the more survivable heroes in this backline, especially in the ramp... Never mind. Up to 48, though, climbing. Especially in the ramp mirror. Go on.
No, I mean, that was actually pretty sick from VP, to be honest. They flanked all the way through to AOMA's spawn and got that early pick. I mean, did you see where that death happened? You very rarely see teams pushing all the way through to there with only 20 meters of card push. And this is going to get them a checkpoint off rip. Theo's, it's not going to get them a checkpoint. What am I talking about? Theo is contesting the car right now, but I think it's a 4v5.
Ooh.
Alpha goes down, and the orbital ray invested from Virtus Pro, and this is going to be the checkpoint, almost certainly conceded. The fact that Avo's traded Sauna, that's not giving me any confidence either, because AOMA, I mean, they're all dead. The checkpoint has been conceded in less than 2 minutes now, and I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that they got that insane pick on Donghoon, and they flanked forward through to the spawn while they were pushing the cart and just went really aggressive, fought somewhere that you don't often see. Nice play coming out from VP, and I mean, it's rewarded them heavily. Theo, I mean, he's going to have to do something miraculous here, maybe kill the Brig that somehow only has 50% ult charge right now.
Well, it actually worked out for Virtus Pro in the end. Because Kanale died so early, Gala got more of the ult charge, so had that earlier orbital ray, and now Cloud just with a dink again immediately here, and they're going to try and hold on to point, but Bobs will be traded as well. Rajaro has to pop that Annihilation to live. Will be able to live. Theomatic has a much later Annihilation, but it's just getting absolutely sandwiched, so just chooses to die, Conceder, and more meters on the board. And the good news is, Kanale does finally have a rally, but Ayoma have pretty much everything except for that Bob ready to go now, so should be able to stabilize here, but very much on the back foot.
Shades of the Hospice series here with just an incredibly dominant start to Runasapi. I mean, already 100 meters on the clock. We're 3 minutes into the map, man. Avo's on Widow standing in spawn. He's so confident that he's got his back to the wall that he's happy to just stand there hard scoping, not even peeking for where the actual fight is going to take place. Blizzard comes out from Top Dragon though. Let's see if he catches anything with this. Looks like he's got Rajaro, but somehow Rajaro is still alive. Is he going to go down? Avo gets Galar in the mix though. Rajaro will eventually go down. Nice opening pick from Avo, but it's 2 for 2 trades. Make that 3 for 2. Kanale with the rally. Theo, you know, our stalwart warrior, he's able to clutch it out. All the while, Alpha stayed alive, kept Theo healthy, but now Theo's 1 versus 2 on the cart. If he can just buy time here, not commit that Annihilation, that would be ideal. You can see that he is being pressured by both DPS. He really doesn't want to use the ult, but that second form coming up, he will be able to take down Sauna. So honestly, I mean, I was shitting on Theomatic last time I've covered his games, but here I've got nothing but praise to sing for the guy, unless there's a Blizzard involved, because he's been doing so much, getting so many picks on Kanale and occasionally Kanale as well. But here, you know, weathering the storm, keeping his ultimate in the back pocket, and now we have a really good opportunity for them, an Annihilation push with this. You know, okay, there are ultimates to match. Galar actually just built up the Orbital Ray, but still, a reasonable chance for AOMA. Orbital Ray comes out from Galar, matched by Alpha, but Alpha's actually kiting out of his own Ray, you damn fool. It goes forward, not backwards. But Theo, he's popped the Annihilation. The trades are coming through. Top and Avo both got a pick. Bob comes out for Sauna, but it's too little too late, man. It's a 2 versus 4 now. Waste of a Bob from Sauna at the end of that fight. And now AOMA, I mean, they're in as good of a position as they could possibly ask to be, considering they're down 113.
Yeah, there's maybe 1 or 2 things I would ask for Avon in this situation, but they are punching back hard, and now they're in a pretty reasonable situation. Sauna is on this off angle, full pocket from Gala as he tries to find it, and actually Top Dragon just going to swing and win in that duel, forces Sauna out of there, and now Top Dragon has a Blizzard to throw into this one, looking to try and make his next move forward. A wall off onto Sauna's angle again, forces another reposition. Blizzard comes out, Rajaro is in that good defensive wall from Cloud, but he's going to get frozen as well. They get the Cloud kill, they don't get Rajaro. Rajaro still has Annihilation, but the damage has been done. They've lost all 3, and Rajaro's going to have to save this one for the next fight. And Ayoma, they will keep this rolling, and most importantly, no trades in all of this either.
Phenomenal Blizzard coming out from Top Dragon, catching Rajaro and Cloud. And then even though Rajaro managed to survive from the counter wall of Cloud, at the end of it all, Avo, he comes through with this little flank, gets a pick, and now AOMA, I mean, they're starting to roll away with it. 25 meters on the clock to 113, by the way. Cloud has a Blizzard to cover the cart if the fight happens down towards the checkpoint. You can see Donghoon and Avo holding this wide side, so they have good angles for the fight. Being contested, though, Kanale walking over to the left, but I don't think Kanale is going to be particularly with the the team right now. Blizzard comes into the back line from Cloud. Cloud's smoking crack, and Kanale gets first picked yet again. Cloud with a really weak Blizzard. Looks like he's going to go down, and now it's actually looking like a good position for AOMA. All of the ult value from Virtus.pro has been so low. Sauna throwing in Bobs down, Cloud flanking and rushing solo Blizzards on a hero that can fly. Really not a great start at all for Virtus.pro in terms of actually consolidating this win. Not sure why I've called that a start. It's more of a finish that they're failing to do here. But AOMA, I mean, they're one fight away from evening this up now, Xavier.
And look at the ults as well. Annihilation, Rally, Orbital Ray, everything they want to try and drop it in this one. They get an early ice block out of Cloud here, actually, so they could be pretty keen to push this advantage if they want. Top Dragon has her to ice block as well, but Avo's going to swing. Can't find the final blow onto that Juno, though. Bob will come out. Orbital Ray to push forward here, and it looks like Avo has to be careful. Walks into the Rally, gets absolutely crushed. Theo wants to turn it with Annihilation. Rajaro does have an Annihilation of his own if he gets into trouble. He forces the ice block here, but Theo is one man versus the team. There's a wall. Oh my, Avo's found another pick. Defensive wall comes out as Top Dragon drops this Blizzard, but I don't think anyone's caught in this Blizzard. And now Rajaro's Annihilation. If he can find the kills, it'll be the finisher in this fight. He's found one onto Top Dragon. Now he's going to take down Theomatic, and they do eventually get it in there. Blizzard doesn't find what Top Dragon needs in the end of that one, and while they very much equalize the distance here, still 3 minutes off the clock, they miss that opportunity and now have to play with pretty much no ultimates in this next fight.
Oh, we've seen a couple of instances of Alpha getting caught out in his orbital ray turns, not really able to find a position after his fly expires where he can actually stay alive. Top Dragon, he tries to claw it back, going for the counter Blizzard when Theomatic gets walled off, but nobody gets frozen up. They can't find any more picks, and they just start to collapse. They still need to win a big fight on the enemy side of the map to consolidate a actual retake here, get the lead again. So Virtus.pro back there, they're more in their comfort zone again. They're fighting off the push zone, Blizzard comes out from Cloud, and this one's definitely going to catch Theo, but Theo, he's behind his shield right now. It might actually be quite difficult to confirm a kill. It appears they don't need to confirm a kill on Theo because Alpha and Avo have both gone down. Not sure if they were frozen up or what, but, that's just going to be AOMA completely folding here. They didn't have the ultimates to answer back for that Blizzard, and they wound up fighting in some of the tightest space on the whole map.
Everyone.
If they could have dragged things out into the open, it would have been much harder to get a Blizzard off, but that was really smart from Virtus.pro to take the fight where they did, because that was the best Blizzard space on the whole map.
Works out really nicely. They get the convert, and now they can move the cart back onto the Yoma side again. Orbital Ray nearly in the hands of Gala, a very powerful ultimate here. They only have Bob to work with Hayoma, so maybe something from Avo needs to be a bit more creative. He's looking for it on the flank here. Just run into a brig. Looks like he's trying to commit to it. He really wants to drop this Bob on the flank here. No, gonna swing back to main. Chance now onto Gala. Will drop the Bob in, but they're all moving forward with the Orbital Ray, so they should be relatively safe from this Bob, you have to feel. They'd have to give up on using the Rain. Actually, no, I tell a lie. Kaneo will get caught by this. Rajaro's now gonna get walled as well. Cloud has to just wall himself to try and live. They're putting out so much pressure here. Donghyun's come round the corner. He's punched Cloud in the face. And Aoma, they deal with that Orbital Ray, no problem, but Bob ends up doing enough there. And Virtus.pro, they bleed a couple of players on the disengage, and they're once again going to be on the back side of their map here, and desperately trying to defend this lead in the final minute.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed like a big mistake from VP. They threw down the Orbital Ray, but then they kited. They didn't push with it. That Bob somehow zoning them out, even though I would have thought Orbital Ray completely negates the damage from the Bob. So, interesting choice there from Virtus.pro. Blizzard has come out from Top Dragon now, and it's looking like that's going to catch Rajaro. Rajaro's low, but he's not dead. He has snuck away. Theomatic has invested the Annihilation, though, and some nice dinks coming out from Top Dragon. That's going to take down Cloud. Galar has to hide. Kanale is so low, he doesn't have to pop the Rally, though. Theo, he wants more. Rally does come out, but nice wall from Top Dragon. He's put Nail in the corner. What more can he do? He is the fucking hero of this team. I can't stop doing tricks on it. It's last fight territory now. We're about to see overtime. Donghyun pops the Rally. He gets out of the Blizzard. Blizzard is down on cart, but it's caught absolutely nobody. Alpha catches Rajaro. Cloud, he's on the cart now. The lead has been taken by Aoma, and they are going to seize the win here. They've seized the means of production. They are actually, Virtus.pro are going to be so boomed off this loss. This is actually looking like a series that Aoma can absolutely win now.
Oh, it's a real disaster as well. There's no good way to deal with losing a 113-meter lead on push in the very last fight. And Aoma, what a comeback as well. Like, a disaster start, but then all of a sudden, everything just starts coming together for them. All the macro fights start to feel better. They're getting positive ult trades. They're dodging a lot of the Blizzard value coming out of Cloud. I mean, to be fair, it maybe does feel like Cloud's been struggling for Blizzard value but later we've got in this series. And now all of a sudden, EMEA have taken the lead here on the verge of knocking Virtus.pro down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the thing that we see kind of consistently happening with VP in these tournaments is Shockwave is often off busy shagging somewhere instead of playing the game for his team. And then we wind up, instead of having the Ashe specialist from EU in the lineup, we have Cloud needing to sub in for him. So, you know, Shockwave, if you could stop shagging off wherever you are right now and get back and, you know, help your team win the game, that might be ideal, mate, because things are starting to look rough for your boys. You have such a dominant squad when you're doing the work on the Ashe, but now we've got Avo gapping poor little Sauna on Ashe. We've got Cloud in. Maybe is this a Shockwave shagging situation, or is this just their lineup because Cloud's the May player?
I don't know. You would expect Sauna not to be in, right? Like if they want to play May, which to be fair, May is a pretty perma run, so you would expect Cloud to play. It's more, I think you would expect to see Shockwave over Sauna here. So I think it's actually Sauna who's having to do the filling here morning. Like I think Cloud would be playing regardless.
Yeah, Cloud's comfortable. Yeah, that's reasonable. It's probably just another shock shagging situation.
Yes.
But I mean,
well,
really, I mean, not to. Yeah, it can happen, and it does regularly happen with Middle Nicholas. But
Top Shagger.
You know, Top Shagger. We've got to give credit though to Top Dragon, who is just consistently shagging the entirety of Virtus.pro. I mean, those final few fights there, it was all Top Dragon's doing. Just these consistent dinks in the neutral, insane walls. You know, Canale, he pops that rally, he tries to turn, and immediately Top Dragon, he's got the wall, he's ready to turn it around. Traps Canale in a corner. Admittedly, Canale is pretty accident prone, but traps Canale in that corner, and that's enough for them to win the map. Like this is really good looks coming out from Top Dragon or Top Dragon.
Yeah, it's and I think it's now a big test of Virtus.pro's composure and how they deal with this, because you can maybe look at the icon world and say, oh look, we tried something that not a lot of teams are trying in the meta right now, didn't work out, we kind of botched our second point. Okay, bad news. But this was just a straight up mirror, and you had a 113 meter lead. The only explanation can be you started getting outplayed, you kind of fucked up, you know? So a real test of their resolve, how they handle this problem. We're at New Junk City next as well, which is probably just going to be more of the same mirror, really. I don't think there's many options here for Virtus.pro to really lean into anything particularly comfortable. So they're just going to have to try and fix the mirror.
Oh, good grief. Slop. Let's get on that, I reckon.
All right, I'm going to top up my water quick while we have a brief recess as well. So be right back. You guys keep the top dragon chance coming. Keep letting everyone know which SSG member you would eat if it came to it. It's important research that we're really trying to be at the forefront of here. So you do that. I'll be right back. Oh. Whoa. Are we back just in time? Back just in time. Oof, oof, oof. New Junk City. It's a bit chilly now. All right, I'm locking in. All right, so he's going to get more of the same, potentially. Top Dragon, at least for now, threatening Viventure. This version is one we saw a lot in Korea. The Viventure, the Mei, both very brawly tank heroes, both very suitable for this. Funny, Astro's opted to eat Chris. A rare Chris first on Astro's dinner menu. Not common, but each to their own. So, Mei Venture versus Mei Ashe here. So a lot of eyes really on Sauna. Can they keep the Ashe alive? Can they keep the Ashe in play? The Venture, the Mei, they're so durable, they're so tanky, and we're going to see an early burrowing from Top Dragon, just looking for it straight onto that Ashe. Sauna is in so much trouble, gets absolutely sandwiched between Theo and Top Dragon there, and it's just a sweep in this first fight.
I love this switch up from AOMA on a point where the hit scan is a little bit more difficult. Close insular, no wide angles to take. Top Dragon and Avo, they switch roles. Top Dragon playing the Venture, able to just play this really fast-paced, take advantage of the wall, go for a hard rush. I really love this adaptation from AOMA. You can see this team, they've really found their footing in this meta. It's something where Top Dragon can really shine. Theomatic can shine rather than be the sole reason that his team loses every single fucking fight. So really great switch up coming out from AOMA. Really good. Virtus Pro now, I mean, they're in a lot of trouble, to be honest, because I think that the Cassidy, it's going to struggle to find an angle to do much of anything, to be honest. You're going to be relying on an overextension from AOMA. Virtus Pro, they're constantly going to have to kite these wall turns, these explosions out from Top Dragon. But look, Theo, he's already got the Annihilation. Cloud has the Annihilation counter, though. He's got the Blizzard. Top Dragon taken down. Theomatic getting frozen up. And Theo, mate. Taylor's oldest time. Theomatic and a Blizzard. They're peas in a pod. So Virtus Pro, they play slow in the choke, and then when the ult turn comes for AOMA, VP, I mean, they just turn it around. They drop the counter Blizzard, and AOMA crumble.
It feels like one of those situations where Ioma are so keen, they're aware they've got a big Annihilation advantage, they want to drop a button, but not quite ready for that Blizzard. We saw them do a better job a little bit towards the tail end of Runasapi. Even at the end of Icon World, a couple of crucial Blizzards they did manage to avoid, but back to their bread and butter, getting Theomatic stuck in that one. They do have a lot of ults to retake with. Of course, Avo now has the Blizzard advantage himself. We've mainly seen Avo play hit scan so far, so eyes on the Blizzard. Wall will come out. Rally is used. But just about gets it past the Bash Fair. It will come out. It will catch Kanale. Doesn't get the cancel. High Noon thrown in by Sora. It doesn't buy him all too much of anything. But now, Top Dragon tries to use the Tectonic Shock, but Rajaro is just deleting people with this Annihilation. Will get sped in one more time, and he's done so much work. Theo desperate for a trade, but just getting overwhelmed there, and it looked good initially. The Blizzard caught the rally, but this Annihilation from Rajaro, I think they saved Speedring for it, because he got it just as he popped it, and it just cleaned everyone up, just swamped him.
I mean, that was 2 support ultimates coming out from AOMA there. I'm not entirely sure what happened to either of the Rally or the Orbital Ray, because it did really just look like Galar's Orbital Ray was the only thing worth writing home about. So some pretty dicey support ultimates from AOMA, and now we're going to see massive swaps as we get off this first point. The first point, that's the one where things are narrow, the angles are small, you can't get value on the hit scan. But as you go over to the other points here on New Junk City, there are more open angles, more wide space, so it makes sense that we see this double DPS swap. They dumped their ultimates on the previous point, and now they play the more normal comp for them. The hit scan for Avo, the Mei for Top Dragon, and Galar taken out early. Nice orbs coming out from Alpha. That must have been a Panjarama moment for sure, getting a nice orb pick onto Galar early on. And I mean, look, it's just total control for AOMA. They got that initial positioning, and then the walls from Top Dragon just bled all of VP's health before they could even get out. So really nice start for AOMA, and I mean, now the ult bank, it's starting to build again. But look, we've got Theomatic's Annihilation, Cloud's Blizzard. We've seen this happen before. What do you think is going to happen this time, Xavier?
I'm actually going to bet Dodge. I'm betting Dodge on this one as we see Cloud come in. Icebox forms early, so it's actually just going to be onto Top Dragon here, and Top Dragon's going to have no chance to get out of this one. So Theo is safe. He is going to try and run through, but the damage has been done. Theo, though, the Annihilation is good. Top Dragon was the sacrificial lamb. He sets up Theo for the home run, cleans everyone up there, and, well, I'd count it as a dodge, a technical dodge.
I love that. You sacrifice your firstborn top dragon to the gods, and Theomatic, he comes through with a 3k annihilation. Incredible stuff from AOMA, to be honest. I thought that blizzard was money from Cloud, but Theo, he finds the opening. If you don't freeze Theo, then straight away he's just going to be having his way with your backline. And now super aggressive push coming out from AOMA. They're pushing almost all the way to VP spawn, but it looks like it hasn't paid off. The high noon from Avo getting a whole lot of fucking nothing. Alpha has the orbital ray, but I mean, VP now, they're under super pressure to touch. I don't think they can even do it, to be honest.
Yeah, they're slowed, they're walled, they're pushing already, Aoma, and the orbital ray is actually going to be used from Alpha. I think the job was done. They'd won the point there, so a wasted orbital ray, and it's 3v3 currently in this fight, so a massive dogfight after the invested ult here. They might just about be able to clean it up, but have to be question marks asked about that one from Alpha, because he would have loved to have that in the next fight, because Virtus Pro have all 5 now.
Yeah, there's a bizarre choice from Alpha to invest the orbital ray after just capping the point, because everyone is going to respawn. Even if you win, lose, doesn't matter with that fight. There's going to be another fight for the flashpoint anyway, but Sauna very nearly getting caught off. Wall from Top Dragon, slow comes out from Theo, but it's not enough. Sauna manages to roll away, the slippery little bastard. And now VP, they have point control and 5 ultimates to play with. Deep slow from Theomatic is going to slow down the angles from VP, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They've got the cap. Nice blizzard from Top Dragon. That's taking down Rajaro. Counter wall from Cloud was good though. So again, AOMA, I mean, they're still in this fight. VP, they've invested every single ult, Xavier. All 5 ults have been popped. Theo will go down. Dongan still has the rally rolling though, so there is a chance at a trade here, but losing your tank early on in the piece, it's not a good omen. In fact, it's a terrible omen as AOMA fall by the wayside. But they can't be unhappy with that fight, man. All 5 ultimates used for VP. AOMA have a real chance for a retake here, and VP, their ultimate economy is in shambles.
It's going to be a long time now, at least a couple of fights for Virtus Pro to get up to any meaningful ultimates here. Aoma going to have this annihilation advantage with which to use. No Blizzard to get Theomatic stuck right now. So as long as nothing goes wrong in this next fight, they should be good for the retake. They're going to... Top Dragon's just going to wall early to get himself out of any trouble here. So might be a short delay. They do only get 1 shot at the retake on this point here as the wall does come out. Trying to break it, Avo will eventually go and break it, and everyone is fine. Theomatic now has the annihilation, a chance to go here for him. There's that ring timing, a chance to send Theo in. Torpedoes have been launched as well, but Theo, he's not pulled the trigger yet. He's going to pull the trigger now. He is all over Cloud. He's all over Sauna. They are so low. He doesn't actually find all that much more. The rest of VP have scattered. Rajaro somehow just scales that wall, gets out of that one here. So they're going to keep chasing at the choke. Defensive wall from Cloud will see them all out. So they get the fight win here, but they have to be careful, Aoma, because the ults are starting to come online for Virtus Pro. Orbital Ray, they have to be careful not to overextend.
Theo, he's such a menace on this Ramatra. His ult turns, but not matched with the Blizzard. It's just deadly. High Noon push coming out. They push through the choke. Avo flanks with the High Noon. Doesn't get anything for it. And AOMA, I mean, they are going to clean up this fight, but at what cost? That's 3 ultimates in the blink of an eye. And VP have a retake. Now VP, I mean, VP has 4 ultimates for this retake. They would be wise to stagger Rajaro here as long as possible. Rajaro goes for the form, gets taken down. So he's dead late, but there's still a 5-player retake coming through for Virtus Pro here. Galar has swapped to the Lucio in spawn. I'm not sure about this one. I think you should try Life Weaver. I think that's actually how you get Rajaro back quicker, so not too sure about that one. But, alright. Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. I guess we're just speeding him to try and help him get back here, because I think Aoma wants to go early with this rally. Look how close Donghun is. He's going to go through, but they're just going to walk through, stun onto the High Noon. But now the rally, they're just going to rotate to point with this one, Virtus Pro. They need to get the touch. They will get the touch, but the chase is coming. Theo's about to have another annihilation, but he has to care Cloud's Blizzard. They get the flip here, Virtus Pro. The Blizzard is out. Theomatic is frozen. Torpedoes come out. Theo will get blitzed. It's a tale as old as time at this point, and Virtus Pro will be able to clean up off the back of that one there. And you saw the idea from Aoma. You saw him set up early. We've only got rally. Let's play aggressive with the rally. Let's make a really difficult fight off of point, right? Makes a lot of sense. But Virtus Pro, they get too far past by the time the rally push comes in, so Virtus Pro actually gets a flip to the point. And the idea is good from Aoma, but the execution, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, look, the theory was good there for what AOMA were doing, but they were down in ultimates for that situation, and theory will only take you so far, Xavier. AOMA, they have a pretty healthy bank of ultimates for this next fight if they can just slow the fight down by a couple of seconds. Annihilation comes out really early from Rajaro, but it's no Theomatic Annihilation, put it that way. Top Dragon in a lot of trouble though. He's actually going to go down first in the fight, and he was one of the big ultimates that they needed. So it's looking like Virtus.pro might actually just be able to take this first fight off only the annihilation of Rajaro. That's really bad news for Aoma.
Happy with that trade in the end, and Virtus.pro obviously 2 rounds up in this map, a chance to tie up for win the map, tie up the series, and send us to a map 5. In a good spot for it. They have the orbital rays to mirror in this next fight, but remember, last time these orbital rays were mirrored, it was actually Top Dragon's Blizzard that was thrown in at the same time too, and proved to be the difference maker. Virtus.pro, they need to be aware of the same timing here. They can still take the orbital ray trade, they just need to be ready to ditch the ray if the Blizzard is inside it as well. So eyes on Top Dragon here. If he finds the freeze, it's going to be massive, but a high noon to start. The swing in, they're just going to force point with it here. Reasonable start will draw Virtus.pro to respond to them here. They don't give a... Well, they're just going to give the flip? They just give the flip.
Yeah, no, very bizarre from VP. They had ultimates, but they just give a free flip off. Orbital Ray up on the high ground as well. Nice Blizzard from Top Dragon has taken down Cloud. Everything is falling apart for Virtus.pro right now. They've given the flip. They've lost this big ultimate exchange. And Aoma, they're back on top, baby. This is looking great for them. Donghoon, presence of mind, forward thinking, dies first with Rally. So now he has it for next fight. I love that from Donghoon. You know, the Korean imports, they think they're 2 steps ahead. They're like Nikocado, Avocado, or whatever his name is, you know? They always know what they're doing. So he dies first, saves the Rally. And now Aoma, for this final fight, they've got double support ultimate and Thematic's Annihilation. The problem with Thematic's Annihilation is that he has to do it into a Cloud Blizzard. So, you know, it's really going to be a question of whether or not he just runs it down yet again. Cloud throws in the Blizzard.
It's a giant Blizzard. Everyone's in the Blizzard.
That is awful from Aoma. They mustn't have tracked the Blizzard or something, but oh my god, they actually have a chance to turn it. They've actually survived because of the broken orbital ray healing, and now it's a 2-for-1 trade. Aoma, 3-for-1 trade. Top Dragon is taking names. The body shot bandit, kill after kill. The point has flipped Virtus.pro's way, but it doesn't matter because Top Dragon, he wants more. Top Dragon, he wants it all, and that is going to be Aoma taking the point in a miracle fight. Unbelievable counter Blizzard from Cloud, caught everyone that needed it. Kanale had the rally, but I mean, it's Kanale. Come on. I mean, he's dead in the water no matter what. And Aoma now, they've been in a great position again. Double DPS ultimate, nothing on the side of Virtus.pro, absolutely nothing. Rajaro's Annihilations have been lukewarm at best. So Aoma, they're in pole position right now. They're going to get first positioning up on the point. They're not going to get first positioning up on the point. VP's already there, but they have more ultimates. And honestly, you know, momentum is starting to swing in their favor, Xavier.
High Noon comes out. Defensive wall will be used from Cloud. Keeps them all up for now. They'll go through it. Now the Blizzard comes out from Top Dragon. We got everyone. They got Rajaro. Can they kill him before Annihilation? Doesn't look like it. Rajaro will get this Annihilation off. They're going to turn onto Thematic now, and they've missed the opportunity. Rajaro's Annihilation, it doesn't get that much, but they got the Theo kill, and most importantly, Rajaro lives. They should just be able to clean up the remaining players here. Rajaro will deal with Avo in the back. Top Dragon just gets a single trade, and Nir's was a huge moment here. This was a great opportunity for Aoma, and it goes begging.
Disastrous. I mean, I don't think we've seen a single High Noon get value from Avo this series. I think the swap over to Ash, it's a great pick for this comp, but it's a little bit late, mate. You know, if you have no ult charge now, the retake is going to be really bad. I think it's the best pick here, but you know, you need a Bob. We need some ult value. At least, you know, when you have a Bob, the ult shoots for you, so you don't need to throw your fight in the neutral by just High Nooning nothing. Virtus.pro, though, they have all the ultimates to play with now. Aoma, if they can't slow this down, if they can't get some miracle pick, they're going to be in a world of trouble. You see them pressuring point right now, but there's no pressure on Virtus.pro. They can turn the fight at any time. There we go. Galah, he throws in the orbital ray, and Thematic, I mean, he's balls deep right now. He's been walled, he's been blizzarded, and again, I mean, now we need to see Aoma immediately retreating. Anyone that dies here is going to miss the final fight. You can see Aoma know it as well. I mean, like, down goes Spawner, at least. A nice little trade. Cloud very nearly getting the late kill, but I mean, someone from Aoma has to touch the point now, Xavier. There's no time at all. I think they're not even going to get the touch.
And Avo's gone Tracer for it, but he was the last to die as well, so it's still tricky. He's going to get slowed. No one's close. No one's close at all, and VP will tie up the series. Send us to a map 5 there, and honestly, really in the balance, that one. I think as much as Virtus.pro came out on top of this map, I don't know if it's really the one that... It doesn't really feel like the momentum's completely swung in Virtus.pro's favor. It feels like it's either teams to play for going into Shambali.
Shambali, is that predetermined? Oh yeah, they did the draft
Yeah.
before the match in FACEIT. That's right. I think yeah, Shambali will be a really even one because again, it's just going to be a tale of two rams. I think if Avo gets back on the Ashe, I think that Cassidy pick was really dodgy, to be honest. The fact that we never saw any ult value from the Cassidy, I don't think we saw any on Eichenwald as well. So we've seen some pretty dodgy ults across the board from Avo. If he can just get back on the Ashe, I think there's a reasonable chance that they can take it. But you know, as is right now, I mean, this is tooth and nail stuff. And I mean, if VP wind up losing this series, blame Shock Shagger or whatever, you know, because where's the Ashe specialist when you need him?
Do you think it was a bit weird that we saw Top Dragon start the fight on Venture, something we've seen Falcons particularly do a lot, as well as even Crazy Raccoon as well, and then they had immediate success with it, and then they just gave up on it straight away, or like once they got stuck in that the sort of like the cast version, they just committed to it. It felt like that version was super strong. They just toyed with it a little bit, but never really committed to it. But I feel like it's really strong in this meta, and I was a bit surprised we didn't see more of it throughout that map.
Yeah, a little bit bizarre, but you know, you can't read these people's minds. You know, I just want to know what's going through Theomatic's head when he hears the ult track that the enemy team has Blizzard, and he runs in anyway for the 15th time in a row. He's been doing so much in every neutral fight, every annihilation fight where there isn't a Blizzard in the field, but the guy just sees red. You know, he just sees red every single time, and consistently he gets caught by these Blizzards. You can see that his specialty is aggressive Ramatra play, and if VP are able to slow things down, get more counter ults, get more counter walls on Theo, we could see trouble for Aoma.
Yeah, they started setting up especially nicely towards the end. We saw a lot more of those walls being saved to combo with the Orbital Ray, comboed with the Blizzard, and just kind of catching Theo in every situation.
Tough for Theo, but you know, I think it's that time of day. You know, it's that between map feeling where I've got to tab out deafen. So see you on the other side, man.
All right, you want a survey update? So for those of you who have not been following the action, we've obviously been trying to figure out who the tastiest member of SSG is. So this is obviously an important research project, I think, for everyone. So vote so far, Jamie is actually leading the way. Not a single person opting to eat Landon first, which feels a bit harsh, but maybe they're just worried as an American he'd be a bit more processed than some of the other possible candidates here. Landon has been neglected. Surely somebody will eat Landon. Chris, yeah, I think Chris did go Jamie. Had he more detail, put Chris at first there. Sparker, short and sweet. He'd munch on Jamie. Hunter to assume it was about sucking dick. Yeah, Hunter's made that mistake before. Hunter often confuses things that aren't about sucking dick with sucking dick. It's been known to happen. BP also wants Haddy. Tread opted to eat Haddy. Crook will eat Psycho. Astro also going for Chris. Interesting to see Chris and Haddy gang up on that one. Jubyhawk also going for Psycho as well. Satan Psycho was an army man with discipline, which doesn't seem to completely track with taste. I don't really associate discipline with good taste, but clearly Juby does. Oh. You got Unreal microplastics in your veins. Good choice. Fair play, Landon. Seemed like everyone was aware of the danger too. All right, 20 seconds if you want Preds as well. Aoma, so close to the sweep, but can they actually get it over the line? How is this match still going? It kind of just started super late, and then obviously it's turned into like a 5-map banger, unlike a lot of the other games. Well, literally all the other games that were just 3-0 sweeps. So, more of the same from Virtus Pro. May, Ashe, Brig, Juno, and it will be a May Ashe mirror coming out from Aoma as well. So no signs of adventure, just straight back at it.
Yeah, look, I think that, you know, this matchup, it's been very back and forth throughout the course of the series. We saw, you know, shades of failure coming on Runasapi, but then Aoma were able to claw it back. Let's see if they're able to do that again, minus the shades of failure here. I would love to see Top Dragon on top for once. but, you know, wouldn't want to ask the world of them. This high ground hold from Virtus.pro seems to be working very poorly, though, as the card is just being stolen away from them. They're all having to force over on the left-hand side now, and that's going to be big cleave for Theomatic if he chooses to use the form and start choking. It appears that he's not going to choke them down there, but Sauna, double dink from Top Dragon, baby. Top Dragon on top, as per usual. Donghoon bashing into Cloud, forcing his ice block, and Cloud is soon to go down. That's Aoma taking the first fight with ease. Really, Virtus.pro were completely shut out of that fight. That high ground positioning really getting no value for them. They didn't have anyone on the off angle to counter out when the wall happened. Nobody touching the cart, and that's just a free steal there. Look at Top Dragon's ult charge, man. 85%. We're going to have one fight left on the point. If this cart gets around the corner, he's going to be able to just point Blizzard, and that's going to be a disaster for the side of VP.
They're desperate for this orbital ray or for Cloud to catch up on this one. They're going to try and slow down the fight here. Wall comes out early from Cloud, but doesn't find one that much. Just catch Top Dragon, forces his ice block, forces him to take a step back. Now looking for his opportunity, slow into the backline here. Top Dragon's just going to lob it, and oh, it looks good. Rajaro fully in it. Orbital Ray on top of Rajaro, and he gets walled. Is it enough to live? It is. He gets into the Ray, and now Cloud will be dropping it. Orbital Ray! Annihilation will get nothing done from Theo, but he's inside. The Ray's helping him out. Both Rams will survive. No one's died yet in the fight. Rally comes out from both Briggs. Canales is later. It's a huge bob actually coming out from Avolay in the fight. Rajaro in such a difficult situation, and they will run him over, and this time he just get frozen, but the Ray actually helping both Rams survive the Mayot there.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Alpha was actually able to hold on to their Orbital Ray, that is massive, because that's one of the strongest ultimates here in this meta. I don't think that Rajaro's Annihilation will be enough to counter that out. Sauna's Bob and perhaps Rajaro's Annihilation together would be enough, but right now, Juno's ultimate, it is extremely strong in these brawly matchups, and we can see Aoma, their fundamentals are solid, holding really forward, getting lots of poke in and pushing the cart all the while. Rajaro has to use form. Top Dragon in a little bit of trouble, though. Orbital Ray thrown out by Alpha, and it is perfect. The repush from Aoma coming through, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 ult trade where even though no kills have been secured for Aoma, they've managed to continue pushing the cart. More aggression though, flanking Bob from Sauna, and it's just been completely marked out, gets no value whatsoever. Rajaro goes down in the front, and Aoma, they're in the driver's seat, man. They've just been free pushing all the time. This has been such an insane map from them. Really, Virtus.pro, they have been completely incapable of finding their footing. Aoma completely in control of the tempo, consistently winning these ult trades, and I mean, now things are looking really rough for VP. They're not even going to get another contest on third point, or at least not a good one. Canale and Sauna are still on respawn.
Sauna died so late as well, so it looks like, yeah, they're not making any move for it as well. They're just going to concede second. They'll be staring down a 4.5-minute time bank. They have the ults, of course, to stabilize now. Virtus.pro, they've got the Blizzard, they've got the Orbital Ray, and they've got the Rally, but the damage might already be done now because Aoma, they've been chugging forward aggressively. And this last choke, potentially one of the more difficult ones. Concede Top Dragon, just trying to farm as much of these ult as quickly as possible. He's been good for 2 of them so far. Wall off, actually. Cloud is going to try and swing him here, but Top Dragon not too bothered about taking that fight. Now the Rally comes through from Canale, but he's not really getting a lot of chance to be aggressive here. They try and turn onto Theo. Theo is frozen with the Annihilation, but he's turned his head to the wall. It's actually Avo who finds the kill. Even with this Orbital Ray coming forward, the Rally has helped everyone live from Donghoon, and this is a huge swing. They've used the Ray, they've lost the fight. Now Top Dragon, Blizzard in the back pocket. Orbital Ray just round the corner from Alpha, and Aoma are there knocking on the door right now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to highlight Top Dragon's positioning there, playing that off angle on the Mei, just juicing damage in the side for the entire fight. And now he has another Blizzard. Canale on the Ana almost goes down to a couple of shots, but it looks like there have just been some free picks given away here, as all of Aoma have just plumbled from the looks of it. I don't know about that one. Maybe that must have just been Cloud and Sauna going ham, coming back out and just hitting every shot required to win the fight, because that is a completely free win there on the retake. Really important for Virtus.pro. They had no ultimates for the end. Top Dragon had the Blizzard for cart, so this is super significant that Virtus.pro have managed to stem the bleed there and hold the line, because now they've got their backs to the wall. They're starting to get some ultimates up. They can hold this for a very long time if Aoma can't secure a big fight win. This is a difficult spot to get the the Blizzard off as well for Top Dragon. No objective pressure, big open spaces, some corners for Rajara to duck around. So looking really tough, but here we go. Nice wall comes out, but it's not enough to catch Rajara, so not such a nice wall after all. Top Dragon's ultimate getting nothing. Alpha has the orbital ray and he will be investing it, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Blizzard from Cloud catches nothing. Theomatic picks Sauna. Rajara's managed to run down Avo in the chaos, so it is even. The trades continue to be even, but I don't think this is going to be enough for Aoma. Even though Theomatic, he's still going, he's still getting these kills. He's 90% to his annihilation. It's a 2v2 where the spawn advantage is so good for Virtus Pro that he has no choice but to run away.
And they hold on there, Virtus Pro. Worth noting that now with a nano boost up, they swapped over to the Ana. We saw Kanail struggle a little bit before, especially on Icon World in terms of just getting run over by Theomatic. But now on this last point of Shambali, he has so much space to play with and kite into. He's a lot more options to get out of there, but might have to use his nano sooner than he wants to, actually. Rajaro going to have it dropped on him while he's really in the tail end of this form as well. So Theo's just going to try and run away. They're hunting him down. Any help for Theo? Not quite in time. And the nano will get the convert there, and they will be able to push back Aoma one more time. 1.5 minutes left now, but this is the big one for Aoma. 4 ults pretty much, well, 3 ults pretty much ready. Top Dragon and Alpha shortly behind. It will still be a big ult trade, but this is the chance. This is probably the biggest chance Aoma are going to get in this attack.
Look, I think Theomatic, I was quite surprised there to see that he didn't use that Annihilation defensively to keep himself alive. Perhaps he thought that help was coming. Perhaps he just wanted to save for a big ult push rather than, you know, going for a scruffy brawl. But now, I mean, Virtus Pro, like, they just continually, they've got their backs to the walls. They've got their honor in a nice, safe, distant position. And Aoma, like, they're reliant on a clean fight win, and it's so hard to get that here on the third point with these 2 floors, with all these corners. It's so hard to get a wall, so hard to get a Mayult. But early pick from Theomatic. He hasn't even invested the Annihilation yet. Now he invests the Annihilation. Orbital Ray comes out from Galar, but the Blizzard from Top Dragon is great. That takes down Cloud. Rajara trapped in a corner as well. We see Avo dueling Kanail in the spawn, but it looks like Kanail has somehow snuck out during all of that. Rajara as well, still alive, 90% on the Annihilation. We need a kill on him fast, or he is going to come back with a vengeance. He has the vengeance, but Top Dragon, all by his lonesome, has taken down Kanail and Sauna, and that's going to be a full push with time for Aoma here on this map 5.
Really nicely done. We talked about it being their big chance. They nail the Blizzard timing again when they need to. And then all of a sudden, Theomatic and Top Dragon just playing aggressively in the spawn there, leaving everyone else to deal with Ramatra on point. Nearly a chance for the clutch for Rajaro, but still ultimately stuck in a 1v3 and just being peppered the entire time. So now, it's starting to look pretty reasonable for Aoma. Plenty of distance, obviously completed the map, 21 seconds left on the clock as well, and a tall ask for Virtus Pro. As much as we saw Aoma really just speed run through first and second point, that's not the norm at all. It's normally very hard to attack Shambali, even in this mirror situation where it's quite brawly. It's not straightforward at all, so still a big ask for Virtus Pro here. As remember, this is map 5. Winner gets to go through, loser goes down to the lower bracket, so Virtus Pro probably still feeling the pressure here, given the situation they put under, and it looks like we're going to get way more of the same mirror. Just Mei, Ana, Brig, Juno, and Ramatra. So a lot of the same things going to be crucially important. How much value they can get out of Array. Felt like a lot of alphas were quite good throughout that attack. And of course, the Blizzard value. It feels like Top Dragon's been getting the better of the Blizzard value so far, despite some of Theo's misadventures into it. But all to play for now. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I just had to slot max mid-map. You know, try to get my money worth. Jeez. All right, now Virtus Pro on this spammy comp for the offense. This is an interesting one, to be honest. I'm surprised to see Sauna coming out on the fire in the clutch, but I suppose if he feels that they're just not getting it done with the Ashe variant of this comp, it makes sense to switch things up, play for something that might give Aoma a little bit more grief. But this is a difficult place to play Farah into the hit scan, and Avo, he's on the correct pick this time around. He's not playing the high fall off dogshit ultimate Cassidy. He's on the Ashe. Rajaro goes really deep though, gets the first pick on Top Dragon, and that is rough for Aoma. That's the heart and soul of the team right there, and it's looking like very much as we saw with Aoma's attack. We're going to see the same for Virtus Pro, a quick first fight win, and already a trade on Sauna means nothing here, to be honest.
Oh, they're staggering Avo. Oh wait, he's traded. They've actually got 2 trades out of this, so it looked like they were trying to stagger Avo, but there's actually Gala who's managed to stagger himself in all of this, so it'll just be one more fight, kind of regardless. In terms of ultimates, Cloud looking pretty close. We see Top Dragon Swap to the Echo, then swap back again. Sauna's also made his way onto the Ash here, so really not too many ultimates outside of this Cloud Blizzard, but should give him a clear timing here. Rajaro's going to get poked down by this wall, but not all that much damage, and now he swings back in with the form, looking more aggressive. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Theomatic still looking to anchor this point, will keep it in control, is naded for now as Rajaro wants to try and push that advantage, but they've got the ice block out on the Mei here. Cloud needs a lot of help, but Rajaro's there, and there's that Blizzard, but there's nobody on point, but it forces Alpha to come. He's going to die for it. Theo's going to get walled off. They will cap the point. Theo will die late, and ultimately, the Blizzard advantage does pay dividends in the end. Really, though, maybe Theo ends up leaving Alpha in a bit of a difficult situation there.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is looking even better for VP than it did for Aoma on the attack because they haven't had to dump a massive ultimate bank into it to snowball the point. Cloud just getting away with murder here on the Mei. So much damage. Top Dragon having no impact at all. I mean, I love to do tricks on it when it comes to Top Dragon, but he's getting turbo gapped here on the defense. Looking really rough for him. Sauna over to the Ash, though. I mean, he looked a little bit weaker on that on the defense. Theomatic, he's running deep with the Annihilation.
Nano Annihilation.
Slapped. Nail finally gets something done. Nano Annihilation takes down Alpha, and the Orbital Ray, I mean, is it going to be enough? It's keeping Theo alive. He's getting a lot of punching done. Rajaro no longer has the Annihilation to keep him alive, but Galar answers back with his own Orbital Ray, and Donghoon dies. Donghoon rallied into an Orbital Ray and was taken out immediately. And now, I mean, are we even going to see a second contest here? Top Dragon hasn't used his first ultimate, neither has Avo, and we could be facing a third point if we're not careful. The recontest here, it's going to be dicey. I think the fact that VP only have 2 players on card right now instead of 3, it's giving Aoma a real chance. Aoma has time to regroup now. They have time for this recontest. But Sauna, he has the Bob. He can go for a quick uppercut. Avo's actually going for a big flank. Bob's the cart with the flank. But the Bob is not going to be staying on cart. Kanale gets uppercutted but does not die. Anti lands on Theo and the Bob. No healing for you, Bob. But, I mean, Aoma, they've managed to weather that storm. They get the retake. They get Sauna as well. And Avo, he's back for more. Big aggressive flank. He gets out as well. You know, 2 ships in the night, Avo and the enemy team just slips away. Theo getting aggressive. Top Dragon goes for the Blizzard. I think he's going to catch Rajaro with this, but it's around a corner, so it's going to be really difficult to get the exchange. And now, Theomatic, as we've seen a million times before, caught in the Blizzard. I think that, honestly, that right there... Oh, no, let's not get into analysis yet. Let's focus on the fight. Rajaro's taken down 2, but Avo has managed to get the pick on Sauna, so it's not over yet. But it's Avo and some supports versus the world. No tank, not enough to keep them in the game. I think that that was mostly topped. If we're going to assign blame here from the caster's desk, we have to blame Top Dragon, because going for one of those super deep blizzards around corners, it baits your team to push really deep. It's hard to kill blizzard targets around corners, and that forced Theomatic into a really aggressive position, making him push into the enemy team's blizzard. They weren't aware that Cloud, he had that in the back pocket. They had to be careful of it, and they just were not.
We're going to see Sauna swap onto the Farah here again now. I expect him very much to play kind of a channel he is now. Can also play over the Walnut side as well, just to try and help clear the choke. They're going to try and use the Orbital Ray through the choke. They're just ignoring Theomatic for now as they send their Remarcher deep. Kaneo will get out of Theo's aggression this time, and Cloud is just going to turn on him. Sauna's with him. They absolutely isolate Theomatic there. They use the Orbital Ray. They let Rajaro push with it while the rest of them turn and focus for tank. They deal with that, and now they're looking for late kills, but Alpha uses the Orbital Ray, not in time to save Avo. They need kills with this Ray. None of them are in the Ray. The Ray's doing nothing for him, but Dongan, he's gone so deep. He's got a kill. He's dropped the rally. He's now looking for Kanale. He's all over him. Kanale is in trouble. Defensive nade. But Dongan will not leave him alone. Dongan gets 2 trades. Alpha's now backing him up. It's the supports for a one-man army who come up. They get the trades. They've given their team a chance. Now, Theomatic, he can anchor point. He's okay. And there's only 3 members left for Virtus Pro, and it will have to be a reset here.
Yeah, I mean, finally, Donghoon coming through with something clutch. It's been a long time coming, slow cooked, but finally the Korean import coming in with some value. That wonderful trade there in the back. Great rally to take down Kanale at the end there. Aoma now, they've been able to stabilize. They're the ones with their backs to the wall. Dynamite catches nothing. Nano Rajaro, and Rajaro's going so deep with this Nano Annihilation. This is so deadly versus AOMA. It looks like no trades have come through. Theomatic, I mean, he still has the Annihilation. Top Dragon is going to get the trade on Cloud here, surely. Theomatic, he pops it. Galar goes down as well, and it should be enough. Even though there's only 1 person alive for AOMA right now, that should be enough for them to get the touch. I don't know why Donghoon is on Zen. He's fucking griefing. He needs to be on a hero that can touch, and instead he's on the only hero that can't. It looks like Avo will be able to get the touch on the Venture, goes for the Burrow. This Zen pick is so fucking rogue. Theomatic back on Doomfist now of all heroes, and Virtus Pro, I mean, they're about to have 5 players back. They need this kill on Rajaro quick, and they have not secured it. So now this is really rough for AOMA. The Blizzard from Cloud is going to be deadly. Oh my god, the trades, though, the trades! You've got to touch Cart, guys, be careful. Blizzard and Orbital Ray overlapped on the Cart. Huge mistake for Virtus Pro, but somehow they're still getting these trades. Even though it was a 5 versus 3, suddenly it's a 3v2, a 3v1. Theomatic, he gets 1, but I don't think he's going to get 2 more. Donghoon, you fucking griefer on the Zen.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable to go for that swap.
Avo does everything as well, right? Avo goes Venture. What a great hero for stalling out for Cart. Durable, can contest from underneath for ground, all of this. Not only that, goes and gets 2 trade kills for him as well. If only they had a bit more sustain on payload, just able to anchor it out a little bit more. A chance goes begging, and now they find themselves 1 minute and 2 seconds down in this next, as we move into overtime here. So, I don't know about that one. He thought he could clutch, he wants to swing, he wants to be the hero, he wants to hit 1 billion 5 orbs, but really, they did it. Avo did the job for him. Avo was the clutch factor. They didn't need anything like that, so I don't know about it. I mean, we're still into overtime, 1 minute versus 2 minutes. It's all to play for still, but really felt like it was really holdable from that situation.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as those trades had come through, I thought that it was Aoma's game just done, honestly. I thought that they had it in the bag. But I mean, Donghoon on the Zen, I mean, there's no ability to juggle point. You really need to carry on a hero like that. Just be like slonking balls all over the place, hitting chain headshots. And I mean, that was not what Donghoon delivered. So then when the point pressure started to come through, I mean, there was just nobody there to juggle it. People pushed deep, and Donghoon was not in a position to touch on Zen, so that's really rough. Big mistake from VP as well, overlapping the Blizzard and the Orbital Ray on Cart. Those are 2 ults that if you layer them, it's impossible to touch, but if you use them together, then someone can use an immunity on the Cart, and that's what happened, I think, but it wasn't enough regardless, so I suppose I'm critical of a mistake that won them the fight, so it wasn't really a mistake at all. Now, we're seeing Virtus Pro, again, they're back on the standard. No Pharah, no silly buggers here, so this is looking like Virtus Pro again. I mean, last time they defended on this corner, they didn't block Cart once, they just let it slip. Rajaro's doing a much better job now, stalling from the window, slowing down the Cart, and Rajaro's actually dropping in, going deep, getting massive punches, but he might be the... Yeah, no, it looked like he was about to die there, but it looks like he has managed to get out alive. He's a smooth criminal. He gets away with it. Sauna in a little bit of trouble up on the high ground, taking some damage, but it is looking like Alpha is actually the one who may be going down. Sauna hits a couple of shots. Nice dynamite. And this is Aoma's only fight, Xavier. So if they're not careful, it may just be over. 10 seconds on the clock, so I think they are going to be able to get this touch, and Alpha will be back in no time at all. But nobody... Wait, who's touching?
Oh, the coach gun does so much, they try and body block it. Theo does just about get on in the end. It was a little bit ropey there for a second. Donghoon nearly at this rally. They need to drop that one quickly. Bob and Annihilation coming up. It's a race to all of these ultimates, but Ice Block and War. Cloud is in such big trouble. Has to wall defensively here. They're looking for him. Blizzard out. No Ice Block available for Cloud. He will freeze. He will go down. Now the Orbital Ray in response actually here. And Rajaro doing so much with it. Avo on the high ground. Will trade down Knail, but no. The Orbital Ray does so much in the end, and Rajaro smashes everyone with it.
Oh, just so close for Aoma. They get that early kill. But VP, they had more ultimates building up, and they all started to dump them in. And Aoma, they just didn't have the answers. Donghoon's rally wasn't enough. He goes down early, and that's just the end of days. Now Aoma, they need to hold on this close corner for 2 minutes, Xavier. This is so tough for them. It's a really different situation to the one that Virtus Pro was in. Because Virtus Pro, defending on that first corner for a minute, that's reasonable. Because Aoma doesn't get the time to charge up a big ult bank, to just dominate with a big ult push. It's totally different with 2 minutes on the clock. When Virtus Pro has 2 minutes to play with, they can charge up 5 ultimates, and Aoma, they always have to keep ulting just to retain control. So Virtus Pro, they can build that ultimate advantage in 2 minutes, and they can seal the deal here. We really need to see something crazy come out from Aoma, and we may just be seeing it. We're actually seeing Top Dragon go for the Echo. These close roofs, this is Echo's stomping ground, but we've seen so much value coming out from Top Dragon on the Mei. I think maybe this Echo is a pre-pick. You know, he's trying to shut out what VP did last time, trying to stop Sauna from getting that value on the Pharah. So maybe this is really good foresight from him. But either way, it's a huge ask to request that Aoma holds this close corner, because with the ult bank from VP, with Nano Boost, Blizzard, Orbital Ray, all of these ults to clear cart, it's going to be so hard.
Sauna looking for a bit of a grapple here as well, or just thinking about it. Just going to take the slow peek, tries to see if he can catch anyone unawares, but everyone seems swapped onto it. Oh, Avo peeks at the last second.
Changes. Keeps him alive. Unbelievable.
And
thank God for Widow nerfs.
Works out, but already the payload is all the way at this checkpoint already. They have to be careful. Wall comes off, and Theomatic is trapped in there, actually, and Kaneo seems to be rotating aggressively. They're trying to take the top ground because Theo's dropped. They're going to flip the high ground, but Kaneo's been left behind. Can they find Kaneo? Big nade. Doesn't get any kills, but it does allow Kaneo to get through to the high ground. And now, look, it's a reverse situation. Rajara's going to start anchoring point. They're trying to swing back and take high ground, but Theo, he has to keep the point contested here. Theo low on health, big trouble, but Top Dragon, he found the pick. He's coming back to point, but they've lost Theo. They've lost their tank. Burn catches Kaneo. It might not be over yet. They need to avoid trades, though. Donghyun, can he live? Gallard trying to double down it. They hold. They hold. And now they need Theo back. They desperately need Theo back. And look at the ult charge from Virtus Pro. It's not all that much to write home about. Orbital Ray is close, but Alpha is matching pace. Donghyun's rally is mega fast, and Top Dragon even slightly ahead. They just have to be aware. This Orbital Ray, this Blizzard time from Virtus Pro, it's so scary for Aoma.
Alpha's on a sliver of HP right now, but look at Avo just juicing damage up in main. Donghyun has the rally. He pops it rather early, I must admit, and he's trying to kill Rajara, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Theomatic is just juicing damage on the backline. Donghyun does get the kill on Rajara, and Galar, he invested the Orbital Ray. Theo is smoking crack, pushing all the way to the spawn, and once again, I mean, if VP slow down this fight right now, they're going to be able to take a 5v4. Top Dragon, he's trying to end it fast. He needs to end the fight fast. Walling over, chasing down Cloud, but it's not enough. Now he has to run. Sauna gets the burn. Top Dragon is so low. Bob up in main, but Alpha's taking two. Who's touching?
The point. Alpha can get their Theo back on Doomfist for Blizzard.
There's a chance, but Theo's frozen. Theomatic in a blizzard. Avo, he has to 1v2, but I don't think he can do it. It's a 1v1 now.
It's an annihilated Ramatra.
Oh no!
Why did they go so aggressive, Max? It looks so. When Donghyun gets that Rajaro kill, Donghyun does it. He makes for play, but then everyone else, they just have their W's pressed as hard as they possibly can. They keep going. They keep ulting, and even then, it's still an absolute dogfight. But I don't know why they felt the need to go so hard. They had it under control. They had ult advantage on basically every ult.
I think it's because Theo got traded, and if the enemy team just played slow, then they would have been able to push back in 5v4 and touch cart. But oh my god, like Theomatic, like
why was he in
went
spawn?
For this rally push gambit, and Theo's blocking everyone around the corner, and they kill the Ram with the rally. But Theo just keeps going. He doesn't even have Annihilation. He died at 84% of his Annihilation. So Theo just runs it down in spawn, has to come back on Doomfist, and then poetically manages to die in a blizzard for the final dying breath of Aoma's run here in the upper bracket. Good god, like, you can't make this shit up. I mean, I'd say what more can Top Dragon do, but I mean, Top Dragon got shit on that defense initially. For the first defense when he was playing Mei, he got absolutely smoked when Sauna was on the fire. Really no impact at all. And that second point Blizzard around the corner, that was a bit dicey too. But honestly, I mean, massive signs of life here for Aoma. They looked really, really dodgy in the past couple of weeks, and it feels like this meta is way stronger for them. I've been informed that there are some patch notes, so there are some nerfs coming.
When for Tuesday, I guess.
There's a mid-season patch, so is that after this tournament ends?
Yeah, presumably then, right? Because it's normally, I feel like Tuesday is normally patch day, so this all ends this weekend.
Yeah, we might.
So we should be.
We might be seeing the death of. My feeling was that the way that this meta is going right now, I think that this meta is too fresh for the devs to be on top of it. I think that the devs are going to rebalance. This is just my theory here, but I think the devs are going to rebalance D.Va because everyone has been complaining about D.Va for ages. But D.Va isn't even important in this meta anymore. The most important hero looks to be Ran because his armor is bugged and broken, so he gets massive damage reduction on his form. He gets 50% flat DR on all of his form armor, and Brig as well gets 50% DR on all of her bonus armor and the armor that she gets from her rally, or maybe it's just the armor from her rally. So those two heroes are broken, but I think these are pretty fresh changes that you're not seeing a lot of public complaining about right now, at least not like across the scene. So I'm not entirely sure whether we'll see the balance actually hit them. I see in the dev post here that it says they're gonna be hitting survivability of tanks and reducing the effectiveness of certain hero counters, such as beam damage against a subset of tanks. So apparently they're just going to nerf Echo, I guess. Like that sounds like what that means. Because everyone was complaining about Echo being broken right now, I suppose.
Finally, they're killing Echo. Thank God, right?
I mean, Top Dragon was doing a lot there, so thank God they're killing that.
I mean, maybe if they'd nerfed Echo a little bit sooner, Top Dragon would have just played Mei, and it might have actually put him in a nicer situation. Also getting confirmation now that, I guess as we expected, Super Shy forfeiting again, so the Super Shy EXO game in the lower bracket won't happen. EXO are just getting a pass on that one, which, given what we saw earlier from EXO, is probably actually good for them.
Yeah, EXO needed every inch that they could get. But, I suppose their opponent after is going to be brutal. The knockout suit 7 TV emote, you're a god. Thank you so much. But actually insane. We get the knockout suits.
Is it for card?
Please.
Is it for card?
Yes. It's
no.
Don't you know? It's if you buy 15
you get
of
the real
the
one.
NFT card, you get a physical card with a piece of the knockout suit, a physical piece of his suit from the debate night that they have cut. They're cutting his suit into pieces, calling it the knockout suit from when he debated Biden. And if you buy 15 NFTs, you get one physical card with a piece of the knockout suit in the card.
Who wouldn't want a piece of a knockout suit in the card? I mean, from what I hear, people have been calling it the knockout suit.
That's what they've been saying. I don't know, but that's what they've been saying. They're calling it the knockout suit.
I mean, I don't know about that, but if it's what they're saying,
yeah, I mean, it's what they're saying. It is what it is. I don't pick what they say. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me.
I for one, I don't believe in shooting the messenger, so I'm holstering right now, and I'm just gonna get myself some of those NFTs so I can get a piece of that knockout suit.
Yeah, no, seriously, buy 15 Trump NFTs, get a piece of the knockout suit. It's simple economics. All right, I'll slot it up till the next game starts.
Is this your new sponsor? Are you sponsored by the knockout suit?
Trump is not sponsoring me. I'm exclusively shilling for HelloFresh and shonky mobile games. So, yeah, is what it is. All right, I'll see you when the next match starts, which is hopefully very soon, because there's no way that they're gonna I
think Ents and Hospice has started.
VP?
So I think they're just going to do SSG VP, yeah. So it's currently 102 Ents.
I feel like they're just going to run through VP after seeing VP's performance today. The absence of Shockwave hurting, but yeah. All right, I'll see you when the slot comes.
All right, so I'm going to drop an advert. I'm going to go top up and get myself another Diet Coke, so I'm full of energy. Maybe I need some more water as well. You only have a FACEIT one, not the link. Yeah, I don't know. I've not heard anything. I feel like everyone was locked into this game. All right. So yeah, let me go do that, and I should be back in time for. We got. It says we got 9 minutes anyway, right? If anyone can find the Ents game, but obviously we can cop a little watch, but we'll wait and see. All right. So I'll run an advert, and I will be right back. I'm back. I miss much? Ooh. Who's playing for GG today? So it's a lot of the normal guys, really. It's basically the entire roster minus FD plus Ben. Ben's been playing. We only saw him play Brig. I presume he's essentially only going to play Brig the entire time, really. But I mean, it did okay for him. They're losing to Ents right now, but I don't know if that's really a surprise. I think they would have lost to Ents probably either way. Presuming that series continues to go the way we expect it to go. Still 1-0 on the scoreboard. 1-0 on the scoreboard. On Kings Row right now. We don't actually have access to that. So we're just gonna have to wait. I should have gone back. Ah, fuck. EMEA. Master. Playoffs. Where are we? 1-1? Wait, 1-1? Oh. Maybe Ben really is the key. We saw him get a cheeky Ange gap at the start of the day, but it feels like actually, Ben was the key all along. They had the answer. But he was sitting in the coaching booth when he should have been sitting in the Brig spot. Ben's going to unretire after this. Oh, Ben's gonna get signed to Crazy Raccoon after this. Who's Algos? He's their manager. Hadi has been instrumental in this survey, so everyone say thank you to the big bold man for encouraging the other members to answer and boosting my confidence in the idea as a whole. I mean, it's good work, Dan. It's good, important research that needs to be done. So it looks like, what's that, 3-4? Should we get a scoreboard going? Who was the key? Is Ben the key? 12 deaths maybe not feeling like the key, but actually, we're moaning. Sky dead a lot. 48 and 10? Whoa. Look at this. Naga and Zodial going off. 48 and 10. 45 to 6 as well for Tread. Good shout, yeah. Half the deaths of Vestler here, so let's presume they're playing some version of the Juno Brig mirror. It very much actually seems that they kind of just winning the macro, I guess. Vestler getting punished a lot. You feel like I should have been an option in the survey? I don't know. Do we think I would taste good? Honest answers only, please. I can handle the truth. I can handle the truth. Too much Diet Coke? Have you ever seen that recipe, though, where they cook gammon in Diet Coke? You do like a roast gammon in Diet Coke? Maybe that's what I would taste like. Like a Diet Coke roasted gammon. Is it Diet Coke you do it with? Diet Coke roasted gammon. Oh, it's from Slimming World as well. Are you calling yourself gammon? Well, I never really find myself in the gammon category, but maybe I am. So yeah, 1.5 litres of Diet Coke and just a whole load of gammon. So you boil it for 12 minutes. You repeat the process twice more. Place the gammon in the slow cooker, pour the Diet Coke over gammon, then cook on low for 7 to 8 hours. That's what I'd taste like, I think. It's a thing. Personally, I use apple juice. I've never tried it, but I've definitely heard it around. You normally hear it passed around like Christmas time when everyone's having like a lot of roast joints and stuff. Just got dinner. Well, yeah, we're cooking me doishi. That would be a good. That would be a. I think that stream would pop off, right? If I was to cook a piece of myself on stream. Are there rules against that? What are the legal consequences to self-cannibalization? It's against TOS. Is it truly covered in TOS? Can we marinate me in red wine and garlic? I don't know. Well, we can do a poll. Suggested recipes for cooking the streamer. Is it cannibalization if you eat yourself? Yeah, I think so. Very much feels like cannibalization, right? Because what's the definition? Just eating something of your own species? But if it's yourself, is it allowed? Can you consent? Like, if I was just to eat, like, a piece of my... What would be the most sensible piece of myself to eat? Probably calf. Would calf be the most sensible? Or just, like, a bit of belly? Maybe just, like, belly. Like, just some belly strips. You reckon arse? Ooh. Just a cheeky rump steak? Kidney? It can't... Have my kidney removed so I can cook it? That feels like probably a step too far for content. Twitch does not allow content that glorifies, promotes, or encourages self-harm. Could I argue that it's self-love? I feel like there's like a workaround here. You have 2 kidneys for a reason. One for bodily functions, one for dinner. I feel like if you did that, though, there'd be such pressure on the cook, right? Like, imagine you're eating... imagine you're eating your own rump steak. Imagine you're eating your own rump steak. And you fucking overcook it. You end up making a well done rump steak, and you've burnt it. And then you either have to, I mean, you have to eat it anyway, right? Because, or do you go back for another slice? Oh fuck! There'd be so much pressure on that cook. It'd be like a scene from The Bear, you know. You have to nail the fucking cook. Glue it back. If you overcook it, have it surgically reattached, and then you just have like a well done patch on your ass the entire time. You could do it with liver quite well. Like, just cut off a piece of the liver. All right, this is all good. It's important that we theory craft this, you know, because I feel like it's the sort of thing you really want to get it right first time, you know. Not really a trial and error thing. So, fun fact, you're talking to Jamie, but he was the closest to saying he'd eat himself. Which I want to add is not against the rules. Okay. I mean, it would be it's a very noble thing to do, right? If you're in that situation. You're in that situation where you have to resort to cannibalism and you recommend yourself. Maybe appendix. Oh, yeah, because you can have your appendix removed. It's not actually essential for anything, but would it be tasty? I'll Google it for us. What's the correct Google? Does the appendix taste good? No, it's just boring medical stuff. People eat their own placentas? Definitely now on the list. Not just a stomachache. No, I don't want cooking appendix. Appendix A cooking. No, no. Is it spelled the same? Is there a different spelling of appendix? Are pumas real? For those who weren't there, which was probably most people because this happened at Coleman's house when I visited him, but I had to check that pumas were real because I was pretty convinced pumas weren't real. And they're kind of not real. So it was a good Google. Not to get off the appendix question here. I guess for those of you who are interested in whether or not pumas are real, pumas are like the puma is called different things in different places. I can't remember all the names. I'll Google it again. Actually, yeah, as you can see, I've searched this already. Are pumas real? Yeah, so it's also known as the cougar, mountain lion, panther, and catamount. So it's called loads of different things. Oh yeah, GG's Avo. Hard loss. I thought you had him, honestly. Just carried away in that last fight. But I don't know, it looked super winnable. I think you looked pretty good in it. Theo was going hard, Top Dragon was doing loads. I think it looked really good. Nearly clutched out. But you should have a lower bracket, right? Who have you got? New Age? You should smash New Age after that. I think that's the game after. Wait, is it lower bracket now? Or what are they doing with the schedule? Because the Ents GG game has started. I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, your game's after this one anyway? Who's streaming Ents versus GG? I think nobody is. Can you DM Kev and get him to stream the Ents game? I think he might be preoccupied. He might be preoccupied with fucking losing to Gaming Gladiators right now. He's got bigger problems right now. Want to ask? Yeah, so Avo, the question is, in a situation where you have to eat one of the SSG players, which or SSG coaches as well, you can eat Chris if you want. Who do you think would be the tastiest member of SSG to eat? I should say as a disclaimer here for any policemen watching, I know we often have quite a lot of police in the chat. This is a hypothetical, not like a sub goal or anything. We're not actually eating any of them. Haddy? Yeah, quite a lot of people went Haddy. Haddy and Backbone seem to be at the forefront. All right, we'll add it. We'll add it to the survey findings. Chris is too lanky. He's had lasagna twice this week. You would have answered Backbone if you understood the question. How do you misconstrue this question? Did you do what Unter did and you thought it was like a sucking dick situation, Juby? And not a cannibalization question? You thought I had to lick their face? How'd... Yeah, Psycho really does seem to be at the top of the dick sucking list, for what it's worth. Information we need to know. I did choose Psycho to lick their face. Well, Psycho seems to be the popular one at the moment. Where did you get licking their face from? I feel like you're really... It's a bit of a self-report on that one, Juby. Why have I come back to Psychos? It's honestly, Archie, it's just the data we're looking at. The data, the people have spoken, and they want to eat mostly Haddy and Backbone and suck Psycho's dick. In fact, this was entirely a survey about cannibalization, so the fact that multiple people have just nominated to suck Psycho's dick probably says a lot. I think says a lot of good things probably about Psycho, really. You'll get reinforcers for good. Good luck versus VP. Yeah, because surely they wouldn't lose to him again, right? What would I wouldn't lose again. Would I? I mean, yeah, if I had to pick, probably. It's probably easier for me to suck Psycho's dick, just because I probably know him the least well as well, you know? I feel like the, knowing them better would make it harder to suck the dick, and not harder in a good way, you know? Hypothetically, of course. Seems like they won map 3. All right, Runa Sappy in the books. I was tuned out. If you don't know, it's probably best not to know. All right, I felt like it was a quick Runa Sappy, honestly. Wasn't it about eating rather than eating? Yes, it was entirely just an innocent question about cannibalization, and people just sexualized it in their head, so we're now sort of, we've just sort of tapered into the dick sucking. Playing around with the speed ring placements. Oh, I talked to Backbone one about yesterday. About like a slightly faster spawn one, but I think it probably doesn't really apply to Koth. It's maybe only useful on like Flashpoint or Push. I don't know if you guys tried it or not. I think he said he was going to mention it to Astro. No Ents or Peps POV. No, unfortunately not at Tides. We're just scoreboard watchers at this point. Ents currently 2-1 up. Naga 12 and 9. Yeah, 9 is a lot compared to all the other devs. Didn't feel like it was that a quick one. Tread also on 9 deaths, so whatever was going so right for Tread on King's Row certainly didn't carry over to Runa Sappy. I don't know if maybe, and this is just all just spitballing, but maybe Diva more likely to be played on King's Row. Ram Mirror maybe more likely on Runa Sappy or something. What's our timer looking at? Oh wait, I never found out about the appendix. I guess there's just no research on this. We'll let it be. We'll let it be. I'm hearing a music change. Oh, it's just a song change. Reinforce said he'd rather fast than eat anyone on SSG. Oh, grow up, Johnny. Just eat one of them. Ben Best on support. What have I missed? The reincarnation of Ben Best. He's back. He's on Brig. And he's carrying GG. Or he's carrying the now renamed Washington Hospice. By which I mean they're currently losing 2-1 to Ents. Brig basically Ryan. Just little Ryan. Just little Ryan. As Ben's proven. Little Reinhardt. The little Reinhardt goes hard. Can we get another... We've not finished this research project going. Come on, one... Don't overwork our research team. Can I confirm how cool Tomathan is for Dan? Yeah. If this is a... Yeah, you should ask Tomathan. Tomathan will have good input. Supplementary products should only be started after the main effort has been concluded. Exactly. All right, we're going to New Age Aoma, which means I should probably... Can someone kick for bets off? I'll update the stream title if someone can cook for bets off. Is New Age is all lowercase, right? Aoma. All right. Nepal time. New Age versus Aoma. All right, we'll have to do a quick pred. Yeah. Hot on... Have to be hot on it if you want the bets. Get your money in now. So, the things to know is Aoma nearly beat Virtus Pro. New Age don't really scrim anymore. So...
Can I get a time check?
Yeah, we're on prepared to attack. We're just starting control point unlocks in 27, 26, 25, 24,
Sweet.
23. Beautiful. So, we'll be starting on Nepal Village, and it will be Farah Ash Ramatra, and it will be Juno Brig on both sides as well. Top Dragon also onto the Farah actually here, and I don't know what happened. I guess we just won the rollout super hard because New Age going to back immediately out of that one and just concede for choke.
Yeah, no, I mean, straight away, Nuage just completely down on positioning. Crocs needing to burn all of his cooldowns just to get out of this choke. But Theo, I mean, he's got the entirety of Nuage where he wants them, locked in a corner with nowhere to go. Cleaves both of the supports down in that choke. And I mean, I think versus a team like Nuage, we're going to see Theomatic. I mean, he was already coming alive in the previous series, minus the Blizzard fights. But I think we're just going to see pure domination from here in this one, because he's just going to be able to run down these supports time and time again. Everyone on the side of Nuage is likely to wind up looking like a canale.
You said that with such spite at the end. It really a negative flair to the tail end of that sentence. But I'm sure we'll have no problems against SSG later. Going to be a retake from the main here, actually, from Crocs. Kind of an early wall, but Crocs still has the shield, so won't be taking all that much damage. Doesn't even have his Form Force, and will now be speed ringing with the rest of his team over to point. They get a little bit of space, and Zydra's going to keep swinging, but nothing to shoot at so far. Here we go. Dynamite lands onto the Juno, forces Alpha to DP. Can Top Dragon's died in all of this. Farah battle on the other side, and whoa, Avo's getting frisky there, but won't actually get anything, and China's just demolishing everyone on point. Avo will eventually win that duel on the flank, but he's the only person to get a kill, the only person remaining. And New Age, good retake in the end. Felt a little bit passive on the defense in Aoma. Just let him rotate for point for free. Didn't really get too many cooldowns out.
Yeah, no, AOMA, they gave so much space, and MCD fans are in absolute shambles as China just takes over, kills everyone. Unreal performance there from China, just doing it all himself, gapping Top Dragon, which is very rare to see in a match like this. But nice looks for AOMA on this retake if they can get the cross. It looks like they have gotten the cross, also relatively free from the looks of things, and now they have the Blizzard on the point. China could be the saving grace for Nuage, though, has that barrage. Actually takes down Donghun in the neutrals. That's a really good start. Blizzard from Top Dragon is total wank as well. Doesn't even cover the whole point with the thing. Oh wait, that's Avo on the Mei, so that makes sense. Top Dragon trying to turn things around. I think 1v5 with the barrage just about. He must be swapping. You see Avo going over to the hit scan. Top Dragon going to the Mei now, I would presume. But I mean, look, AOMA just dumped both of their DPS ults into that fight. Nuage didn't use a single ult there. China has 2 fights in a row, just won the game for his team. And now retaking into 5 ults, no DPS ults to spare. This is really rough. Bob on the rotation this time around. They don't want to give it away for free. And Nuage dumping both of their DPS ults, and China doesn't catch anything with the barrage, but Avo has gone down. Top Dragon going for a super wide retake, I think. Is that him up on the high ground just poking away? I think so.
Just on the downtown angle, trying to dink for Farah from across the map. I'd be impressed if he manages it. Now we'll just regroup with team and they'll come through the kitchen area here. But walking into a pretty big ult trade now. Speed ring used early. No ults just yet. Gogo's going to kick it off with the orbital ray. Annihilation used by both, and Crocs is going so deep. Both Brig Eaters, you see them both running. They're fleeing. They've crossed paths. They're just trying to live right now, but they've been completely contained. Natsuki is massively out of a fight. Theo's going to try and regroup on point now, when they have managed to clean up everyone behind it, and that got really chaotic really quickly. But it looks good for Aoma. They will get the flip. Oh, wait, maybe not. China just get one more trade. It's just Crocs now, I think. It ends up being an absolute chaotic dogfight where everyone just trades positions. And now they're actually able to pocket Crocs on this high ground. So is Crocs just dying? What's happening?
It looks like Crocs is just bleeding out. Thematic from the low ground, pincered between everybody, somehow getting value here. Now he's blocking the choke, but his form is soon to expire. But I mean, Crocs is just stuck behind enemy lines, you know, and there's no Saving Private Ryan rescue coming for him. It actually is a bit like no, in Saving Private Ryan, it's Tom Hanks that dies, not Ryan. So that's all good, actually. This is thematically consistent with the movie. Crocs has actually swapped over to Doomfist now for the retake, which I cannot reconcile mentally. Perhaps he's worried about Top Dragon's, Blizzard a little bit too much, but I'm not entirely sure about this Doomfist swap. A little bit strange there. Gonna just have to start banking on China getting another free pick here. Thematic pushing really deep into the choke, and that's 2 players blocked right now. Theo can't quite finish the kill, and the counterpunch from Crocs is perfect, knocking Thematic in. Also behind enemy lines, down he goes. Alpha trades China, but no tank is a big deal. Favorable trades here for Nuage. They have to touch the point in the next 5 seconds though. Top Dragon marking Crocs on the point. Crocs does get the touch, so there's a good start for Nuage, and Thematic will be back soon. It's a 5 versus 4 right now on the point. Nuage have the advantage. Bob comes out for Avo, and that advantage is starting to fade. The fact that they are on Doomfist perhaps is going to begin to punish Nuage now. Blizzard comes down on the point. Top Dragon knows where the recontest is coming from, and there's no touch. The counter wall, the Blizzard to block the touch. Really nice stuff from Top Dragon at the end there. And I mean, a rocky start for AOMA. China getting so much work seemingly unchecked, but a lot of that could have come down to AOMA's comp. The fact that Top Dragon was on the Pharah, Avo not on the hit scan. Avo has shown that he's very competent on this hit scan in the previous series, and I think that now he'll be sticking it for the remainder as he's seen China is just spamming Pharah.
Yeah, it seems very much like it's the way China wants to lean. Obviously, what we've seen from China historically has very much been mostly Tracer and then a bit of Pharah as well. So it doesn't seem to want to swap off onto the Mei. We'll keep playing this. To be fair, moving on to Shrine, it's a pretty reasonable point for Pharah can get a lot done, but it does obviously mean Crocs is going to have a much harder time in a lot of these frontline trades. They'll need to rely on a lot of where they had their early success on Village, where they're just able to play for China and Zydra to take these angles and find the picks. And it will be Doomfist actually to kick us off from Crocs as well initially, so clearly feeling it after the tail end of that first round. Not really seen much Doomfist into these type of comps. Feel like it should be relatively hard for the Doomfist into a lot of these targets, but we'll see what Crocs can get going, as right now he's just lurking, trying to see if he can catch anyone split. Punch onto the brig. They're trying to lay some Pharah damage down with this, just trying to fish for an opportunity or a kill. And this punch going to go behind, and Crocs is going to have to take the long way back to the Mega. So an easy first point for Aoma, and Crocs is out right now, and Natsuki is roaming right now. Gogo's just isolated. Wow, the Doomfist is gone. Aoma have walked forward and just killed the rest of the team. So I feel like he has to swap the Doom now.
Yeah, very critical of this Doom pick here. The guy hits one counterpunch and suddenly he thinks he's, Reiner on Doom in Prime Doom meta or something. I'm not sure what that was all about. You can't even touch point on Doomfist. So Aoma, they just get the free first cap before any of the kills come through. They get 20% of the point for free before even wiping up that fight completely. And now we see Crocs, China both making swaps. Crocs over to the Ramatra, China to the Mei. So now we've just got a meta standard mirror, but I'm not sure whether this plays into Nuage's strengths or not. I presume with China leaning onto the Pharah early on that is one of their stronger heroes. Not too familiar with China as a player, but Zydra actually early pick onto Avo. Great start for Nuage, and one-man army, all of their health bars are so low they don't have a support ultimate yet, and they're just going to crumble.
All right, nice and easy, and it feels like we've seen so many fights before any real major ults have come up here. So Aoma will be able to get Thematic out of that, and they're coming up to both support ults and their Blizzard to throw into this, and they are slightly ahead on all of these ults here, so New Age have to be careful. They have to make sure they get to their ult timings before they really commit to a fight. They do have the Zydra Bob, which they can maybe just try and trade for one of these ults to maintain their space. For now, though, retake through the low ground. Drop the speed ring, but they actually just going to try and go the other way, but they walk straight into Crocs. Blizzard has been used by Top Dragon, is going to catch Natsuki, so that'll be an easy convert on that one, but they've lost Theo during all of this, and now Top Dragon dies afterwards, and despite the overwhelming ult advantage there for Aoma, they had a big timing. They just sort of all split and divide and just get obliterated.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions or anything, but Nuage might be the best neutral fighting team in the entirety of Overwatch history, because Nuage, I mean, their ult fights have looked consistently dicey, but I mean, every single fight that they've won so far, I feel like it's been a no ultimate fight, except for that one double DPS ult fight. They just consistently win fights without using a single ultimate. They win these neutrals again and again. Even when they have 5 check marks to spare, they're able to not use a single ultimate and win a fight here and there.
Bob now into the back line here. Blizzard comes in over top as well, and it actually helps body block. Nice one, Bob. Catches Theomatic. Well, I mean, maybe he was going to get caught anyway because it was a Blizzard. And they do use the rally as well in all of this, so it ends up being incredibly heavy-handed for New Age, when really, for Bob, looked like it was going to cause some problems. For Mayop, definitely caused some problems. Yeah. And the rally as well just seems overkill, and now they're going to need a good neutral now because they're way behind in ultimates. And Crocs is... Where's Crocs going? They're going early.
Crocs going extremely deep, trying to play for something aggressive here. Now, again, Avo throws in the Bob. Orbital Ray comes out from GoGo. Zidra actually takes down Top Dragon, but I think Aoma are the ones that are coming out on top of this one because they've just dumped every single ultimate in their bank here. They're flipping the cap. It seems like Crocs is trying to run down Donghoon in his own spawn. But Crocs, once again, I mean, it's a Saving Private Ryan situation. You know, he's trapped behind enemy lines with no way out. Crocs just staggering himself. These trades mean nothing. You need your tank to get the retake. And these trades, I mean, it does nothing for you if Crocs dies last.
Now they're coming back with absolutely nothing. Top Dragon has for Blizzard. He's been good for him all day so far, Top Dragon. So if he converts in this one here, it should seal it. Eyes on Top Dragon as they take this retake. It looks for now they're all just relatively stacked on their hold Aoma. It will be a retake from the inside. Mega trying to come out in his top left. We saw him go top left and fake through main. It looks like they want to do the same thing. Wall comes in, Blizzard. Zydra's going to get stuck. Crocs is going to get frozen. It's massive, actually. And there's still 10%, but I don't think anyone's getting a touch, really. Maybe unless someone's got like the craziest Lucio rollout you've ever seen. But that should be Aoma taking
Doctor
it.
Strange. If Nuage had someone that could literally manipulate space and time simultaneously, then perhaps there would be a touch in this one. But just a really nice Blizzard from Top Dragon there. Spots the 5-man rotation inside and just runs it in, throws up the wall, gets the Wax Museum Blizzard to close out the map. I mean, it was looking close every time ults weren't in play. Nuage really good in the neutral fight, genuinely. But these ult fights, consistently, you see these overextensions. They're not playing very well for the ultimate economy. So that's tough for them. And I mean, you know, we're seeing the consistent issues that we saw in the first series where Theomatic can't live through a Blizzard to save his life. But overall, I mean, Aoma looking pretty much in control there. 2-0 on the Koth.
Yeah, it works out for him in the end. You maybe wonder if it would have looked like a slightly different situation if we didn't have the Doomfist on the rollout or we didn't have Doomfist on the last fight for Village. But Crocs has a history of this. Bit of a vibe swapper, and the vibe doesn't work out for him here. So King's Row up next. Probably more of the same if I had to guess.
Yeah, look, we love a good vibe, but sometimes you just got to pick the meta comp. You can't just roll out on Doomfist and expect a 1v9 when you have to touch the point too. So, you know, power to you, Crocs. You know, play to your feeling, but just not this time, mate. All right, slop it up. See you next map.
Roger that. So yeah, I get a few of these replays here. This is nice one from Top Dragon, actually. Wins Nat Faragel despite his team losing the fight. And then this punch back in actually catches Theo unaware. Obviously, probably you have to imagine all the teams have been scrimming this for the last few days, but probably haven't actually played against all that much Doomfist. So Theo not switched on to the ability or the opportunity for a counter punch, and then instead just gets knocked in and nearly sabotaged them. Wait, they're at... Hold on, let me get this up then. They're at 2-2. They're literally at 2-2. Round 4. Ignore the score at the top. That's just for round. I guess this was Flashpoint then. Ready for the big announcement? What's the news? Let me just look at the scoreboard first. Naga 25-5. I mean, it looks pretty competitive, really. Across the board. Everyone's pretty similar. Similar-ish damage. All right. Ready for the big announcement? Yeah. Have you DM'd it to me? Is this the update? Or let's open it. All right. So I see some numbers and question marks here. We're breaking new ground. Psycho has come and spoken of the matter. Psycho is the first person to opt to eat himself because everyone else is disgusting. However, in a shocking turn of events, he also said, I'd munch on Untervo. And when asked if that was cannibalistic or sexual, he stated both. Yeah, well, no reason for two have to be disconnected. Which means Psycho actually getting himself on the board here then. Yeah, Ben has been coaching GG. Ben has been coaching GG, but fills in here when they just need a bit of a last-minute roster to play in this tournament. And clearly playing pretty well, right? 18 and 9, maybe not the greatest. Slightly worse damage, slightly better healing than Kellex. But I don't know, they won the Flashpoint. And what's map 5? Junkertown. Astro not recovering this one. Psycho should be at 2. Oh, okay. Still behind then. Oh, it sounds like we have game music as we go on to King's Row. So we're going to have to put down the cannibalism here for a second. And we're going to have to jump into Overwatch. But we've been doing a pretty good job, I think, bouncing between the two things, honestly. We've been getting the best of both worlds. No Preds. Who should I... Maybe I should eat the mods. Alright, let's see. Star prediction. Map 2. We'll have to go... You'll have to be fast if you want to gamble. We'll do... Oh, we just have to do 30 seconds, okay? So, hot off the trigger here if you want this one. Oh, listen in. Let's hear.
I'm gonna mute the guy.
If you want
Guys, lock in, lock in, lock in.
Yeah, just listen to the comms. Getting an insight into the Croc's brain.
Onzo, they have Onzo. Cardio one shot.
What did it inform you? I guess it's still going.
It's happening right now.
No, me.
Let's listen.
It's informing me that he's very French.
He does one shot me.
You slow. Nice inside left.
Your shield dead, Crocs, care.
Main over.
May Alf left. May Alf
Nice left side, nice left.
Break one HP, melee.
I right click point.
Ash one.
I'm living.
Ram.
Chase him.
Big shot.
Chase. Sidra want to chase.
You're only two.
Just two of you. Yeah, just two of you guys.
You can heal them, that. Thing.
Ah, boom indeed. Alright. Masters of the neutral, right? Works out again for him. Just managed to catch Donghan exposed. And a quick first point here. And no real ults to speak of. Top Dragon, despite losing that fight very quickly, still able to get a slight ult advantage. But China right behind, really. So Zydra now lurking on the high ground. Looking to help him get through this choke here. Not revealing himself just yet. Waiting for his timing. And is Top Dragon on the flank as well? Maybe marking bottom left here. Gonna peek out. Misses for shot though. Misses for dynamite.
Hit something, man. Come on.
There we go. Couple of body shots. Oh, Alpha's still going to die. 3 body shots. Alpha refuses to stop peeking. And, well, a nice, easy neutral as a result of Alpha's gift. They'll walk through the choke. They'll clean everyone else up. Don't have to use any ults. And it's full steam ahead for New Age right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Alpha's been smoking because he just decides he wants to skyline, just peek everyone perma. And I mean, Crocs is just having fun with it, apparently. He's down a map in the series, but he's just taking the piss, dancing around. It's like he knows the spectators are watching him. So instead of playing the game, poking and spawn or whatever, he's just jerking off. Just happy to do that instead. I guess there's nobody to poke, so, you know, to power to him, I suppose. It works. China has a Blizzard now, so bad news for Thematic because we all know how that goes, unfortunately. It's going to be an absolute dogfight in terms of ultimates, though. If the fight goes for any more than like 5 seconds, we're probably going to see 5 ults dumped from either side at this rate. Thematic fighting a Brig up on the high ground 1v1. That's actually Crocs fighting a Brig up on the high ground 1v1. We've seen Blizzards thrown out from either side, and I mean, Thematic actually manages to...
He's frozen. He's frozen.
Yeah, okay. Oh, of course. Yeah, nothing new here. Top Dragon, he whiffed his Blizzard terribly. Thematic winds up getting frozen, as is tradition. And it looks like not 5 ultimates invested from AOMA because they did not build them in time. And instead, they're just going to wind up on third point, having to fight with 5.5 minutes on the clock. So that's unbelievable right now. Crocs, again, just taking the piss. Oh, I thought he was going to jump off the map there.
He's got himself in a bit of a pickle nearly, but he styles it out, manages to get through that wall just about, and... While being at ult disadvantage, New Age now have an outrageously big time bank on this King's Row third point. Only the Annihilation are now from Crocs, though. Has to be wary of all these responses, though. Will have the Bob to start it off. Does get walled, but they get him out of it. And they lose Natsuki, but they get out of that. Not the end of the world for New Age. still owning this Annihilation, so they might be in a similar situation here. Theo's actually still pushing really hard for Crocs. He does have the Annihilation to turn if he wants to here, but they're just going to try and extend it into a forward hold. Crocs is looking to go really aggressive here. One more form timing onto this Mei, but Top Dragon not scared. Forces him back one more time, and they're just still stuck in spawn here. A very aggressive hold, but Icebox been forced from Top Dragon. Has to be careful. Donghun somehow getting headshot despite very much having a shield. Into the neutral now, still Rally, still Orbital Ray up for Alpha, but Gogo's been fast gaining on this, and China now has the Blizzard, so a lot more tools to fight with now, New Age.
Yeah, no, they've got that Blizzard, and out it comes straight away. Guess who's getting frozen up? It's Theomatic. No surprises here. First time that he's been frozen and lived this time around. Alpha answers back with the Orbital Ray, but it's going to be really difficult to confirm any kills here. Like I was saying, great Orbital Ray. Top Dragon gets the headshot kill onto Zidra, so fantastic Orbital Ray coming out there from Alpha. No doubt about that. Never was it in question either. And it's looking like AOMA, they want to go the distance. They want to push all the way through to the spawn. Top Dragon's going to take down Crocs, the chaotic good Frenchman right now, unfortunately going down in the neutral. So Nuage, they're starting to build up that ult bank again. They're about to have double sup ult. They've got the Annihilation, but Annihilation, it's pretty difficult to get off when you're going up against a Blizzard. Top Dragon, he seems to have been rushing the Blizzards a little bit in this series, so I'm not too sure whether or not we're going to see much value coming out from it this time around. But we're actually seeing a close hold from AOMA. They're holding up on the high ground, close to the spawn. Top Dragon actually throws out the Blizzard on the high ground. It actually freezes Crocs while he's underneath, so great game design there. Love that one. Crocs pops the Annihilation, but Theomatic is all over him, just trying to run him down. Top Dragon takes out China in the back off camera because we'd rather spectate two Ramachas doing nothing. And now Avo, he gets a kill on Zidra. Coach comes back to safety, and it looks like AOMA, they've really, for only one ultimate, they've drawn out a fight that's lasted almost a minute long. And Nuage, they've lost all of that momentum that they had from the first and second points.
Really struggling with this forward hold. Can't seem to find a way through. Avo is actually super deep behind here, so maybe Avo will actually provide for key. They clear out Avo, and now a player down. Ayoma will be forced to either concede for space or just look to maybe trade, see if they can get an ult out here. Looks like Theo's holding his position. They're going to rally in, actually. Aggressive wall, aggressive bash, but it's actually Natsuki that hits for bash. Now the Orbital Ray over the top, and the torpedoes do so much. Juicer from Gogo will clean them all up. Does cost them both support ults right at the spawn, and despite that massive time bank, they're only just getting the cart round this first corner on third.
Yeah, you can see that Gogo, he knows his order of operations. He pops the Juno ultimate and then throws out his orbs, gets massive damage to executes. That's got to be one of the best orbs we've seen all day, to be honest. Crocs holding this high ground on the left here, blocking 2-3 players up there. Looks like he wants to go aggressive with it, though, pushing rather deep. Bob comes out in main from Avo. That's going to block off a few players from Nuage, and it looks like Nuage, again, their push is just going to crumble. Nice Bob from Avo. They're splitting the enemy team, making everyone back up, trapping players forward. And now Nuage again, all that momentum, it's just disappeared. They double support ulted last fight, and now they've got nothing to show for it. All they have is frontline damaging ultimates. So AOMA, they can just keep on holding. They're trying to step back up for another high ground hold, but they're not quite ready for it. Ooh. You can see Theomatic pushing rather deep, but Crocs somehow picks Top Dragon in the spawn. I don't know what's happening there. Theo looks like he's getting massive punch value, though. Huge cleaves. Ult has actually been lobbed by China, gets nothing with it. Avo might go down with Theo. He's just mincing up the backline of Nuage. Crocs actually investing the Annihilation there. Incredibly questionable. 3v4 ultimate when the enemy team has the massive respawn advantage. Dodgy ult there from Crocs. He's completely lost his aura in the past 2 minutes.
Everything was going so well, and they even get the opening pick here onto Top Dragon, but then Theomatic was still holding this off angle, but they all just rush forward to try and get stagger kills, and they just allow Theomatic free access to their backline. Theo gets the trades. Now Zydra is on Widow, but he's actually getting marked by a brig here, if you can believe it, all the way on second point, and they're just stuck at spawn one more time. Top Dragon now with the Blizzard has a chance to finish it here, and they're going to lose Avo early, actually, so maybe they're just going to choose to back up, reset this one, and just take a fight with Blizzard. I don't know what's happening because we're on the Widow still. Blizzard will be used on point right now from Top Dragon. Rally invested from Donghun too, and huge problem for China right now. Will get bashed, will get finished off by Donghun. Top Dragon, anchor in point, Orbital Ray still in hand. Go 10%, but it feels like a mile away right now. Won't be able to get to that one in this last one. And it will be a hold on the third point here coming out from Ayoma.
Yeah, I mean, Nuage had probably the biggest time bank humanly possible for this third point, and they haven't even gotten it to the end. They haven't even been held at
It's
the
not
end
even
of it. You know, they
close.
did not get the cut. Yeah, not even close. So that's a really solid hold there from AOMA, but you can't help but feel that Nuage really let it slip through their fingers. A few crucial ult fights where they just blew it all. Yes, this is a live match dip. Honestly, you know, Nuage, they started strong, but they ended. I mean, this is actually the classic Nuage now that I think about it. You know, they're good in the neutral, but when it comes to the ult game, they're dodgy as fuck. So they had a couple of, you know, essentially neutral fights rolling into it where ults didn't come into play. AOMA just didn't have the ults to sustain themselves. But as soon as AOMA had their backs to the walls and their ults started to come online, they started to cycle. The economy issues for Nuage started to show. They weren't able to get a good consistent push off. You see people like Crocs, who, you know, he plays on feel, he plays on a different wavelength to some people, I'd say. He started to struggle with the concept of ult economy and, you know, throwing his in a massively disadvantaged fight. As the attacker on third point, you just can't be doing that. It's just not possible.
Yeah, once you get to that part of the map, it becomes so defenders favored that you really need a strong ult victory essentially to get yourself through. And it's very much, Crocs is very much a feast or famine player, right? So a lot of things can go his way, but also it makes it very volatile when playing with a player like this. So we'll see him on the hold here. It's obviously still a decent. There's still some distance, some time to work with here. And obviously, the good news is first fight will indeed be a neutral. Very hard to have ultimates in this first fight. And we will be getting a full mirror again, it looks like. Mei Ash into Mei Ash. And it will be walking up here, trying to come through the choke. And actually, is he starting on high ground here, Crocs? All the way top right in that sort of second window. Drops down to Hotel now. We'll run into Top Dragon here. Top Dragon can mirror it as they just try and get a bit of space for Avo. Theo is going to start forcing points, slow and steady, and this now forces Nuage to respond. Crocs will go to mirror him. They're just focusing him down, but a good slow puts Avo in big trouble. He's awfully low. We'll get the pocket coming through now. But now, Crocs trying to be aggressive through Hotel, but Top Dragon just keeping him contained, and Theo continues to force the point here.
A big dynamite up on the high ground there, but Top Dragon gets that initial pick on China, and I mean, this is bad news for Nuage. Their health bars are struggling. There are no ults online. Zidra, the saving grace, gets that pick on Avo, evens things back up. Looks like Donghoon manages to get the best of Natsuki, though. A nice little push coming in from him, and that is probably going to be the first point just conceded. It looks like nobody from the side of Nuage is going to be able to meaningfully touch this, just one by one staggering in, but there's no trade potential anymore. This first point is over in one fight.
Really nice first fight from Top Dragon. Plays Hotel the entire time. Denies Crocs giving any aggression to his own backline. And then eventually when Crocs is forced to mirror Theomatic on point because the ticks are, well, ticking up, then Top Dragon uses that to take his own angle. Really sort of helps Anchor open up a fight for him. And as a result, even has a quicker Blizzard going into this one as well. So support ult's massively behind for Nuage. A tricky situation. And Aoma could be on for a pretty good snowball here.
Yeah, no, I mean, the ult economy, now that it's swung in AOMA's favor, I mean, you know, the only thing that could potentially shut them down is the fact that Theomatic can't win a fight versus a Blizzard. Top Dragon, he played aggressive early on. He has been scouted out by Crocs, though. Crocs getting stuck in the room with the Blizzard, but he does manage to throw the shield up, so he might be able to live here. He will definitely not be able to live here, like I was saying, because he is taken down, and it looks like AOMA with only the Blizzard are just going to roll through this one. No awareness of the Blizzard there for Nuage, and it has cost them dearly.
They at least get a second fight and a recontest here, but always very difficult to recontest in a second part. Nasuki's going to die very late, but at least died on payload. So they do get the recontest here. They're going to have pretty much 5 ults to do it with. But of course, you have to bear in mind, retaking from this part of the map on King's Row might make it a costly one for them. For now, they're just going to wait for 5. You can see Aoma really keen. Might be an early Bob coming out here just to try and make it difficult for the recontest. They're actually going to get the rally out of Natsuki here as they walk forward, and they're probably loving that trade if they're Aoma. We'll just drop a defensive wall to help Theomatic out of this one. Still have to worry about the Blizzard once they get to point, but no rally in it for Natsuki now. Rally advantage for Dongan.
Yeah, Top Dragon, he's already poked up 50% of another Blizzard. That's what he won the last fight with. And by the time the next fight is actually being taken, it's not looking so good. Early pick from China, though. Headshot kill on Avo inside the orbital ray. And now he's just trying to snipe away at Alpha. He will confirm that kill. China, spectacular with the projectiles from the looks of things. Theomatic, he's not done, though. He's pushed in. He's taken down both supports from Nuage. And here comes the Blizzard. But it looks like it's actually caught nobody. Top Dragon has somehow been caught by that one. I thought he was out of it, but there he is. Nuage, they weather the storm with that Blizzard. China really the star player for this fight. 2 picks with the right click into a Blizzard to win it for them. Really nice stuff from China.
Now, right click with Orbital Rage is absolutely brutal. Saves it for him. Theomatic, again, the Annihilation actually got good value, right? Forces the Blizzard out of it, but now we've got a bit of a reverse of a situation. Crocs will have the Annihilation, Top Dragon coming up to the Blizzard, so it'll be Crocs' turn to try and avoid the Blizzard. For the previous one, he just kind of face-checked. He's going to hold in his high ground position early on, so if he can try and maintain that for long enough, but eventually they're going to start forcing point Aoma, and that's going to force Crocs to drop, and that's when Top Dragon will look for this timing. So a tricky one for him to play correctly. They're going to drop the wall on him first. I think they force the ice block out in the corner. Now the Mayout on top, and it's going to be so hard to save China from this one. They can't save China. They have kept Crocs alive with this Annihilation, though, so Crocs patient with it so far. Focusing Theo has the Annihilation now. Is a big Annihilation too. It's catching everyone. Can Crocs find the kills though? Ice Block has been forced. The rest of them DP kit. They deal with the Annihilation, no problem. Top Dragon, he has no Ice Block, but they're just ignoring him. It's actually Theomatic who can walk on the backline, kill Natsuki. Now he's going to slow it down. Wall and shield off. Just trying to kill Crocs behind him, but no, Crocs with his next form. He finds two, but is it enough? Theo, desperate for this next form, needs to try and deal with these players on the high ground. They're forcing the point. They need to touch the point. They just about touch it. Alpha has to take over the touch. This Remarker is so good on the point, though. Zydra has to drop and contest, and now they've dropped. It might just be too late, but Natsuki, he finds the kill. No form now for Theomatic. Orbital Ray over top. Alpha trying to force it through. Theo looking for it. Annihilation popped from him as well. Surely this is enough now. Annihilation into the backline. Theo will finish it here. Crocs will stall it out for a little bit longer, but ends up costing Aoma so many more ults than maybe they would have thought.
The doggiest of dogfights there. It looked like New Age had turned it multiple times, getting those trade kills, but Theomatic, I mean, he is just eternal, never going down, consistently blocking backliners, getting kills all by his lonesome. Really good stuff there from Theo, and I mean, even if the ult economy isn't looking so great for AOMA, they only need to win one fight in order to win this whole game. You can see Theomatic, he held that high ground on the left, Donghoon matching the rally, Blizzard's coming out from either side. Not sure if anyone is going to get caught up by this. Top Dragon appears to have been caught with his pants down, but he somehow survives, gets the ice block out of the Blizzard. His ice block even catches the Bob, which means that one-man army is probably going to be able to kite this one. They will just kite this one out. And New Age, I mean, they invested so heavily there. They threw in the rally, the Bob, the Blizzard, and now one-man army, they get to re-push with their own Bob. New Age doesn't have an ult answer just yet. This is going to be really rough for the side of New Age. Headshot snaps out from Avo, gets the early pick, and Crocs is under a lot of pressure. Avo takes down Zydra, but Natsuki answers back on Donghoon somehow, but it's looking like it might not be enough. Crocs, he could turn this with the Annihilation if he's very good. Looks good. The Annihilation comes out on the card. China goes down, but the trades are so good for defenders. If they can get just one more, likely to see a hold here. Top Dragon, a sliver of HP in a dream. Orbital Ray comes out, and that could just be the death knell here for New Age.
It should be as well. It looks like if Crocs had gotten that kill onto the May there, it looked like it might have just been enough to swing it into their favor. But eventually Alpha gets up to that Orbital Ray, and as soon as that's dropped, it's just over. And Aoma remain on top, but New Age are turning it into a dogfight, really. They're making Aoma work for it.
Yeah, no, really dodgy. So close, and like Crocs was literally just one little chip of damage away from taking down Top Dragon and solidifying that hold for at least another fight. So I mean, really, like, we've got a dogfight here. We've got a dogfight on our hands because we have the kings of the neutral on one side. But unfortunately, you know, for as many neutral fights as you win, as maps drag on, you know, you wind up facing more alt fights than you do neutrals.
It can happen.
You know. Yeah, it can happen. And, you know, New Age, they're good for a neutral fight win. We'll probably see them win the first fight on Runasapi, which is apparently the only push map in the entire pool. But, you know, I think AOMA, like, it looks like they're in control here because they're able to win the majority of the ult fights. And the majority of the fights you take in this game wind up being ult fights. So I think, you know, good looks for New Age. But if they can't clean up this ult game, then it's not going to be their series.
Yeah, I think especially the later we get, like, the nature of these brawl metas as well is everyone builds their ults really quickly because it's a lot of people just all standing in front of each other, shooting each other a lot of the time, which means outside of the first couple of fights, it's basically all ult fights. And I mean, New Age are a team that don't really scrim that much, which is why you'd expect, hopefully, that a team that scrims more often can maybe develop a better understanding of the ults and how they want to play in those situations. Paying dividends for Aoma now and series point.
Yeah, no, series point now already. I mean, look, this is a reasonable meta for the side of Aoma from the looks of things. Top Dragon has a really solid Mei. Thematic, I mean, you know, dodgy ass Winston, we've seen that before, but you know, his Ramatra seems fantastic, minus that one little hole in his play that he seems to regularly encounter versus a particular icy hero. But you know, I think, you know, we're in for a decent Runasapi as well, because all of these maps have actually been rather close. I've yapped too much. We've got to fit some slop in, so I'll see you whenever it starts.
Roger that. All right, so let's drop an ad. Let's get these preds sorted, and then we can decide which mods to eat afterwards. Since clearly slacking. Juby probably busy at her real job. All right, map 3, Runasapi. Expect more of the same mirror. We can definitely do more than 30 seconds on this one. Ents match over. Let's do a score update, because that was in the balance, right? Is it over? Junkertown, they did it? Yeah, 3-1 in the end on Junkertown, so maybe a more commanding one in the end. Ben 11 for 11. The vibe ran out. So yeah, more dominant in the end there. Big stats for Kev and Kevin Vess. 3-2 in the end. Absolute dogfight. Oh wait, Shredder, you still here? Or anyone from, I guess, either team. Just keen for the replay codes. Can maybe watch it during the week or something. Since we missed the opportunity to see it live. If not, I'll drop Treddy a DM. Where is he? Question is how hard Rent's trying. I think no reason that they weren't trying. I think they were just made to work for it. I mean, you have to remember when the sort of original Peps team had their peak, it was in the Malga meta, right? And one thing that was true about the Malga meta, it was a big brawly meta that was all about complicated ult layering fights and good and coordinated team play. And if we're just in this Brig Juno Ram mirror or Brig Juno Diva mirror, a lot of it is really the same. We've seen that a lot of it. We just talked about it in the new age Aoma game, right? About how no, actually, Aoma are just ahead in the ult game. We're winning these big ult fights, and when it's this type of meta and this type of mirror, those fights are always going to be pivotal. So I think there's enough reasons to believe it would. Thanks, Tread. There's enough reasons to believe it will be good for this, at least this core of players, you know. And we're maybe seeing that. And that obviously means Ents do make it through to the upper bracket final. And then after we finish this series, we'll take a look at that. We'll get to watch the SSG Virtus Pro game, which will hopefully give us a pretty good idea if SSG can regain dominance in that matchup. Look at the map 3 stats from the Ent series, you mean? Is this for Runasapi? Oh, this was the big one, right? Where, like, yeah, Zodio went like 48 and 10. Naga 40 and 8. Tread 45 and 6. No, the SSG Virtus Pro game is after this one. So we got the rest of this series, and then we got this game here as well tonight. Which means we've actually probably had a pretty decent day of Overwatch. All things considered. Maybe carried a little bit by this Virtus Pro Aoma series, but yeah. Do I have time to... What time was it? 7 o'clock. I'm going to nip to the toilet. I reckon I've got time. I reckon I've got time. Ooh. Why is NA not available on Juno? Yeah, so I think the way it worked is Juno was originally disabled for the tournament. Then Haddy asked if they could have it enabled. So FACEIT asked for teams and said basically if everyone agrees, then yes. So everyone eventually agreed. ENCE may be a bit slow on it, but eventually everyone agreed, so it was enabled. And I just don't think anyone in NA asked for question, and I don't think FACEIT offered it to them. Which I think is why it's just not enabled. So we're going to see like a very different looking NA tournament here. I don't know why, like, I don't know. I don't know why it wasn't just enabled the whole time, really. I imagine, like, as a tournament organizer, wouldn't you be keen to put the new one in? It says Liquipedia said NA did not receive a unanimous vote for allowing her during playoffs. Oh, so someone held out? I know ENCE were holding out a little bit for the for allowing Juno, but eventually said yes. Oh yeah, the question gala. All right, so for question gala, we're doing a research project, and the question is, in a hypothetical, for any police watching, in a hypothetical situation where you had to eat one of the members of SSG, either players or staff, who do you think would be the tastiest? Who do you eat first? And again, just to clarify for all the freaks out there, this is purely a cannibalization question, not a sexual question. Landon? I think you're the first person to pick Landon. The crowd is shocked. An audible gasp from the audience as Landon gets his first nod of approval to get in the oven. Landon feels solid. Landon was warning us he's probably full of microplastics. Maybe that will improve the flavor. Is it raw or cooked? Chef's choice. Landon sushi. What was it Chris was saying earlier? It's obviously important to remember that they always say, don't they, with like the better a life the animal has had, the better it will taste. Oh, why have they just cranked the music on us? So it seems like we're going to get a bit of a delay then, I guess, before we go into the next map. Will give us time to update the research project. Thank you, yes, sir. Thanks for the bits. Old man experiences a minor increase in volume. They don't need to blast for music. They don't need to. Just keep it chill, you know. There's been a fair few delays today. Yeah, I don't know why, because the Virtus Pro Aoma game started super late as well. Do I use body wash or shampoo for my head? I don't use either. I'm not a victim of Big Pharma. Save all that money. Probably save millions a year. Millions! You don't wash? Just use water. Don't need body wash. If you use body wash all the time, it's your body will stop producing some of the normal chemicals. If you just use water all the time, you'll be fine. You will not be? Well, then that sounds like a you problem. You will stink. Again, sounds like a you problem. Probably stink like a motherfucker. Well, you have to bear in mind, I've got through all of life so far, not stinking. I mean, yeah, if you've got hair, that's different. I mean, when I used to have longer hair, I would use like shampoo and stuff and conditioner. You can't smell yourself? Yeah, of course, Wild Up. I'm not talking about myself. not to flex on chat here, but there's other people in my life. You guys are just conformists. You guys can't accept other things can be true. See it all the time. See it all the time. Unfortunately, a chat full of sheep. But it's okay. I like you anyway. Again, never talks about just from my own opinion here. Never mention my own opinion. Chat has bought for lies? Yeah. I mean, you have to bear in mind, I've actually lived... I probably shared a house. Like, yeah, over a decade. Over a decade. So I think I'd very much be told if I smell. Other people around say nothing have gotten used to it. How would they have gotten used to it? That's not how it really works. You only get accustomed to a smell if you're with it the entire time. You get used to smells? Yeah, but not like immediately. Plus, if I've been working out, or if I have been sweaty, if it's been hot out, do get told. Do get told if I smell. So...
You smell.
What are you, Max? Are you a body wash user? Chat can't seem to accept that body wash is a scam.
Sometimes body wash, sometimes bar soap. I acknowledge that bar soap is probably better. You know, like body wash is just it's the lazy man's option, I think. Nuar is rolling out on the Junker Queen now. Crocs, I mean, he plays on feel, and I mean, he's famous for his Junker Queen. But the thing is, Junker Queen, it really struggles in this matchup, you know, versus the Ram, versus the Mei. It's so easy to get double slowed and just annihilated. So Crocs is really going to have to put some wizardry up to make this work. Buddy also on the Ana. That's a dangerous pick versus Theomatic. Maybe he has a better understanding of spacing, and the fact that he has a Lucio will help him get away from Theo a little bit more frequently as well. But Theomatic, you know, he will run down the Ana if ever he sees the opportunity. It looks like this first neutral, it's not that AOMA have actually won it by getting a kill, but they're just winning by virtue of the fact that their comp can stand on the point and Crocs can never walk up to contest. Crocs has to come in for a kill window rather than for a stall fight. But it looks like he's got it, you know, gets that early kill on Top Dragon, and now they're going to start stealing away the card. He's going to start running back, and AOMA, I mean, they're just kiting this one out. Looks like they're happy to just wait for Top Dragon.
Yeah, no, it works out in the end. They managed to steal the robot back. They're just going to rotate through the Mega Hirayoma to get themselves back on the right side of the map. Ult's starting to come online here. Buddy will have that nano, and Crocs has just found the pick onto Alpha? Seems unlikely, and the rest of Ayoma are just going to crumble after it. And all of a sudden, it seemed like a bit of a roll of the dice from New Age, a bit of a wild card. But we've seen Crocs do it before, and now they're looking for these late stagger kills. Ice Block forced out of Top Dragon. He's going to have a really hard time getting out of this one. Boot back in. And it'll be a very late death for him.
Yeah, that's an insane stagger. Now, New Age, they've essentially won only one fight here, and they're about to cap the checkpoint off it. You know, the contest from Theomatic is absolutely not going to come through. Crocs is just fucking putting his balls on the table and saying, fucking have at me, you know? He's actually dominating right now. The first neutral, you know, he knew that he couldn't play the objective, but that's working. That's right, you know, he's actually playing to the conditions of the comp. And now, there's so many ultimates online for New Age, they should be able to turn this around. Oh my god, the Regoose with the anti catches everybody, but I don't think there'll be the follow-up on the high ground. Nano actually came out onto Crocs, and it looks like we're going to Nano to kill a Bob here. That's a 2-for-2 ult exchange, though. Not terrible. Zidra threw in a Pulse Bomb, so I guess that's 3, but a Pulse Bomb's a Kappa ultimate. Blizzard comes out from Top Dragon, but he's only managed to catch an Ice blocking Mei in it. Oh, actually, wait, was that Ice block from China? That was an Ice block from China. That seems more likely, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Crocs gets kill on Avo, but Buddy and China both go down, so now New Eyes are at a disadvantage, and they're going to run out of steam as their beat expires. The rally from Donghyun should be good, and we're probably just going to see the remainder of New Eyes try to kite this one out, get away from the fight. Looks like Gogo is stuck behind enemy lines, but, you know, he's Lucio, so he might actually be able to escape his fate here. Look at how fast he is, wall riding out the side, gets away, no issues whatsoever. So New Eyes, they've got to be happy with that one. They cap the checkpoint, they get a bunch of meters post-checkpoint, and a lot of them get out from this fight. They don't donate ult charge. Now they come through the cutout in the middle of the map, and they're just rushing down the backline. Crocs is there, but it looks like Theomatic, he's hot on their tails, hot on their heels. Gogo getting caught out by Theo, run down because he wasn't able to commit with Crocs. He just turned and ran back into Theo's clutches. And now finally we're seeing Nuage lose a little bit of that momentum. AOMA with the ult from Theomatic, they're able to steal it away. They've got the car pushing forward. They're going to be very close to a checkpoint cap here. They might just get it actually. Crocs and Buddy still both on the respawn. I have a terrible feel for whether or not checkpoint is going to be capped.
It feels like they just want to take a quick fight there, as we're going to get an Ioma listening actually, so let's lock in.
Oh, lovely.
Big burn, big burn.
Okay.
Theo, you're alone, Theo, you're alone.
Yeah, it's okay, I'm still. Working backline, working backline. No sleep, no nade, no sleep, no nade.
Middle.
It's okay.
I want to left side.
Keep.
I'm watching it.
Issue one.
Guys, I'm watching 1 HP.
Queen to kill.
No heal. I'm with you, don't go, I'm with you.
Hit, Lucio.
I go, someone push fellow.
I can push car.
I take right side. I take left.
I want to take right side.
Hey, Nano May Queen coming. 70 to beat.
All left side right now. Middle.
Yeah, they're right.
Let's get this on the road.
Alright, so works out there. They managed to isolate Crocs, and they used that frontline advantage to bully him down, but now the ults are coming back up. Crocs just having this rampage ready to go. Looking for his opportunity. There's also a Nano in that as well, but a Bob to kick it off from Avo. Rampage will be used from Crocs. He's awfully low. Might need that Nano. Does actually gain that health so quickly in the end. He's just running into the backline. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Mayult now used onto this Queen. No escape for Crocs. Will get Nanoed, but I don't think it saves him. No, they kill him through. Orbital Ray over the top. China, he's used the Blizzard to try and clutch. He's killed Top Dragon. He's frozen Theo. But Theo just about lives. Wall half blocking Theo, so they do eventually burn him down, but they conceded the lead here. They stabilize.
Crocs,
it's
the
time.
ultimate play on feeling guy. It's actually unbelievable. Now Crocs coming back on the Roadhog. Insane plays actually coming out from Donghyun there. Using his shield to block the heals from Crocs when the counter nano came out. Really nice. You know, Donghyun, when he has a big shield, he actually gets something done. So he blocks the heals for Crocs, and then that counter nano is broken poor Crocs mentally. Now he's on Roadhog to try and finish this one out. Massive lead gain for AOMA though. Buddy gets a pre-fight on Alpha. We saw, you know, sometimes the Junos, they can fly a little wide, and apparently that's happened yet again. Beat comes out, now catches all 5 members of Nuage. Not sure what Crocs is doing here on the Roadhog, but Zidra seems to have caught Avo, and that is going to be AOMA folding. A rare Theomatic L where he uses the Annihilation, isn't versus Blizzard, but doesn't kill everyone on the enemy team.
And now, next fight, China's coming up to this Blizzard, Bunny coming up to the Nano again, and Ioma, they're going to shift. They've got the Cast coming out, they've got the Junker Queen coming out. So, I guess the Junker Queen matches up a little bit nicer onto the Hog here, but the problem really has just been these sort of random picks that they found. Blizzard coming up, Theomatic has to be careful, probably wants to try and save Shout for that as well, get him out of that one. Will just be a slow fight. Remember, Ioma do have the lead now, so they don't have to force the first move here. They can just play it slow. Crocs is looking for a pick in the house, but can't find it. Knife onto China here. Nade round the corner, and Theomatic, he's used for Shout here, so the freeze is coming out. He just about gets out of it, actually, and China dies for this. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Buddy has sniped him again. Crocs misses the hook. Zydra now pinned into this corner, is low, and Nade onto Top Dragon forces him back. They have to take a back step for now, and the Nano's coming up. I think it's going to go onto Crocs. He's looking for it. Hook onto Top Dragon, takes him down. Rally out now from Donghyun, but Crocs, he nearly has this whole Hog, and poor Theo, he's so low. Now, desperately trying to hold on to his HP here. Crocs has the whole hog if he needs it, but I think they're just okay. And they're going to push this right back. A chance to take the lead here. Donghun dies on point. Top Dragon does have the Blizzard coming back. They do have the High Noon as well, but this is going back and forth here.
Good grief, Crocs, the ultimate play for fun tank.
He's
just taking the piss and Raptors. He pops the whole hog, locks Theomatic in a corner, and that's going to be perhaps the lead actually conceded right now. The pocket hog swap coming in huge. Counter Nano, it works on the road hog because he can actually keep himself alive this time around. And AOMA, with 114 meters, they've managed to lose this lead. We've seen some insane Runasapis. This is a map that gets pushed the distance very frequently. Zibra goes down pre-fight to Avo though, but Buddy again with an opening pick, this time on Theomatic. What are you doing on Queen Theo? It's not working out, man. Donghun gets go-go, so apparently all of the Annas in this series are just insane at taking down supports. But, you know, Nuage, again, not unhappy with that fight. They didn't use I guess they used Crocs' whole hog, but they got meterage for that. They didn't really use any meaningful ultimates, and they've managed to consolidate that lead. One-man army, they're going to have to win 2 fights if they want to take this lead back. Crocs, he's really just taking the fucking piss now. He's gone over to the Reinhardt. When's the last time you saw a Reinhardt from someone other than SSG or LH Cloudy? So now Crocs again just showcasing the fact that he is actually the Jote of Europe that nobody wants to acknowledge. People are too scared to acknowledge. Crocs hard swinging on Theomatic. Anti-lads from Buddy as well. Crocs frozen up. Counter Nano does not come through. No sightline from the looks of it. So nice Blizzard from Top Dragon. Crocs Go-Go both going down. And it looks like Nuage, they're just going to bank up their ultimates. They're going to play for last.
They're saving their ults for this one, but there's still a lot of ults to deal with, right? They've still got the Nano, the High Noon, and the Rampage to deal with. Gogo probably has to really consider saving that beat for the Rampage. The other option is you just go with it. They also have the Nano to throw in there. Maybe now Donghun's on the Anon as a more accessible support to play aggressively with this beat. They've got the Blizzard to throw in as well, so lots of options for New Age. We see him normally choose aggression. Avo has swung so wide. Where is he going? The Nano, the beat, they've both been dropped. Theomatic still has the Rampage. They've used everything. Where was Avo going? They didn't need to use all those ults. Avo had just gifted it to him. So they get the hold, 15 seconds. They're going to stagger the Queen. And, he's going to Rampage. Oh.
It's 10 seconds. Don't push the card, you fucking clients. Don't push the card.
Stop.
Yeah, they're off it. They're off it. Okay, Crocs 95% on the shadow. He's pinning to the spawn. He knows where they're coming. Wait, where are they?
Wait, where are you going, Crocs? So much confidence.
No,
the Tracer nearly touched. He was pretty close, to be fair. But Crocs, any hero under the sun, never the hero you expect him to swap to, but always the right hero apparently, as New Age take their first map.
Unbelievable, you know. There's supposed to be like a swap game taking place in this meta, you know, people countering Junker Queen with Ram and such. But instead we're seeing Crocs invent a completely different swap meta on the fly, coming out with the Roadhog, the Reinhardt, heroes never before seen in this meta. Just unbelievable shit. I feel like I'm a Crocs head, genuinely. This guy has fucking
so much value. So much value every game you watch. Yeah.
And he's French too. Like, he's single-handedly carrying the reputation of France on his back for the sake of Overwatch with the shit he's doing here. This might just be a French patch, to be honest. Bloody Ben Best on Brig takes down Orange 3-0, then goes to map 5 with Ents. Did you hear about that? 5 map banger. Ents versus fucking Peps with Ben Best on Brig. So this might just be a French patch all the way, to be honest. Even if Ents, even if Game of Gladiator can't actually close that one out, going to map 5 with Ents is insane. And then here we're seeing Crocs, I mean, just single-handedly carrying the reputation of his nation on his back with the most unbelievable swap gaming.
Yeah, well, you can't argue with the results. And now all of a sudden, a test of Aoma, right? Feels like they were in cruise control in this series, like bit of fight back from New Age, but always a step ahead in the ult game. Now all of a sudden it feels like they now have to deal with just the wild card that is Crocs. Can pick anything. We did see on Nepal, though, maybe got a bit carried away on the Doom, didn't work out. So we'll see how it goes. New Junk City, maybe a bit of a harder map for some of these. But, I mean, Crocs' picks historically haven't always made sense. But they have historically been successful as well. So we just can't see the vision yet.
Yeah, don't count him out. I mean, people were trying to say that Chase Torch was the, you know, up-and-coming Jote in Europe, and I feel as if he has completely flopped, you know? It could be due to shelling outside of his house. It could be due to the fact that he's actually just not capable of competing with a titan like Crocs in the field. But enough about the game, enough about the players. Slop.
All right. So let me do an ad. We get predictions up for this next one. Body impressed me too. Yeah, just hit massive nades. Obviously, the nature of the reason I think we see a lot of the Koreans play the Ana into the Ram is just because your nade timings are really just quite freely available all the time. And obviously, even when he swaps to Junker Queen, the same thing happens as well. So, yeah, impressive performance on the Ana. You can't really complain. I imagine, are they just going to stick with it as well on New Junk City, you think? I mean, the comp's kind of viable, right? If they start on the Queen. So it's possible. Yeah, it went to map 5. Yeah, because Ben Best is the GOAT, Jack. Ben Best is the GOAT. He did this last stage. Yeah, I mean, he's the Queen, the Hog swap. It's all happened before. It's all happened before, but it's incredible value every single time from Crocs. And he's dragging his team back into this one. And we'll see how EMEA choose to adapt, right? Because we saw the swaps coming out. Obviously, now they get a chance to talk about it between maps. They can actually sit and come up with like maybe more of a plan altogether about how they want to play into the comp. It felt like they were trying to make changes. Obviously, they tried the Junker Queen, they tried Donghun on Biana, all their own swaps are trying to account for it in the partway through that Runa Sappy when the swaps came in. But now they've had a few, not long, but a couple of minutes just to chat about it amongst themselves and hopefully find a pretty reasonable solution. And it feels like we're waiting to see what New Age stick. Cannot predict them. I feel like the Doom, this first point especially, is actually really hard for the Doomfist, so I'd be surprised if he keeps it, but never try and predict Crocs, and he's going to keep it. So it's Doom, Bastion, Mei, Ana, Juno, EMEA just running a much more standard version of the meta, the Venture main that we saw him run in this first fight last time here. So in theory, the Venture should have great access to the Bastion, great access to this Ana. We'll see Top Dragon making the money move now, looking for that Bastion. Can't find it, just force the ice block out. Nade is good though. Top Dragon gets pulled back in a spot of bother, but it's actually China who falls first. And now, back underground, looking for his next target. Again, wants to get on this back line. Slow Nair with him, a little bit out of sync with Top Dragon's engage, but still all over it. Crocs tries to intercept with a punch, but doesn't find anything. And now they should clean this one up. They do eventually lose Top Dragon, but it won't cause them too many problems. Crocs is choosing to live on the Doom. Should be able to get out of this one, but I don't know if they actually want him to get out on this one or if they want him to go back to spawn and swap. He's 1 HP, gets the Mega. They're still slowing him. He will get out. He's taken the long way. He'll regroup with his team. And now EMEA with a chance to hold the choke. And
I also took the long way, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's a little bit late to the party, but, you know, better late than never. Good to see Crocs back out on another pick that makes no goddamn sense. But, you know, if there's a man to make it work, I didn't believe in it on Nepal, but I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to see Crocs theory. Now that, you know, he's got more teammates playing around his nonsense picks. The Lucio Ana, that can help.
Big punch.
Big punch there, almost takes down Alpha, but Alpha does get away on a sliver of HP. He goes back in for the kill. Actually does get Alpha. Nothing with this power punch here. Was that a power punch? I don't think so. Nothing with the punch here, but I mean, the numbers are just not favoring Nuage whatsoever. They don't have the staying power on the point. If they can't win these fights with kills, they're never going to win them playing the objective, because the objective just doesn't favor them in this comp.
It's one of those ones where it seemed like, to be fair, the Doom didn't feel that bad. Like, got a trade in the first fight, did manage to find good punch value there, got Alpha again. But this Lucio Ana backline is having an absolutely horrendous time against this Venture Ramatra. So this is causing them bigger problems right now. And this point now is a little bit more open, maybe a bit more space for the Lucio Ana to swing. It's a downtown Mayot from Top Dragon. Where is this one going? He's just tried to hit the 90 meter across the map Blizzard, finds absolutely nothing. They're going to turn on Crocs, force out his Meteor Strike. Top Dragon instead now is going to double down with his Mei, with everyone. Defensive wall comes out from China. Top Dragon considering committing, but for now, New Age are just trying to reset all of their position. Nano out onto Crocs right now. What's he looking for? Has Donghun in his sights. It's a counterpunch though from Donghun. Well played. And now Crocs will just fall. Tectonic Shock cleans everyone up. And maybe the Doom Adventure is... that's the one that isn't the solution.
Doom is such a hard one to pull off on something like Flashpoint. Good, we're actually seeing every hero in the entire pool come out from Crocs now. The Orisa, the Hog, at least he hovered Orisa for a second so that, you know, we can claim that he played Orisa in this series as well. Because Crocs really is trying to... We should get a Zarya going. I haven't seen a Zarya or a Diva yet. Let's try and get the whole pool. It's so hard to play some of these tanks when you really need to touch point, though. Nice Blizzard coming out from China, though. Catches Theomatic. No surprises there now that I think about it. So, you know, that's nothing new. And Crocs, I mean, look, he's just taking names yet again, you know. Kill after kill going his way. Dongan gets a really nice trade on Buddy, but the support stagger is incredible right now from New Age. They're slowing down these support deaths so much. They're going to catch Alpha even later still, unless Alpha somehow gets it. Oh, no fucking way. This guy gets out, dude. What are you doing, Zidra? That guy, that is a fucking crime against humanity, dude. That makes Pol Pot look like a small fry, the fact that he was able to get away with that. That is fucking unreal.
Oh, wait.
Spawn camp coming out from Top Dragon now on Buddy, and he may just have him. He does. Top Dragon, really good spawn camp on Buddy there. No taxi from New Age because they were trying to chase down Alpha or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe Gogo doesn't know how to play Lucio. I'm not sure what that's all about. And Theomatic, again, he just puts his body on the point, and the absence of staying power on the point is going to be a real issue for New Age. The contest's going to be so tough. China tries. Zidra ping-pongs on, but there they go. They've lost the cap, and they've lost the fight too. Down 2 players. Buddy, he's slowly walking back, and Crocs, I mean, this late deaths, it's not going to help them. They need another fight here on this point.
They're trying to chase down Zydra as well. Should have enough blinks to get out of this one. Gets the mini. Top Dragon really doubling down for it. Has to recall. Meanwhile, the rest of EMEA are actually pushing forward as well. So they're just trying to mark all the sides at the moment. China's made a swap onto Pharah right now, which, I mean, should be pretty reasonable. Not too much that can really trouble him, maybe other than the Juno. But they're still pushing into a massive ult bank here. So they need a little bit of Crocs magic. Maybe a big nade from Buddy or something, as Zydra will get the initial touch. Rally going to be used by Donghun at the choke, though. Pushing in. Only Theo catches the nade. They get the bash onto the Hog.
To touch the point.
Fucked. I was trying to follow the ult trade, but I guess none of it will matter, actually. And in the end, this also means they only use Rally before that happens, so EMEA get to hang on to so many of these ults, too. This is going to be a dogfight here. It doesn't really matter who wins, though, because we're going to another point anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the point unlocks in 15 seconds, so maybe someone will slink away, get their body on the point fast enough to get the cap. I'm not entirely sure. But overall, I mean, that was just that's a really rough one for New Age. It appears that Zidra was also watching the ult exchange instead of watching the actual point cap, which is the only thing that he needs to be thinking about in that moment. Trying to duel Top Dragon and he just forgets to touch the point, blinks in the wrong direction or something. A little bit suspect, but it can happen. Nobody's on the point for the unlock, but it looks like Crocs is going to be the first man to plant the flag. No intention of staying there, though. All of New Age getting that initial position on the point. Top Dragon just juicing the duel versus Zidra, but the cap has gone the way of New Age. You can see Top Dragon, he's really trying to get on top of this Ana. The Lucio Ana comp is very greedy. Oh, Crocs nanoed. He's unable to lock anyone in the corner there. He can push everyone away from the orbital ray though, so it's not all bad. Alpha getting trapped up in the corner at the end there, but it's not enough to secure a kill. Looking a little bit dicey now for New Age. They need this beat from Gogo and fast. Unfortunately, it looks like a lot of New Age has been walled off by Avo, and now New Age, not only have they conceded the cap, they're looking so low. No beat coming through right now as well. Crocs just bleeds out. They gave up the cap and Crocs' life in the wrong order.
And now might be a few late kills on the way. Thematic was at least looking for it. The boot from Gogo maybe can get Buddy out of here, so they will be able to stabilize and come back quickly. But again, now they've got this tricky situation where Thematic, he can just hold for choke. He has the Annihilation to be aggressive, and it's so difficult for the Ana to take meaningful space here. They need to try and get him round a different angle or speed him away from Theo, because otherwise Theo's just going to keep them locked up, and then they can just bleed out the remaining players on point. China trying to come through with a flank. Just walks in. Beat will come through, but only catches 3 of them. So Buddy and China do not get his beat at all. Lurking him with a barrage. Spots Dong, and it's a 1-for-1 trade only, though. And now Theo, he's popped this Annihilation. He's just walking onto the Hog, though. He gets taken down by the nade, and somehow, some way, the 3-man beat was the answer. They just walk in. They take all the space. They get the retake. And it doesn't always make sense. It doesn't always... It's not... You wouldn't find this in a textbook, Max, but it keeps working.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, there's a textbook somewhere, you know, like a coaching document that, you know, Crocs personally authored where all of this is outlined, but it's written backwards or something, you know. He's got strange code that nobody can decipher. Theomatic now coming out on the Orisa, a bit of a more traditional counter to the Roadhog, you know. They're trying to shift away from the meta because Crocs has broken the meta with his gameplay. China on the big reaps as well. Looks like they're actually going to catch Top Dragon's recall early on, but they don't catch the kill. Alpha just fucking walking head first into a Reaper, though. Not entirely sure about that one. China pushing in, goes for the TP, does get out, but now New Age, they need to touch the point. That's going to be no issue at all, though, because you've got Crocs nanoed on the point, taking scalps one by one. Pulse Bomb from Zidra kills Theomatic as well, and that is going to be New Age cleaning this one up. I mean, they're going to have to reverse sweep the Flashpoint if they want to win it. They're going to have to reverse sweep the series if they want to win it, but I mean, they have a chance, honestly. I feel like now that they've embraced the Crocs magic, the press H and pick a hero that the enemy has never seen before, you know, I mean, I can see Flack, you know, he's seen the Reaper come out and immediately his heart, it started, it's been warmed, essentially. Seeing these, you know, off-meta picks, it makes everyone happy in a way. Crocs has another whole hog as well, and this has been super deadly so far. He's on the flank. He has not quite in range to catch that hook on Alpha. Should have known better. But you can see Crocs, he's a little menace. He's just following.
He's just
AOMA. He's just
let him know he's there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still 15 seconds for the touch, so if Zidra can get a clue and get that touch, save some blinks, get his body on the point, this should be okay for AOMA. They shouldn't have to concede the point straight away. Go 70% on the beat. They're going to need to charge that one up quickly too, because there's no ult angle for Crocs right now. He goes for it, and he's actually just going to push people off the point. He catches Donghoon. The orbital ray is nice, but unfortunately Crocs got a little bit greedy. Tried to finish, and then Top Dragon, he takes down Crocs, he takes down Zidra, and the first cap, I mean, it's almost certainly going the way of AOMA now. China goes down to Avo, and that seals the deal. First cap and first fight going the way of AOMA. Now we see Buddy getting staggered. No amount of mechanical prowess in the Ana is going to get you out of that one. So now, I mean, one and a half fights remaining for New Age. They need to turn this around. Gogo's beats, you know, they've been fight turners before, even in 3v5, so there is a chance.
We have the Blossom as well to throw in, so lots of things for Aoma to worry about here. In theory, the Blossom should be quite hard against this, because you got the Spear, you got the Flashbang to worry about. For now, Crocs is just, again, taking his own angle on the flank. Gogo's actually with him here as well, so they're just trying to be a nuisance. Theo's going to try and keep him in check. They're trying to force the point at the same time with this, and China's just walked into Zonga. No, he knows now. Bashes away, though. They're safe. China will live at least. We'll be able to regroup on point, but Buddy's in big trouble. Top Dragon has isolated that one. Just about gets the kill. Gogo slinks away. They're still they're always just roaming around New Age. They're just everywhere on the map at the same time, but Top Dragon deals with the Ana, deals with the Reaper, just finding one threat. Pulse Bombs Donghoon in the end, but obviously won't kill that one, and they will be able to clean this one up, and that should just be map, should just be series. Aoma on top after circumventing the Crocs factor.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's hard to keep Top Dragon from being on top at the end of the day, but I mean, a close one. And Crocs, at least he made it an entertaining series for the viewers, you know, picking some heroes that are a little bit less common, making things actually fun to watch. But AOMA, you know, they were probably the predicted team to win from the get-go. There's only so many neutral fights that poor old New Age can actually win. So, you know, better team wins at the end of the day, but Crocs made it fun, so big up him. I think I'm a Crocs head from now on.
Yeah, I'm a believer. Love him as well. He's a very, like a, what do you call him? Like a larger-than-life guy, you know? Just always so much energy and enthusiasm. I can dig it.
Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. All right, well, I think we've got like a protracted period of slop now. Surely the other game is already over. It was the Ents game, right? So we'll probably get into the next one reasonably quickly, but
I
it
think
seemed
so.
like they took a big
Yeah.
production break last time, so who knows?
I think that was mainly just because Aoma had to play back-to-back games, though, so they were trying to give Aoma, like, a bit of a respite, whereas I think, like, at least SSG are actually gagging to get this game underway because they've been waiting for ages.
All right, well, look, I'll slop it up until that happens, and we'll circle back, mate.
We can do it.
Lovely.
Oh, all right. I should update the stream title. Donate to cash for Preds. Yeah, choose outcome. Aoma. All right. Let's do an ad break as well while we're thinking about it. Prediction. Let's see. Map number 1. And it's, of course, let me find it. Space Station Gaming versus Pro. The rematch, I imagine a lot of people have been waiting for. What's the director take? Let's see. Is this the one Hunter was talking about earlier? Checking on Juno. Oh, it's just like the next steps for Clash. Mid-season balance. Looking at survivability of tanks, since our bigger tank patches shot up, it's very difficult to punish tanks effectively, D.Va especially. We want to pull back slightly, looking at the power of armor. Defense passives given to the tank roll. Expect nose to change and more to drop. Okay, so it could be something that affects everyone then, especially nose with armor. Beyond the mid-season balance patches, we're currently experimenting with reducing the effectiveness of certain hero counters, such as beam damage against a certain subset of tanks. So I guess that's really just like Sigma and D.Va that are affected. Sombra's been a hot topic lately, and we're looking at some changes to her stealth duration. Okay. Alright then. They don't even mention what they're going to do for Clash. Decrease the current stomp rate. Alright. Coming off fresh off a press, from Gibiok, Tomothan has spoken once again, reinforcing that humans are alarmingly similar to steak. Picks Parker, saying that he would be a good source of protein, but not as gamey as Haddy. Would Haddy be gamey? To be fair, what makes something gamey? Is it just because it's the type of meat, or is it something about the lifestyle of of game that makes it taste a certain way? He takes game because he's a gamer. Lean muscle and stress. Okay. Oh, do I want a snack? I think I want a snack. I have time for a sausage roll, surely, right? I think we all agree I have time for a sausage roll, right? I certainly feel so. I'll get some more water while I'm at it, too. Seems like I still have time for the sausage roll as well, which is the most important thing. Sausage roll. It's one of those cook-at-home ones from Aldi. What SSG member would make the best sausage roll? Presumably one of the Brits, right? I put salt on my sausage rolls. If we make our own sausage rolls, we'll put like salt and pepper in, and whatever relevant seasonings to the flavor. But not if it's just like one we bought or like a pre-made one. We might be looking at an SSG roll with the way VP's been playing. Well, maybe. I think SSG going to be looking for a bit of redemption here against the Virtus Pro after some of the recent results against them. Hold on, let me just open my door. Oh, I need to charge my mouse as well. What? SSG on top. You think KSA should join SSG? To play Juno? Ask him the question. Alright, KSA. Well, let me finish. So KSA, the question is, we're doing a research project. And the research is, in a hypothetical situation, if you had to eat one of the SSG players or staff, who do you think would be the tastiest? Psycho? Very quick answer there. Very quick answer. Straight in with Psycho. I think Psycho's become, like, the longer the research product has run, are actually getting an increasing amount of Psycho eaters. Didn't even have to think. He's thought of this already. he's had this answer planned out all along. Whoa. This was his original plan for stage 2. The best way to beat SSG is to eat one of their players. I can see it. I can see it. You think people are sleeping? Where are the codes for the Ents dogfight? I don't know if they've updated the thing. I've got them though. I'll send them to you, KSA. Where am I looking? Yeah, maybe we can watch it tomorrow, right? Because there's no Korea. Korea and Japan are only happening on Sunday. So maybe we can watch a bit of the Ents dogfight before the matches tomorrow, as I imagine people are probably pretty interested. I know I am. Don't know how it was so close, but fair play. Hey, Flack. You gearing up for America? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I had a bad lunch. I had chicken burgers and it sat wrong for a little bit. But I've recovered now, I think. So I'm ready for the rest of the night. You got 3 teams in NA you're rooting for? Did you part ways with... Did I remember that tweet right? It's not just a fever dream. You parted ways with Citrus Nightmare? Where am I going? North America. Oh yeah, it just tagged up a Citrus Nation here. Green Fortnite. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. New calling all heroes team, timeless, and still obviously rooting for the Citrus guys a bit. Yeah, I mean, with the way the North America has worked, with like NRG, Nightmare, and Toronto not participating, it's such a wide open tournament for anyone. Like I feel like, you know, Timeless, Citrus, TSM, all have a reasonable chance of winning. And if like someone just hits, because we're in like, I guess they're not playing with Juno, are they? So we're not really in a new meta for them. But I feel like there's like, it's really open now for a lot of these teams and upsets as well. So I don't know, I think obviously like it's a bit of a shame there's not the big teams in North America, but I think it does make it like an interesting and open competition. So for the Juno thing, because it was originally going to be a tournament without Juno, they did like a team vote, and the condition was you need a unanimous vote from all the teams to play Juno, and EMEA got the unanimous vote, and North America didn't. I don't know the specifics of who held out, but you think it's a really nice... Yeah, I agree, Flack. This is like a... I think the top 3 sit in their own tier in North America. So this will be an interesting... Whoever wins this probably makes a... And if I had to pick a favourite, I'd probably say it would be Timeless. But it should give us a pretty good indication of who's on the top of the rest. I know a rare new Queen Street. You think we'll get the codes? Yeah, I presume they're going to go onto the FACEIT tracker. I've got the codes as well, so we can watch them. We can watch them tomorrow. But for now, we're going to watch some SSG Virtus Pro. Becoming a pretty classic matchup. We saw Virtus Pro obviously struggle big time against saw him struggle big time against Ioma, but also yeah. Maybe Ioma are just pretty decent in this meta, so we'll see how SSG stack up. Maybe first thing to note, Astro on the Juno, Landon on the Brig.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is basically Space Station's wheelhouse with the exception of the D.Va pick here. I'm a little bit surprised to see the D.Va in terms of, oh, it's hardy on D.Va, but at the same time, I mean, they probably know exactly what Virtus Pro is going to do. The scrim circles are very small here, and playing the D.Va into Pharah Ana, I mean, that's completely essential. So that makes sense. We're seeing they're going for the early rotation towards the point here, and I think that I'm not entirely sure whether this is the move for them. I think that if you were playing the Ram comp, it would make a lot of sense to bunker up at the back of the point, but if you're playing the D.Va, you might not be too afraid of the open space. I feel like going here in the back is just going to bunch them up, mean that it's easy to get big splash damage with the Pharah, really easy to hit those nades as well, and it's going to be pretty difficult for Hardy to catch kills. Like I was saying, fucking easy for Hardy to catch kills. Great decision to hide at the back of the point there, because everyone on the side of Virtus Pro has just melted in the blink of an eye. Everyone goes down. Kanail caught out, Cloud caught out early early. Kanail swapping off the Ana over to the D.Va, deciding it's just not worth the hassle picking that. So honestly, really good start for Space Station here. No ultimates online yet, but you can see Backbone, he's tearing towards a fast Blizzard here, already 60%. And by the time Virtus Pro have made it to the point, I guarantee you, VP, they're going to be facing a Blizzard from Jamie. We see Hardy actually going for a really aggressive shift up on the high ground, just buying time for his team, doing a really good job of slowing things down, holding himself up on that high ground. And now, I mean, by the time the fight actually breaks down on the point, it's going to be really rough. You see Landon, he was getting punched by Rajaro, but he bashes in because he's trying to save Hardy. Hardy making some sort of a positional mistake, getting caught out a little bit. And Funny Astro goes down too, so no mech, no Funny Astro. This is going to be an unturnable fight for SSG. It looked so good at the start. It looked like they had a very real chance, but maybe a bit too much aggression up in main. Maybe they should have played for the slow fight on point because they were coming up on Backbones up pretty soon.
Yeah, it looked like they were just trying to go for an early cycle, put out that early pressure, farm the rest of their ults, and it kind of worked, but Haddy just gets caught at the end, and now, obviously with Kanail swapping over to this Brig, makes him a lot more durable against a lot of Haddy's engages, and in theory, Rajaro should have a much better time. The wall comes out, doesn't catch anything initially as Haddy goes deep. Now the rally to kick it off from Landon, looking for it, bash onto the front line, just pressure him back. Orbital Ray response from Gala though, so they're pushing him right back, and it's Gala who actually gets caught in all of that, not in his own Orbital Ray, and Haddy's just causing havoc in this backline as they try and go forward, they try and take the ult exchange. Haddy is just behind him the entire time, and now in the corner, Kanail nowhere to go, will get taken down, and SSG will regain control of this point.
I want to highlight Backbone there, not because he actually did anything spectacular in terms of mechanics or popping off or anything like that, but you could see there were these big juicy targets in the front line that most players would be focusing on. But you see Hardy, he shifted into the back line, he went deep on Sauna, and straight away you can see Backbone, he switches his target and he starts going for these long-range snipes on Sauna because Hardy's calling that Sauna's low. It's really rare that you find a player that's such a good listener, but Backbone is fantastic at listening and playing off his team like that. Even if it didn't net him a kill there, you can just see that he's a really high-level team player. Really good stuff from Backers, even if it didn't pay off that time around. I'm going schizo about whether my coffee's coming up or not. You can see now Backbone just backing towards the point, getting into good space for the main. My coffee is coming up. Take it away, Xavier.
So it's going to be a bob to kick it off now from Sauna coming in. Again, you see that pressure from Haddy into the backline. Blizzard used by Backbone as well. Aggressive catches Kanail. Just about manages to Fortnite Kanail out of that one. Finishes the kill. Haddy has the bomb to get the remake. Kills Sauna and Baby Diva while he's at it. But Rajaro has traded these kills on backline as well. Bob is still holding on to point here. Cloud is going to group up. They have to be careful of the Blizzard here, SSG, as they walk forward. They have the player advantage, but they have to be ready for that turn. Haddy has to be switched on for it. They kill Rajaro while he's in ice block, and he's going to use it. He has to, really, but an easy enough disengage, and SSG looking commanding control of this point. The Diva working out for him. There'll be a little bit of a last minute touch here, but torpedoes onto everyone from Astro will keep him safe, and SSG on top in this first round on Night Market. The Diva, now we've not seen really too much of today as we've been in a lot of the mirror, really works out, and SSG in control.
Yeah, looking pretty good for SSG, even with the Diva, which, you know, some might argue is a bit of a weak point for these guys, but, you know, they're making it look easy. I've been asked by chat whether Funny Astro being on Juno rather than Brig is Chris hating on Funny Astro and his Brig. But I think that this is, Juno's definitely a main support hero in terms of, like, well, maybe the more important thing is Brig is a flex support hero. Lots of main supports wind up on Brig because that's just the way things go. But if you think back in history a little bit, historically, a lot of the best Brigs in the world have been flex support players. This is a very mechanically demanding hero to get max value. You need to hit all of these flails. Brig is really a flex support hero at heart. It's just a lot of those shitty main supports wind up having to play it. So I think it makes total sense to have Landon on the Brig. It's not just a Funny Astro hate campaign. It's just the way that Brig actually works. You know, Fielder historically one of the best Brigs ever. Now we're seeing a full-blown mirror coming out here on Garden. And, you know, early dynamite coming out from Sparker, but, you know, apparently Rajaro has got eyes in the back of his head and the front of it too as he eats the dynamite coming from in front of his head. Rajaro shifts in with the speed ring, aggressive little push coming out from VP. They want to retake this space, and everyone from Space Station, I mean, they're just on the run. Landon bashes out. Hardy actually shifts in a little circle, and the ice block has been forced out from Cloud. Now the great wall from Backbone locks. Kanail flailed off the map by Landon. Cloud locked in by Backbone, and everything is going SSG's way here. They got the space initially, and then VP, their retake attempt, it wasn't enough. They just boxed themselves in a little room, walking into a trap with Backbone. And I mean, Backbone's already got Blizzard. Landon already has the rally. Look at this.
Yeah, massive ult advantage now. They seem to win the battle on the rollout. They just corner VP back into that room. They keep the space, then a good wall from Backbone to seal it. Now they've got this huge ult advantage here. Good options to start with either of them. And Virtus Pro, they have to just play a little bit slow. They could really do with this orbital ray before they go. Torpedo swing comes out. Will be marked by Hattie a little bit here, but now the Blizzard comes through. Can they get out of it? The rally was used as well, and they've actually, have they skirted? But okay, they've got the kills. They win the fight. But both ults committed there that they got fast their SSG, so quite an expensive one. Power Spike will now swing to Virtus Pro.
Apple swing to... What the fuck is that? How did
Sauna?
VP, I think Sauna's just gone and solo cut point. Free 5% there, mate. Cheers to that. I'd love to see it. Yeah, next fight looking a little dicey for Space Station, though. Although they had these really fast ultimates, they got a couple of real slow cooking ones, too. Sparker, Funny Astro, only 70% to both of their respective ultimates. So if VP can fight fast with their support ultimates, it could be danger for SSG. We see the speedering invested on the bridge. Rajaro is going deep. Orbital Ray and Rally stacked up, though. And I mean, that's got to be a wet dream for the side of SSG. Funny Astro, though, he doesn't quite get the orbital ray in time. Landing gets bashed, not able to escape the clutches of VP. And it's looking like VP, they're kind of muscling their way through this one. There's a chance to turn it for SSG. Sparker has the bob, but it might be a little bit late. Hardy's already lost the mech, opted not to invest the bomb. So point flipped for VP. 2 support ultimates invested and a Sauna Pulse, but, you know, who knows what that's worth at the end of the day. But SSG, I mean, they invested their ults trying to turn that one. Sparker threw out the bob. Funny Astro threw out the orbital ray. So that's a really bad fight for SSG. If you think that them double ulting in a fight to win was bad, watch them double ulting in a fight to lose.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster. They have now this tricky situation. Blizzard comes out. Wall is good from Cloud, actually. And I think, yeah, Lander's going to get stuck for sure. Backbone has his Ice Block Force. Is going to be in big trouble afterwards as well. They do manage to get him out. And they actually get Rajaro to force him into Bomb. So they will get the remake on point, but now Blizzard advantage falls the way of SSG, and they'll get a chance to retake with this one here. No ults just yet for Virtus Pro, so they either need to find a way out of this Blizzard or for Rajaro to eat it here. Early Dynamite catches a few of them. They're going to go for a speedring engage earlier. Torpedo swing as well. Doesn't catch all that much. Backbone's walled off for now, but Hattie's fine. Now they come through. Backbone with a chance to use this Blizzard. Sees nothing yet, so will just drag the fight to point. Wants to bait the people onto him from Virtus Pro. Looks for his opportunity. You see his eyes locked on this Diva. Wants to find the opportunity. There's the Orbital Ray. They're just gonna use it to counteract the Ray. Rajaro is in the Ray. He's getting rallied as well. Kanale gets the right side of him, and they keep Rajaro up thanks to that. But a later Orbital Ray from Astro. He's looking for the brig. Kicks Kanale in the back of the head. Takes him down. And they should be able to pocket Backbone through all of this. Should be able to deal with the Diva, and they should get the retake as a result here. Torpedo should finish the job. Sparker in a bit of trouble, actually. There's a couple of people behind, but it's just a baby Diva and a Juno. So I think they've got this one back in control of point. They still not capped it yet, though. Hattie needs to be careful not to lose mech here. Will be okay, hangs onto that bomb, but now Blizzard advantage for Cloud on this retake. And actually, he's coming on point to die as well. Loves point disorder.
I mean, I feel like I do need to point out Landon. He had a fantastic start to the round, you know, lots of ult charge, doing really, really well. But then he's had 3 lives in a row here where he's gone down first. He's been picked straight away very early on in the fights. And I mean, this second rally has been a real slow cooker. The Kanale has managed to lap him on rallies, even though Landon got this enormous lead at the start. So really, I mean, he's got to lock in a little bit. But now we're in the last fight. I mean, the retake on the bridge for Virtus Pro, Bob comes out, but it looks like the wall has countered that out. Bob from Sparker is having no such issue. Cloud has had his Ice Block Force, but he's in danger right now. Rally from Landon. Oh, the re-engage with the Blizzard inside. It doesn't catch anyone. It only gets on it. It manages to catch Hardy somehow, but it looks like he's fine. And in the background, everything is going SSG's way. Rajaro, Kanale, Sauna, all dead. And I mean, that's just going to be SSG taking it. It looked a little rocky at times. Had some pretty nice Blizzards coming out from VP early on, catching out Landon. A few early picks. But, you know, when it came to a big ult fight there at the end, I mean, there were just no legs in it for VP.
Yeah, ultimately SSG do a pretty good job. They realise the Blizzard's going to be there, so the only people really in any danger of getting frozen are Backbone and Hattie. Hattie obviously has a lot of outplay stuff in terms of his movement and the E, and Backbone can always, as long as he keeps Ice Block for it, can set him up quite nicely. And you see Cloud just never really got a chance at a big Blizzard, even though he eventually froze Hattie. Backbone was able to even wall defensively as well. So SSG, good positioning, kept all the right cooldowns for the Blizzard, put themselves in a pretty good position, and a pretty tidy first round, 2-0, then on to King's Reign.
Yeah, over to King's Row now, where, you know, maybe we'll see a little bit more of that Ana play come out from VP. This is a map where there's a lot of high ground. Maybe they'll try and go for the Canale Ana some more. Maybe they'll get Galar back on the Alari again if we're feeling really risky. Probably not. Sauna could, you know, lean over to some spammy heroes as well, rather than just playing the Ashe. But overall, I mean, SSG looking pretty firmly in control of this one. So I don't know. This is an excellent meta for SSG. Anytime Mei falls into the meta, you find yourself thinking, geez, SSG is going to have a good time here, because when you've got the best Mei, perhaps in the entire world on your roster, you've got to smile when you wind up in this situation. This is a little highlight there from Cloud. Fantastic push around the corner with the wall. That's actually a little bit of an underrated Blizzard spot, I'd say. A bit dangerous, you know, playing into the Diva like that, but maybe he saw Hardy wasn't there or something. But yeah, really good spot to get a wall, because you can't bash away to the side. All you can do is bash through, and it's a good wall choke. So really nice play there. Funny Astro, cap a highlight. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Nah, it works out quite nicely, I think, for SSG, especially because whenever you get into like these mirror situations and these type of comps, it just becomes a big, brawly, lots of ult trade one situations, and these are sort of metas now we've seen SSG excelling in the past. So things lining up hero-wise for them, things lining up meta-wise for them, and a good start. VP's problems kind of continue.
Yeah, I think it's you know, it's always slop o'clock. We're between maps now, so let me get stuck into that.
Okay, so he just renamed his account as Haddy. He's actually playing Diva in this match. Exclusive. Fix for title. Oh, good shout. Oh. Space Station Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Did I spell the words correctly? I sure did. I think that both S's are capitalized in Space Station, actually. Okay. There we go. There we go. They got Pelican on SSG as well? Fuck, what a signing. That's too many imports, though. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Fucking can't count. Counting is really difficult. SSG making the money moves. They signed KSG as well, right? Just hoarding talent here, SSG. Counting to 2? Yeah, well, it's always hard to get started with counting, but once you go in, it gets easier. That's what they always say. You think EXO should get mag? Well, they're allowed to. They're allowed to if they want it. Let me do an ad while we're between maps as well, so all the ad heads can get their fix. Go see some good products to buy. Pep should get Vinny. Goat, Sauna on Midtown. Fuck, it's going to be Sauna on King's Row, though. If SSG sign KSA, does that affect the sausage roll priority? Doesn't change it. Doesn't
Subscribe
change it.
to avoid the hashtag ads.
Nice, AU. Step ahead. Thank you. 7 months too. Staying a step ahead. You might miss out on some good products, though. Think about that. What have you missed out on a life-changing product that would have improved your life massively? Thanks, Turtlehax.
Don't tell Hunter.
I can do the Preds. See, SSG, map 1 winner. Map 2 is going to be King's Row. Oh, a fucking train as well. At this time, on a Friday. You're broke, you're going to enjoy the energy advert. What's the one I keep getting... Has anyone seen that advert? What is it? It's for like art resin. For like your paintings. I was so confused when I saw that ad early on Twitch. It was I watched. I think I was watching Slay. Maybe it was last night. I was watching Slay. And I just kept going this fucking like this art resin ad. I was really surprised to see art resin was such big business that they were trying to advertise and push it so hard. But I guess, and this is an unsponsored opinion, but I guess art resin is back. And it looks like Diva start here for Virtus Pro. May Ashe steal the pick. Huge marketing push. I mean, big resin. I mean, it's taken over. It's taken over. People worried about big pharma, but it's actually big resin you need to worry about. Anyone who gets these answers determined by the algorithm being a retirement home? Nope. Nope. Don't believe it. You can't convince me. And all right.
Convincing you right now.
Oh, I told you I can't be convinced.
No. You'll be convinced, mate. Don't you worry about that. More Diva coming out from the side of Space Station. This is definitely, you know, the first one, King's Row. It's a little bit of a weaker May point, so maybe Jamie will have a little bit more difficulty carrying here on this one. But overall, I mean, Virtus Pro, they're not reinventing the wheel here. They're playing that same standard, the May Ash. So, you know, if the first map didn't go so well for them, I'd struggle to believe... Oh, Jamie whiffing a couple of crucial picks there on Galar. A couple shots that could have easily opened up the point, and instead, Backbone actually goes down first. So that's a rough start for the squad of the Space Station. Hardy also getting trapped in this little corner. There's going to be a little bit of a stagger in this, I suspect. This is not a good place to be losing your suit. Picking up the Mega as well, but no, Cloud apparently just wants to end it fast. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Yeah, it felt like that was going to be an absolutely brutal stagger for Hadi, but an element of mercy shown by Virtus Pro here. And that's what you kind of want to get if you're Virtus Pro, or if any team playing this comp. If you can get your Brig made to connect with the enemy Diva, you can get really good value, you can make her life hell, and obviously the Diva's going to be trying to avoid that as much as possible, and try and land on maybe juicier targets like this Ashe. We're going to see Sparker with the slow swing up here. Gala is ahead on orbital raise, so they have to be careful of that timing. In fact, ahead on a lot of the ults here as they try and come around this corner. And there is the Ray coming out from Gala. It's going to be a disengage from SSG. The Diva Matrix is going to help him out. Hadi's awfully low. They do force an ice block as well. Virtus Pro, they're really committing for us. Another wall at Blizzard as well. They get him. They sure do get him. Astro did use the orbital raise, so it's maybe not the most outrageous trade here. 2 for 1, but they do need to be wary of Backbone's May ult in the next fight.
Yeah, now another stagger for Hardy. He's running in rather than running back to spawn. I don't know what that's all about, to be honest. He's charging back up the resuit, and Sauna, again, with a quick mercy killing. I feel like there's been not a lot of interest in staggering here for the side of Virtus Pro. They just want a quick kill and to move on. So not sure why they do this, but, you know, good on them, you know, keeping the tempo high. And, I mean, we're seeing a much more confident version of Virtus Pro here on the defense. You know, a couple of fights in a row where it's just looked like they're in complete control. Good ultimates online for both sides. Now Bob thrown out from Sauna, but rally from Landon. Backbone's actually had his ultimate eaten. No Blizzard for you, Jamie. And then, bad to worse, not only was his ult eaten, he's actually gone down. Cloud putting on a goddamn clinic right now. And I mean, they just wiped a fight with Blizzard. Cloud's already at 80% on another one. This is actually starting to look a little bit on the disastrous side for the VP. And Hardy, again, now he's gone, lost his suit so deep once more. Again, no interest in staggering for the side of VP. I don't know why they're so averse to staggering when Hardy is literally in their backline in spawn, and you could easily play with your food a little bit there. Backbone's been on Widow in spawn for quite some time too, looking for a pick, but just nothing happening. So really, this is a rough one for SSG. Even though it's the same comp matchup, it's looking way more difficult for them.
They have a Bob to kick it off. Hadi will touch the point. I mean, actually bait out the orbital ray was so early from Gala, so they're just going to walk away from this one. Wall comes out. Are they going to keep pushing as aggressively? Looks like not. So SSG, they cheat the ult economy a little bit there with that disengage. They still have to worry about this Blizzard. Might start with Bob, but they have to be ready to go back. Bob onto the point. Cloud coming with a flank. Backbone still has Ice Block over, so should be okay. So they've circumvented the orbital race, circumvented the Blizzard. They even punish Cloud. They get the mech out of Racharo. SSG turning it around. They're forcing point now. They'll get their first tick. Hadi still has the self-destruct, but they still have the high ground to worry about here. But Hadi is going to be all over this backline here. Rajaro's dropped in. Astro under a lot of pressure. Gala's gone so deep. Gala's just flanking, trying to push to kill Astro. But Astro, he's got the packs. He's lived it all. They've dealt with... Oh, I spoke too soon. Astro has died. Sauna will get the late trade from the high ground here, but now Hadi, he's speeded in. He is all over Sauna. They might be able to pocket Sauna out here, but... Oh, rally. Kaneo's not done with this one yet, but everyone else has died. They're going to go for the touch. Kaneo will get on point, but he's just surrounded. He's getting shot from every possible angle. He'll just get bled down. And all of a sudden, Virtus Pro, what was that? 3 or 4 wasted ults in a row?
Yeah, no, that was dreadful from VP. They were in the absolute driver's seat there, but, you know, as soon as Galar threw out that orbital ray, it was just a tragedy of errors again and again. Mistake after mistake. Early ult, low value ult. just stacking one on top of the other. You know, Galar, he's got phenomenal aim, but, you know, sometimes when it comes to decision making, you know, you best leave that to the pros, you know. Jamie, the thinker, you know, he's good for a thought, but Galar, you know, on that one, the ult decision was a little bit suspect. VP, they don't have a lot to play with either. SSG, they've got a huge amount of ultimates, 4 online, Spark are not too far off. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, because they've made so many mistakes with their ults on first, they got nothing for second, so there's a reasonable chance for SSG to snowball this one. On the second point as well, when there's less verticality, it's much easier for the Mei to have impact. Good wall angles, good opportunities for the Brig to rally and push, and this is again in SSG's wheelhouse. Fortunately, we always have Funny Astro as the constant on the team, feeding when you need him most. So there we go. Even though there was a massively ult advantage fight here for the side of Space Station, Funny Astro has just gone down to a bob. Only one ulti invested, Landon's rally, but nobody had any interest on the Space Station side to match, to go 2 for 1. They just went 1 for 1 with the ult trade and Funny Astro died. So that is really rough, because now VP, they're starting to regain control. They have the Orbital Ray. By the time the Orbital Ray is done, they're going to have a Bomb and a Blizzard too. So Space Station, they've got to go fast, or they're going to have to face off against a whole lot of ultimates from VP. Walls invested from either side. Nobody has been trapped in the fight though. Orbital Ray actually invested from Galar and Funny Astro both. Mirrored Orbital Rays. Blizzard comes out from Backbone though, catches Rajara, and he will lose his suit. So this is a really good start now for SSG. +1, and it is a tank pick. Landon, in a world of pain though, gets walled, bashed. He's in so much trouble. But Space Station, I mean, they're trading everywhere else. Even though they've lost their land and they're getting the advantage. You see Funny Astro just playing the corner, playing his life. He knows he's the only support left, so he has to be safe. But it's paid off, you know. Space Station, they're down to the final fight on third point though. And there's a lot of dangerous ults on the table here, Xavier.
Really good fight for SSG. Sorry, really good fight for Virtus Pro, because they take that fight before the cap, they get out a lot of the crucial ults, and now they have this Blizzard to fight on point with, they have a rally to fight on point with, only a Bob and self-destruct to work with, and SSG, they're out of time. Wall onto the high ground, Rajara will drop, as this Bob comes out, rally will be used in response now. I think they're just going to use the rally to burn this Bob down, deal with that threat, and now Cloud, he has the Blizzard. If he can land this one, it should finish it off the fight. Self-destruct is used by Rajaro, so SSG, they have to take a bit of a back step. Backbone cannot afford to have his Ice Block force here. He's desperately trying to hold on to it. He's milking it. He wants to save it for Blizzard. He has to use it now. And oh, he actually Ice Blocks early. He's duped Cloudy's, and Astro's killed Kanail. All of a sudden, SSG have found a way through in an unlikely situation, but Bomb is out. Remake is good from Haddy. They lose Astro. Haddy's still anchoring point. Rajaro low on mech. Haddy's found the kill onto Cloud, and SSG the Thinker does it again. He ice blocks. He knows Cloud is coming with that Mayol quickly, so he ice blocks immediately and just runs out of it there. Outplays Cloud. SSG get a lifeline at the end of this second, and still a shot to finish it.
Is Jamie in Cloud's head pulling the fucking strings, doing the thinking for him? Because I don't know what Cloud was doing there. All he had to do was throw his Blizzard down on the point, and Space Station would have to fucking touch it. It was overtime. But instead, Cloud decides to throw his Blizzard 100,000 kilometers away from the objective, meaning it's easy for Space Station to just flip over to the point and get the cap at the same time. Absolute nonsense. Rally comes out from Landon here in main. Orbital Ray invested from both sides as well. Space Station finally learning that they can use 2 ults to match the enemy's 1 to win the fight, and now they're just stealing it away. There's 3 players for Virtus Pro all in spawn, but their touch is going to be incredibly scuffed. They're swapping over to fast heroes. You can see Kanail rolling out on the Lucio, flailed off by Landon. Sauna touched on the other side though. Everyone from VP is alive and touching the point. Rajara on the ball. Backbone, the Thinker, he puts his Blizzard down on the point when the enemy team has to touch. Not brain dead, unlike a certain somebody playing Mei in this lobby. And it appears that Space Station are going to close this one out, because they understand that people have to touch the point in certain situations, and you can ult based on that.
Works out beautifully as well, and all of a sudden, so much of this map, it feels like a distant memory now, but Virtus Pro looked like they were going to full hold for most of this. And all of a sudden, bad ult after bad ult, they never really recovered. I mean, I say they never really, they actually did recover perfectly on second. They set themselves up with another beautiful situation on second. Fumble that one as well, and then just get snowballed on third. And all of a sudden, SSG, not just a full cap, 23 seconds in the bank as well. And the pressure falls onto the side of Virtus Pro to try and recover this situation now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were bordering on a full hold, we were bordering on a second hold, and somehow we've capped third with time. So, you know, Space Station heads rise up for all the egregious errors that we've seen throughout this series. They've still managed to claw it back time and time again. VP now, Kanail, I mean, he's in spawn, so I'm not entirely sure that he'll stick this one out. But Kanail on the Baptiste, not on the Baptiste. Kanail on the Brig, he's not going to be sticking this one out like, you know, like we may have expected perhaps. So VP, they're just going to stick the mirror here. They've got the confidence that they can make this work. And I mean, they should have the confidence that they can make this work because they were doing it on first, on second, but just these massive ult misplays. The first defense thrown by just tossing every ult away from the objective too far, too early. And then second, again, like that, all they need to do is drag the fight onto cart and then put the blizzard down there when the skills have all been exchanged. Listen in for VP, let's get the volume up. Ooh. Oh, they fucking dead silent. And someone's lagging or that's awful.
No wonder they're losing.
You lagging? Discord lagging, pause.
Guys, we've actually got the listening for the pause. Surely the admins are listening in. We're listening to them. We're listening to them.
Yeah, and this P's being spammed in chat as well. Looks like the pause is coming through in record time as well. Whoever is administering this lobby, hats off to you, brother. You're doing a fantastic job.
VP have actually won this fight as well.
I love Chris Alton is lying in the match chat saying you have to leave, even though you don't. You know, everyone is still in the lobby. W pause. Can we get some W pauses in the chat, please? The lack of movement on the side is giving me angst. Yeah, unfucking believable. Just the slowest pause ever. SSG fumbling. I guess you can blame the Discord lag. It must be a global thing. But good grief. Awful. And now we get to look at Uber and Morello yap with music playing in the background. Lovely clean feed tunes.
You think he's got a French tuck off screen?
Oh, for sure. If Uber were to stand up right now, we would see a French tuck, no doubt.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
You reckon this? I reckon this tech pause is enough to hit the ad button because apparently ads start in 3 minutes. So let's bring that forward. You know.
Oh, cheeky monetization.
Open wide.
You know what I saw an advert for yesterday?
No, go on.
Fuck it. Art resin. It was like a 1.5 minute ad, 2 minute ad or something, just for art resin to put over your paintings so you could frame them better. I didn't realize big resin had such money to fund such an advertising campaign.
Art resin. It's the future, man.
I should invest now.
It's okay to admit that you're. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to admit that you're just living in the past. You know, you're not with the times.
None of my stuff is resined right now. Am I just behind?
You may be cooked, I'm afraid.
Fuck.
You may be cooked. It's all over for you. Man, what is going on here?
I always knew it would be art resin. I mean...
6 hours live, we haven't even started NA yet. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, because it's that first VP Aoma game that just seemed to start super late or be dragged on. But we are going to get the unpause, and they did actually find 2 picks while spamming pause. And they're going to clean up Landon, and they're going to get first point off this, I think. I guess there is a chance. Oh, wait.
Not absolutely. What was I saying? Backbone's dead. Absolutely. Never doubted it for a second.
And yeah, ult's pretty much even across the board here. They are coming in for it, actually. They're going to send Rajaro in. He's going to get... Or send Haddy in, sorry. He's going to be forced back at the choke. He's going to go one more time. Getting a few more touches. Hard to focus down when he's so fast. Sparker's going to swing with the dynamite. Catches a decent few people. They need to stay anchored to the point now, and this is where Haddy's going to take a lot of pressure. Sparker needs to try and find some value from this high ground. Gets damaged, but no final blows. Now the Blizzard on point from Cloud on the objective this time, but Backbone can still ice block it. Will keep point anchored, but he needs so much help after this, and now he's going to get focused down. Rajaro will finish that kill. They should be able to clean up the cat from here, but given the situation, SSG probably just quite happy to get Blizzard out from that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sparker, he had a really good angle there up on the high ground, and he was one shot away a couple of times from securing a trade, but unfortunately just not able to close out on any of it. You know, they bleed the Blizzard out from Virtus Pro, and now they get to play with their own Blizzard in the best Blizzard space in the universe. But, you know, Space Station, I mean, they can't be too happy with that first hold. You know, they lose the first fight, they have to stagger on, trickle a bunch more ult charge over to Virtus Pro. So now, I mean, it's just going to be a big ult exchange here in mid. And I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, too much much deadlocks. I'm talking about mid now. No, that's on me, chat. But yeah, wall comes out from Backbone. Looks like it's not going to force any cooldowns out. Rally layered in from Landon as well. Misses the bash. Doesn't catch anyone with that. So that's not a great start. Kanail comes back with his own rally. Landon getting so low. It looks like he will survive. Bunny Astro's ult is clutch. Rajaro eating Jamie's ult again. Jamie, I mean, it looks like Rajaro, he's just come to play today. He's hungry. And I mean, every ult has been thrown into this fight. The only people to die so far have been Bob's. Bob lives are important too, chat. But, you know, look at the Rajaro now. He's got Hardy locked in a corner. The health bars for SSG looking very bad. And then the counter bash from Kanail. Landon is the one to die to that. And look, Space Station, even though they had the ult advantage, they had the Blizzard. The fact that it was eaten by Rajaro, massive carry performance. Because now SSG, they have nothing for this retake. They have absolutely nothing. And VP, they're in pole position. All they need... Oh, shit. All they need is for Cloud to use his Blizzard on point. But, I mean, we've seen how that goes.
Yeah, this is going to be a 90-yard Hail Mary touchdown type ult, I imagine, given the obvious situation.
Go long, Cloud. Go long. And off point. Whatever you do, mate. Go long and go off point. All right, big poke coming in from Cloud early on. Space Station coming in for the touch with only 2 meters left. Doing this so late also means that objective pressure is amplified. They need to touch even faster still. Backbone just trying to buy time, using the wall completely defensively. And it looks like VP are actually happy to play this one patiently, to farm up their own support ultimates. But I think that this is a mistake, because this is giving Space Station an in. They had a massive ult lead, now they do not. Blizzard comes out from Cloud, and it looks like it's good. He's caught Landon out with it, but counter Blizzard from Backbone.
Bigger.
It's frozen up Rajaro, Kanail, it's even bigger. So finally, Backbone, when his ults don't get eaten, they are phenomenal. And there we have it. Virtus Pro, not really playing to the ult situation, not playing to their advantage, slowing down the game when they needed to speed it up. And that's cost them dearly, because now they've burned ults in this fight, 2 ultimates burned, and nothing to show for it. Space Station, all they needed was Backbone's Blizzard.
And that, yeah, it doesn't... Manages to find the big freeze in the end, and it's one of those where you think you have male advantage, so you're committing quite hard, but then all that happens, if they manage to get it in time, you've just walked everyone into that male. Now we're going to see Rajaro swapping onto Ramatra as well here, so do see a lot of Ramatra in this last part of a map. There is still plenty of high grounds for Hadi to play and get onto the Ashe here, but it does mean Rajaro can do a lot more in terms of forcing the objective, and it's going to be a rally trade straight away. Orbital Ray will be used out from Astro, which means Virtus Pro are just happy to try and turn that one away. Defensive bash kill keeps him alive. Now the Bob into the backline here. Orbital Ray still on Sparker on the high ground, and now a much more aggressive Bob from Sparker. It's got them all. They're having to try and disengage this. They've just matched ults. They're trying to Matrix Bob for whatever it's worth. And to be fair, they've traded this pretty reasonably, actually, Virtus Pro. 2 ults for 3 ults. Nothing really on the board for anyone now. Just Hadi's self-destruct. And 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and Virtus Pro have a fair crack at this as they come back in.
Yeah, I mean, look, dodgy double support out there from Space Station. Really not great if you have to overlay that. And then bad to worse as Landon actually gets taken down in the neutral by Rajaro. Shades of Theomatic in Rajaro's gameplay there. And that's just going to be Space Station conceding the point. Hardy even invested the bomb on the back end of that, but it's gotten absolutely nothing. And now Virtus Pro, I mean, they're laughing. Look at all the ultimates they have. They've got Galar's Orbital Ray, where he's massively lapping Funny Astro, because it's not lapping, he's just ahead. Rajaro, he's 80% on an Annihilation, and Annihilation is so powerful into the brig, especially Landon, no rally, so he's gonna have to play so passively. He's gonna have to play up on the high ground even. Sauna going down for free pre-fight. That's going to help Space Station's case, though. You know, if you're an SSG head, you know, rise up, because Sauna will occasionally just gift you one of those, and there it is. You know, the stabilizing pick.
Now they have this Ramatra, it does make Landon's life a lot more in peril than Kanail's in theory, and they've got this big bank of ultimates to push in here. Backbone has for Blizzard, 2 eaten already on this map. Wall comes in early, doesn't find all that much. Blizzard goes off this time, but I think are they safe? Looks like they're all safe, actually. Kanail's still awfully low. Blizzard comes out in response from Cloud, but what are we Blizzarding, really? I guess it doesn't matter if Rajaro's just going to walk in with the Annihilation and get a kill. It does at least separate Backbone and secure the kill, but he was in so deep, so maybe a wasted ult, but they still win the fight cleanly, no trades. But now they've only got this rally to try and finish it, and Astro has the Orbital Ray. Hadi's about to have his bomb, Spark's going to have the Bob, and Landon's going to have the rally. So much for SG to work with as we go into the final minute.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, they've got a lot of tools available to them, but Virtus Pro, I mean, they still have a chance. If they can just bait people in Canale's rally, it has value. I suppose the thing about SSG is that they're not known to force the fight. They're happy to play patient. Sauna just going fucking balls to the wall, though, gets shot out and decides that the immediate course of action is to coach gun out into the open into 5 people because his brig is rallying there, but that's a little bit dicey. I'm not sure that that's the method. And this is not a great trade for VP. They needed a big ultimate bank, and the fact that even though they only invested 1 ult in that fight, there's nothing coming up online that says big ult advantage for VP. There's only 1 fight left. SSG have so much. They've got 2 right now, Backbone soon to have the Blizzard, and I mean, I don't think a Sauna Bob is going to be the answer to this. You can actually see SSG really smart of them to play forward, because if you fight forward here, you can potentially force a 5v4, as the enemy team has to rush over to the cart. You can see Rajaro has done just that, shifted over to the cart and started pushing it, but it could be consequential. It could actually, it's caused both SSG supports to peel back, which means that there is a 4v5 happening, a 4v3 happening in the front. Landon goes down after rallying as well. They needed to commit to that forward play, just send 1 player back. Rajara's really broken this open. Sauna gets Sparker. Funny Astro trading out onto Galar, but Hardy again, he bombs and he dies. No good at all. And VP, I mean, they were not the destined ones here. They were not the chosen ones, but somehow Rajaro's point force has worked. He went for it so early, and it seemed like even though SSG had set up forward, they weren't positioned for it. Backbone's back on the Widowmaker, going for pot shots, trying to be Fleta, but it's not going to happen. God, SSG, I mean, I think it was wise to play forward and to force a 5v4, but they didn't do that. They played forward, and as soon as someone went to touch the cart, they made it a 3v4 in main. 2 people peeling back to fight Rajaro? Unbelievable. If you're going to do the forward fight, you have to commit to it and trust that there's 1 person that can go back and stall it out when needed. But they just didn't do that. Maybe the cart was too close to the end. Maybe it was a bad call to begin with. But either way, I mean, now SSG are the ones on the back foot. They might have 23 seconds more on the clock, but that must have hurt their confidence to lose that one.
Yeah, the idea seemed reasonable. I guess they probably also really wanted to bash the D.Va as well, just to prevent that touch, but the Speedring D.Va just flies past them all, and now all of a sudden it's all to play for, really. I think Virtus Pro's previous attack, it was obviously a pause attack, so we'll see if they try and spam pause again for the same tactic, because it worked last time, so bit of mental disruption. But it's also play for now.
In the Discord servers and see if you can get a pause out of it. You know, that is the method, well established. I will say,
textbook Kings Row first.
I was gassing the flex support brig, you know, with Landon on the brig. But, I mean, honestly, we've seen so many first deaths coming out from Landon. He seems to be struggling a little bit here in this matchup, especially versus the Ramatra now. There's a lot more pressure on him. It's so easy to get caught out when you're not only having to outplay the wall, but also this tank that just matches up so well against you, can run you down, punch through your shield. Really, the risk-reward profile, it shifts so aggressively when you're playing brig against a Ran May comp. So there's so much being asked of Landon right now. Mirrored D.Va's here on the first point, no Ramatras in sight, so Landon, a little bit of the pressure is off for him. We see SSG going for this low ground hold here on the corner. The wall from Backbone forces out the ice block of Cloud, but it looks like they still want to get aggressive here. You can see they're posturing towards the point. They want a tick. They want a sign of life.
They're forcing it around now. Didn't quite get that first tick, though. It's going to be an aggressive push through Hotel, but it's Sparker who finds the opening pick. And now Backbone, he's behind them all. Kaneo is trapped in here. No escape for him. And Ice Block is actually body blocking the D.Va from helping him. But Kaneo, they've killed Landon. Backbone will wall to save himself here. It's an absolute scrap in this Hotel lobby. Both teams managed to reset. Rajaro's going to need to go for the touch soon. Only 5 seconds left. He goes through, but this leaves him exposed. Sauna is back on Tracer now as well. Blizzard's coming up shortly. Orbital Ray's nearly in play. It's going to be a big ult throwdown, and Backbone, he's had to use his ice block early. Now the Rays going to come out. Rays are going to be traded. They're trying to stay on it here, but they're just bullied out of it. Landon walks forward and just demolishes them with it. Blizzard will come out from Backbone as well, and that's going to freeze Rajaro. The bomb will go off. I don't think it can get anything, though, even with the Blizzard on point. And SSG deny the tick.
Oh, good grief, Sauna, poor bastard, getting caught out early on the Ash, has to come back on Tracer, a hero that does not brawl well, and Sparky's so ahead on the Bob. A big dynamite, and Landon just walks forward and eats everyone alive. Melee swings, no rally, and he's just taking over. Even though he went down early, he still managed to find that value in the end. Really nice slow play from Space Station, you know, just keeping it alive, not even conceding a single tick on the point while playing on the back foot there for a moment. And honestly, I mean, now, we very rarely see draws in Overwatch 2. It's an extremely rare phenomenon for whatever reason. But, you know, a minute and 23 to hold one tick, it's not an unreasonable ask. It's definitely something possible. And Virtus Pro had an extremely solid defense. Space Station, they basically couldn't crack this neutral on their offense until Galar and 3 others decided to just piss their ults up the wall.
It's interesting as well because we saw SSG actually just kind of just opt, oh, we're just going to play on point, we're just going to take the brawl, whereas Virtus Pro at least initially played on more high ground, but it looks for now at least like it's only going to really be Gala utilizing that, and Virtus Pro will just do the same thing, just take a straight up fight on this low ground and see who can come out on top. Spark will be going for the early Widow shot as well. Anything like that would be absolutely devastating. You'd have to be a complete moron to fall for this at this late stage. Sparker's not even going to go for it out of respect now the enemy won't peek him. And we'll go into this first fight now. Looks like Gala and Sauna just swinging around point. Will be the May and Brig on the high ground here from Virtus Pro. Both teams just trying to poke their way in. Sauna's going to join on the high ground now. Wall off as they try and put some pressure on Rajaro, and Backbone's now swinging through Hotel as Hattie's going to pressure the high ground. Sparker trying to find something, and Cloud's actually just peeking this low angle, dueling him here. Maybe an opportunity for Hattie to go on him if he can find him. Rajaro keeping point anchored as Landon and Backbone, they're just taking turns tiptoeing this point, trying to buy time for Sparker, and now Hattie's going for the play, but he's playing a May and Brig, so he has to be careful. Slow and steady so far.
Paddy, I mean, he's trying to take this high ground, but there's this 2v1 taking place up there. Brig and May marking him out very well. And this is the same issue that we saw on the offense before, where SSG, they're really struggling to find any good fight space. Rajaro actually shifting deep, and again, Landon dead first. This keeps on happening. It's actually unreal. Just a step too far forward, getting caught out over and over again. Unbelievable, though, that Canale has been traded at the back end of this. It looks like Hardy, he went for the remake. He did not get that. But, I mean, this trade on Canale could be huge. Galar has the orbital ray first, though, so really, Space Station, they're fighting an uphill battle. If they fight quickly, which they must because of the point touch, they may be able to briefly fight without Canale's presence. But that being said, I mean, there's just an orbital ray that they're going to have to duel into, and Space Station, they don't have theirs yet. Galar, he swings wide with the orbital ray. Here it is. Rajaro is so deep in the back line. Blizzard comes out. Bob comes out. It's a draw. An Overwatch 2 draw, Xavier.
Oh, unless Hattie's bomb somehow kills 5 and touches the point, but it can only kill 1 and doesn't touch the point. So a draw. It's been a hot second, no? I can't even remember the last time we saw a draw.
Extremely rare phenomenon, and clearly the scriptwriters today were in it to torture the co-streamers because they want a nice long broadcast. 6 hours and 23 minutes live, and we haven't even fucking finished.
It's still 1-0.
So I don't know. I'm gonna need something stronger to keep me awake at this rate because I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it. But you know, let's just slop it up, and I can let the slop take me away. That'll cover me, right?
That'll get you through, mate. That'll get you through.
Yeah, surely. Maybe if I beg for some subscribers, I'll see some money come in, and then, you know, I'll that way I'll be like, yeah, I'm chipper again. You know, big smile on my face as the money comes in. All right, see ya.
All right, I'm gonna need more water as well for this as well. So let's do an ad while we wait for the next map to come into play. All right then, yeah, fucking draw. Yeah, so let me refund the bet. It's funny that the prediction was actually 50-50 as well between SSG and Virtus Pro for this map, and it was also a draw. Delete and return points. All right then. Map number 3. Should be really hard to draw in this one. So all right, I'll see everyone in a bit. I'm gonna do an ad break, grab a drink.
In a bit.
Hope for the resin one. I hope you get it too. It's a good one. Oh. Back just in time. Got myself some quiche as well. Guess I'm not gonna have a chance to eat it before this map, but I got myself some quiche. Can you see that? Have I lined it up right? A quiche Lorraine. Is that the right one? Only insurance ads, no resin? Fuck. Quiche checked? Thanks. I'm glad I got it past the regulatory body. Oh. Whew. It's nippy as well. Alright. New Queen Street. Who's Lorraine? It's a region of France where it was originally made. Alright, so.
Alright.
New Queen Street. More of the same. May Ash versus May Ash. Brig Juno versus Brig Juno. Diva's a piece too. Will be a ring free for Haddy first, just trying to boot Cloud in. They will Cloud as well. Should get the ice block out, and Backbone's managed to hold on to... Oh, no, just have to use his as well. So both maids a little bit vulnerable for a second here. Here comes the Diva pressure, but Backbone happy to meet that head on with full pocket. Looking for a dink onto this Ash. Wall doesn't find anything. Haddy's trying to isolate him again. I think Cloud, oh, they're awfully trapped here, but they need to make sure they help Backbone out of this situation. Ice block's traded again. Both maids in danger, and Cloud, he's got the HP advantage. Finishes that one there. A back and forth neutral, but Virtus Pro eventually come out on top there. Both maids trying to get the most, trying to milk their ice block for as long as possible. But the neutral goes to Virtus Pro.
Yeah, no, I mean a really good start for VP. And on wait, who picked this map? Do we know?
It'll be map 3. I want to say SSG.
Okay, well SSG are picking a map. I suppose on push you just have to play the Diva everywhere. It's interesting that we actually haven't seen all that much RAM at the end of the day. Maybe we'll see more of it perhaps on the flashpoints and whatnot. Maybe the escort map, depending on what we wind up on. We are seeing SSG winding up having to play quite a lot of Diva here. Orbital Ray comes out from Galar. Backbone throws in the Blizzard though. It looks like he's actually going to a rare Backbone Blizzard miss. And in the chaos, Hardy loses his suit. Double support ultimate from VP. Landon pops the rally. They're down a mech right now, so it's really hard to close this out, but he's just trying to keep it alive. He doesn't want to give up that checkpoint, but it's looking like despite his best efforts by pressing Q, you will be giving up that checkpoint, Landon, because you've got nobody to touch. You're down your Sparker, you're down your Hardy. Things are looking really rough for SSG all of a sudden, you know? That King's Row, I mean, that was a dogfight. This is no dogfight. This is domination. This is a 2-minute checkpoint cap on New Queen Street. This is not Runasapi. In Runasapi, people give up the checkpoint like that, you know? They piss it away in half a second. But here on New Queen Street, this is a respectable map. Normally you have to fight for the checkpoint, and there's just been no fighting taking place whatsoever for poor old SSG. Backbone 50% to another Blizzard, so he's getting it nice and quickly, but Space Station, they need to capitalize on this support ultimate advantage. Bob comes out from Sauna, first tempo ult coming out from him, and again Hardy has lost his suit. He's lost his suit inside, no less, and been killed. So an immediate player deficit. Nice set of Orbies coming out from Funny Astro. They're catching a bunch of the enemy, but no kills, and the card just keeps on rolling. 86 meters in less than 3 minutes, Xavier? What is going on?
It's getting from bad to worse as well, because Gala's about to have Orbital Ray again as well, so Astro's still holding on to this one. Virtus Pro soon will be able to match that ult. Blizzard's going to come up mid-fight. They found the picks, though. Bob was used by Sparker, but ultimately ends up being a fairly economic victory thanks to those early picks. Didn't see exactly what happened, but felt like everyone got the assist right, so probably some kind of torpedoes, some kind of Diva flying through everyone. They just hit the initial burst damage. Space Station get a vital stabilization fight and a chance to finally put some meters on the board, and they have still got, well, probably about equal ults really, right? Both support ults up for both teams. Blizzard's going to be involved, so big ult throwdown coming up.
Yeah, a really and much needed stabilization for SSG. And again, now we're going to see these mirrored Blizzards, see if anyone can find some value there. They're coming straight through the cutout right now, going for a fast recontest. Rally invested by Canale. Double support ultimate again for SSG, though. We've seen this happen a couple of times, and I feel like it hasn't really worked out in their favor ever. Cloud throws in the Blizzard, though, and that's not going to net them anything. Maybe Virtus Pro should have double support ulted too, because like I was saying, perfect way to win a fight. Love to see that from SSG. Just great double support ult to win the fight there. Galar will have the Orbital Ray with basically nothing to pressure him on this next fight, though. So I think that SSG, I mean, they're going to need some spark and magic, some backbone dinks as well, if they want to stop the retake here from VP. Because VP, I mean, Orbital Ray versus a Diva Bomb, that's a joke. Orbital Ray is a significantly stronger ultimate. It's not looking great for SSG in terms of the ult game, but they have the position, and they're happy to just poke away, chip away, and see what they can make of it.
All stacked up for choke right now, just waiting for it. It's going to be a defensive wall from Backbone coming out just to try and get out of him. But here's the swing. Gala's gone really far forward. Big orbs. Backbone in so much trouble. We'll have that ice block force now in a pretty committed position. Oh, actually, only just ice blocks now. Orbital Ray still going, though. Backbone's in a lot of trouble. Defensive wall again. Rajaro so low. Doesn't quite have to bomb, though. They've weathered a lot of the storm, but Backbone still focused down. Hattie's going to bomb in this as well. Desperately trying to get back into mech. They all come. The bomb kills Kaneo, actually. Rajaro still has his own bomb. He's trapped in the backline here versus everyone. Landon will shoo him away. Bomb will be invested by Rajaro. They're committing to this because Sauna has a pick. Rajaro safely inside the bus stop. Does get his mech back. They've still not conceded cap yet, Virtus Pro, and Rajaro back on point.
Yeah, I mean, look, Space Station again. Much needed stabilization, you know. It looked a bit rough when Backbone went down, but straight away they start to get these trades. Landon, Hardy coming through clutch. And VP, I mean, their ult economy is starting to look a little bit fucked, to be honest. They lose that Orbital Ray fight, which they really needed to win. Blizzard actually comes out from Backbone, catches Rajaro, Kaneo going down as well, so I suspect he was also caught with it. Landon's investing the rally. He wants this fight win. He does not want to lose it. They need a win here. Even though they had the player advantage, I can imagine that, you know, if he didn't pop that rally, someone might have gone down. It might have been Landon himself. He could have been the culprit. And now SSG, they're pushing all the way to the spawn. They're trying to get some stagger kills. Sparker taking pot shots at Galar. Just need to hit one little Sparky. Oh, it's okay. Galar has passively healed back to full, and Sparker shakes his hand in rage.
Furious with himself.
One too many easy shots. Sauna making the swap. He was on Widow and Spawn for a second, I think. Now he's over to the Ash, so that is not too shabby at all. But Space Station, I mean, that fucked ult economy, not so fucked anymore. They've got tools to play with. They've got the Orbital Ray. Again, Bob comes out early from Sparker, gets an uppercut with it, and already Virtus Pro's health bars are looking rough. Double support ult from VP. They're pushing back in. Cloud also threw in the Blizzard there. I didn't actually clock what that was doing, and it is looking like VP, they're getting the numbers. They are winning this fight, but a costly fight at that. 3 ultis invested.
Yeah, ultimately the Blizzard, it did force the ice block out of Backbone, and it froze for Bob for whatever that's worth, but they do win with the big investment of ults. Backbone now with a clear mate ult advantage to swing this one back in SSG's favor, but Virtus Pro pretty happy with the situation, still have a decent lead, but SSG trying to come back now. Backbone starting on the choke, wall onto Rajaro, but he gets back over it here. Backbone has to ice block early, gets him super close to this, but they need to make sure they can pocket Backbone out. They come through. Landon a little bit low because of it. They're still trying to force their way through this choke. Another wall now onto Hattie, loses a chunk. It's a defensive wall from Backbone. They're going to have to pivot now, rotate all the way back around to the next choke. Still have that Blizzard advantage here, looking for an opportunity to use it. They want to force onto the Diva, they want to open it up, but look how far Virtus Pro are away. They know Blizzard is coming. They're trying to make it difficult for Backbone here. Hattie's going to dive onto the backline again, does force the reposition. Kaneo is super low in all of this as well, so Virtus Pro, they've just lost so much health. They've just picked apart. Bomb has to be invested too here. Player advantage thanks to that Kaneo kill, and Sparks just picks them all off. Sauna's committed for Bob. Spark might get traded, but still player advantage for SSG. Wait, Sauna's Bob's found another one. What a great Bob, as we were saying. And now Hattie onto the backline trying to fight Gala. Orbital Ray has been used, so Hattie just has to leave that one. Accept it. Rajaro's killed Landon, and Virtus Pro are just scrapping. They're not giving this one up. Astro now trying to find the late kill. More trades coming backwards and forth. Rajaro's going to get the Diva gap onto Hattie, and Virtus Pro, they remain in control of the robot, and they'll keep moving it back forward. Maybe even try to get a few meters, but look at the ult bank on SSG.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looked really dicey for VP at the start. But the fact they were able to trade it out investing ultimates, I mean, SSG might have the ult lead, but this is push savior. And SSG, they need to win multiple fights to take this lead, especially if VP try and fight here in the middle, get those close spawns going, just keep fighting, keep trading, make SSG spend some of those ults on their side of the map. Big ultimate investment already. We see Rally traded with Orbital Ray, and straight away VP, they're just kiting it out. You know, they get an ult, they run away. Unfortunately, Sauna doesn't know how to walk, so he winds up walking into a pole and dies to Sparker. Just easy pickings. And now Sparker, I mean, look at him. He's in the flow state. Headshot, massive dynamite, marking every angle, takes down Kanale wandering over on the side. You can hear his cloppers walking over there on the side. But SSG, I mean, oh wow, that late trade on Backbone is actually a huge deal, because Backbone, he's going to get the back spawn here. He's not going to respawn forward, so he's not going to be there to use his Blizzard. VP, they're going to be able to block cart with ease now. 4 versus 5 for SSG. They can't go deep. They're going to try and turn on this checkpoint and then probably back things up. You see, actually, Rajaro just drops straight down to the point, not conceding a single meter, all because of that late pick on Backbone. No ability to fight 4v5 for SSG. And I mean, they may have a few ultimates to play with, but they do not have the lead, and they have 40 seconds left on the clock. Hiding Bob from Sparker is enormous, but apparently Rajaro in a pole position just takes down Landon. I don't know what took Landon down there, because it looked like Sparker held all of the cards with that dynamite, with that Bob. So VP, player advantage, ultimate advantage soon as well, and Hardy, he has to bomb just to remake, just to keep things going. 20 seconds on the clock, SSG still no signs of taking this lead, and VP again, I mean, they're happy to just camp up, wait. I mean, like, they can probably take 2 fights here and now if they swing around this corner. They can take 2 fights before SSG will have the lead. VP, they've got so many ults. SSG, I mean, so much is riding on Landon right now. He has this rally, or Backbone perhaps. He can get a big Blizzard, but it's just so dangerous. Blizzard comes out and it actually does look massive. Freezes up Kanale, freezes up Cloud, freezes up Rajaro, but somehow, even though that was a triple Blizzard, Galar's Orbital Ray turns it around. Cloud hit his own Blizzard, and that's going to be Virtus Pro taking this one, Xavier. 3 kills going their way, and there's just no signs of it stopping. Space Station losing here on New Queen Street.
Really disciplined play at the end. There's always that temptation when you've got an overwhelming ult advantage just to press the buttons, just to try and make it work, take the win as quickly as possible. But they play it slow. You see, even then, they take the wall trades. You feel like SSG wanted to bait out that orbital rate early from Gala and wanted to disengage it. You saw Backbone defensively wall. But Virtus Pro remain patient. They take the neutral trade first, then they drop the orbital ray, and it's just such a massive ult advantage to have, even just having that ray advantage when it's going to be a fight on point and everyone's forced to be on the objective. So Virtus Pro, map number 3, but tying up the series here, and VP and SSG going all the way again, it seems like.
Yeah, no, they're going the distance. They're trying to torture us poor old co-streamers with more hours on broadcast. Love to see it. But seriously close series. I reckon we're going to see a swing now. We're going to see SSG probably on this push map coming out with the Ramatra. Assuming that it's New Junk City, but I suppose if it's Suravasa, I mean, Suravasa, it's a more divey map, you know, a little bit more verticality, so sometimes the ramp can struggle, but I would like to imagine that they're going to play Ramatra on Suravasa, and I think that they have the edge. I think when they're playing the Ramatra, their push-pull comes into full effect. Hardy is really in his element there. You see, D.Va, this is a hero where it's like, obviously there is a push-pull element, but there's also an element of, can you shift onto people and just one-shot them in the clutch? And I think that that's probably, you know, Hardy's weakness as a player, is that he's extremely good at the push-pull, extremely good at the macro side of the game, but when it comes down to like raw mechanical, I'm just gonna fuck you in the moment, like that's not really Hardy's strength, you know. He's more of like the consistent role tank, but when it comes down to like raw mechanical domination, I mean, that's probably not his wheelhouse. I'm gonna serve you some ads. Remember, you can give me money to not receive the ads, chat. But yeah, let's get some slop going, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'll get some predictions going as well. As soon as map number 4. It is going to be Suravasa as well here, so we'll see if it is more D.Va friendly. I'm going to eat some of this quiche. He asked, oh wait, so we're doing an important research study here, so it's just a hypothetical, so nothing illegal will happen, but the question is, if you're in a situation where you had to eat one of the members of SSG, a classic cannibalization setup, which member of SSG do you think would be tastiest? Maybe as tasty as this quiche I'm eating. Yeah, it's a good game, Myth. It's been close. 1-1 right now. Ooh, Landon. Another Landon. Thank you, Raddy. Thanks for the prime. Rare pick. Yeah, not a lot of people went for Landon, but you respect it. There is something, I think something satisfying about just choosing to eat the only American as well. Somehow feels deserved, I don't know. Oh, I should do some ads before I forget as well, so we don't have to watch them mid-map. But I was asking about a quiche. It's just like, I don't know how to describe it. I guess it's just like egg plus some other ingredients in like kind of a tart. Saravata next. You sent me something beautiful in DMs of a survey. Or what am I looking at? Charts and graphs, here we go. Mortal data, pro data. A big Jamie swinging for pro data. I feel like nobody's interested in eating Sparker, which is interesting. Are we going already? Can a man not eat quiche in peace? What's the world come to? I've got 2 bites left. Come on. I can do it. I can do it. A quiche pause. Considering a lot of ingredients used in American food is banned in the EU, shouldn't we exclude Landon? Are you saying you don't think Landon would get through the food and health, the food and... what is it called? The food, like, hygiene and safety board?
FDA?
FDA, that's what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, just tapped in mid-conversation. Yeah. Had to sneak it in.
Talking about eating Landon.
Oh, we're talking about eating Landon again. I had a completely different thought about what that eating people thing meant, to be honest.
Yeah, I heard you went straight to dick with very little hesitation. Yeah. Not for the first time.
I thought it was about dick and mouth, I'll be honest. But here we are now with not that. As Virtus Pro, actually, this is crazy. Space Station are playing D.Va again. Rajaro rolls out on the Ramatra, and straight away, I mean, just diffs in the first fight. Why is my stream on fucking low quality? Just diffs in the first fight. Can I get a countdown? What percentage you are right now?
18%, 19%, 20%, 21%, 22%, 23%. Tell me when you want me to start counting. 29%, 30%, 31%, 32%, 33%, 34%, 35%.
I swear it's going. Yeah, of course it's going faster. It's Flashpoint. I have a hole in my head.
Yeah, it was actually quite hard to keep up.
Yeah, Space Station on the D.Va. I mean, I don't understand this. Did Hardy die there, or did he just remake? Because I just can't understand them sticking this. Ramatra, it's like it's just better for them. It just suits their style so much more. And now they're rolling out on D.Va versus Virtus Pro on Ramatra. Like it always confuses me. You know, I see the vision here. You know, the fact that at this point it favors D.Va a little bit. It has the high grounds, but on average, I mean, just play to your strengths a little bit more, you know, just like that 1% off. Sparker gets the opening pick on Canale, and that's a massive one because Canale was the only person that had an ultimate at the time, but VP, they've swung back out. Cloud ulting a whole lot of nothing, ulting his demons. Galar with the orbital ray. It has taken down Hardy's mech, but Hardy has the bomb to remech. Landon goes down though. Rajaro with the annihilation running it down. So hard to play Brig into this Ramatra. So easy to get chasing down, especially in chasing is not a word. Chase down, especially in the ult turns. Insane flail from Canale knocks Sparker's Bob out of the fight, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter because Space Station just cleaning up regardless.
They'll get the flip, they'll get another chance on this first point, and actually Virtus Pro invested a whole load of ults into all of that for no return. The Mayok didn't really find the value they were hoping for, they weren't able to stop Paddy getting back into mech, and now all of a sudden, Virtus Pro, they have the Bob, but how do you win a fight with Bob versus Blizzard, Ray, and Rally? Really difficult situation for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think, you know, VP, they're really on the back foot after losing that ult exchange. You're right, Xavier. And I mean, like, they have to retake through these small chokes. They're playing the Ramatra. Oh, listen. Cut the kappa.
We can look for Mayo. Yeah. May is slow. Break. May. Ash.
Look at me.
With Blizzard.
Yeah, walk up on the ramp. Walk together on a time. 3, 2, 1. Ash 1. Ash.
Just bashing a blocking ram.
Break and drum.
Oh, Landon.
No more guys.
Oh, look at Hardy, dude. Oh, what the fuck is that, Funny Astro? You fucking muppet. Jesus Christ. It was like 5v3, Daniel.
Yeah, well, they sure win that first fight thanks to, well, they actually won that first fight pretty much the entire time. But, you know, why not a Ray for good measure? So now the situation is very much on the other foot. It's Space Station who have not a whole lot of ults to try and deal with this massive bank from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro will come through this initial choke. And they actually catch Sparker early, just caught napping, still trying to cross and get into position. And now what, in theory, might have been quite an expensive fight for Virtus Pro is going to be absolutely free. Haddy's behind, but they're all just on point, covering all the angles. And SSG, they have to concede first cap. Or are they going to contest, actually? Chance to send Haddy in, but Haddy's actually flying back to Peel right now, so they will concede first cap. And Virtus Pro, they don't have to use any of the ultimates here.
Yeah, finally Sparker being the recipient of the magic first pick rather than being the one dealing it out. So that's a good one for Virtus Pro. Gives them a free little cap there. You can see Backbone straight away roaming over to the point, getting the pressure. May is such a demon for this one. So good at pressuring point, able to solo stall a lot. But we've seen every ultimate in the world thrown out right now. Double support ultimate from Virtus Pro. Blizzard from Cloud as well. Looks like that Blizzard may have caught Landon as he has gone down. Hardy goes for the Poco Bomb, but the wall actually stopping any chance of a kill with that. 2 kills appear to have gone the way of Virtus Pro right now, but it's still a total dogfight. I've completely lost track of whether players or Bobs were dying, so not entirely sure who's still alive in this one. I think it might be a 3v3. Galar goes down to Funny Astro, so there is a chance for SSG right now, but it is a dicey one still. They're about to come up on their own double support ultimate, and once that comes into play, I think they might just be able to swing and muscle their way onto the point. Not a second too soon, though. Bob comes out from Sauna, but it is a panicked Bob. He goes down, double support ultimate comes out from SSG, stacking those two up. And I mean, look, perhaps it's not ideal. We've seen some pretty dodgy support ults come out from SSG over the course of today, and this is no exception, I would argue, because now that they've stacked up those ultimates in a 5v4, they are going to be in a position where if the ults swing the other way, they're going to have no answers at all. Look at SSG, 50% of the closest ult, and it's a bomb.
It's a really difficult situation because now all of a sudden Rajara is going to be sent in with this speed ring. He's going to have that annihilation to keep going, so he's going to get multiple form timings onto this backline. So tricky here for SSG. We've seen Briggs all day struggle. Landon's been having plenty of struggles against it too, and he's going to have to try and face one more here. He's starting on the high ground as they come around the corner. Dynamite sends Gala pretty low, actually. They're just trying to take control of the high ground here first, Virtus Pro, trying to deal with this Diva behind, get Haddy low. Cloud and Sauna, they're all over him, and Haddy's actually in big trouble. Has to bomb in the end. I don't know if he's getting back in mech. No, isn't getting back in mech, and now Annihilation used on point here. Rajaro's not really actually connecting with anything useful as Backbone's walled this off, so they can wait that one out. So a bit of a wasted Annihilation, but with a tank advantage, they'll force out this ice block. But Bob's coming through. Blizzard out onto Backbone. Does he get frozen? No. Backbone actually turns with his own ult. He's going to freeze Rajaro now. Rajaro's he's turned his head. Orbital Ray is not enough to save him, though. And somehow, someway, SSG, Haddy is back. They're back on point. Rally will be used by Kanail, but they've lost two. Landon's just going to fight him. He's not scared. Kanail's doubling down, trying to find a kill, trying to find value, but they're completely outmanned and outgunned. And SSG, they stall that one out for so well. Backbone just buys them all the time on the point. But Blizzard from Cloud doesn't find the value they want it to. And SSG 2 rounds up and a Ray advantage in the next fight.
I mean, it's the same as what we saw in King's Row, really, where Virtus Pro, I mean, they're pretty solid and neutral, but hideous ult plays coming out. Cloud whiffs the Blizzard, double support ultimate invested for no value. Kanail rallied 3v5. What's going on, man? Like, what are you thinking? And now you're down 0-2 on the flashpoint because you're unwilling to concede, and you've got no ultimates at all. Sauna's Bob, I mean, that's a far cry from what they need right now. Hardy applying pressure to the backline, zoning 3. Orbital Ray comes out from Funny Astro, and Cloud just melts away. way. Hardy, he's so good there. Zones the backline, zones 3 players, and then turns right around and comes and fights this 5v2 on point with the ult. Really nice stuff from Hardy there. Really good from Space Station. Good objective control. Good zoning of the backline. Just check marks across the board.
And now SSG, they remain in control. They've got the rally, they've got the Blizzard coming up. Still just missed Bob for Virtus.pro in this next fight. So they trade nothing for something there, but they still find themselves behind, and it's going to have to be a similar situation with Virtus.pro. They have to walk up and try and take a fight, ready to try and kite some of these ultimates. Sauna can start it with a Bob. Rally will be used in response here, so they're just going to try and slow it down here. Virtus.pro deal with it. They actually catch Backbone, so no chance for a Blizzard now. The perfect kill. Hattie's going to put the bomb on the corner. They should all be able to de-peek now. Well, maybe not Cloud. Can't get around the pillar in time, so it's not over for SSG just yet. Rajaro makes a dive into the backline, doesn't connect with anything just yet. Cloud was close to Blizzard, but obviously going down means Virtus.pro, they're just going to have to try and do it without him, and Sauna finds the crucial pick. Now looking for stagger kills if they can here, but they are back, and actually Rajaro needs to be careful, needs to get himself out of this corner. Blizzard is going to be used, and I think is Kaneo trapped in there? Kaneo is really in there. Oh, he came in. He wanted to rally to save his team, but everyone else was out. Another wasted rally from Kaneo. And now the Orbital Ray, they feel the need to clutch. Hattie will be demexed here. They're going to try and find more kills, but the rest of SSG, they've made themselves scarce, so they'll kill Hattie. But a huge investment in the end from Virtus.pro. They need Cloud's Blizzard to connect on this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, you see in that previous fight, Hattie actually, when he threw down the bomb in Baby Diva form, taking so much risk to edge it around the corner, secure that kill with the bomb. Really, insane risk-reward profile there, but it paid off for him. Just wasn't enough for them to win the fight in the end because he got the Eye of the Kaiser shifted into the backline and wound up dying to the Orbital Ray. Now, though, Space Station, I mean, they have the Orbital Ray to push in. Cloud's actually going to go with first tempo, aggressive Blizzard around the corner, gets him nothing whatsoever. And Sparker, sliver of HP, it's Sauna with a sliver of HP, goes down early in the piece. Really nice repush here from SSG, and this is Virtus.pro on the ropes, Xavier. This is really tough now. Rajaro's bombing a remake. I'm sure that they're just going to try and back this one up, try and play their lives, because you can see SSG, they're continually trying to apply the pressure. Hardy, Sparker, Hardy and Backbone, they're both so far forward. Kaneo, he's 80% on the rally, but Landon, he has his rally. Double support ult invested for a Space Station, and they're just going to close this one out here and now. Hardy takes down Kaneo, Cloud, Galar's dead. It's all over for Virtus.pro. That is going to be an easy 3-0 on Suravasa, but I say it was easy. It's easy by virtue of the fact that Virtus.pro are just chronically mismanaging their ults. So many neutral fights going their way, so many early advantages, but when they're losing, they just can't give it up. You see Sauna, he throws in these bobs when they're down. You see Kaneo, almost every rally providing zero value. Honestly, I mean, these guys need to learn when to let go. You can't save them all.
We thought as well at the start, after a really rough first fight, playing into the Ramatra there, that actually maybe SSG a little bit shaken from the previous map, missed a big opportunity to close it out. But then after that, it was all SSG all the way, and every situation that SSG wanted, they got. And I feel like most of the fights SSG won there were just ult advantage fights that you'd expect them to be able to win. Virtus.pro never giving themselves a good chance, and if you don't manage the economy correctly on Flashpoint, you put yourselves in really impossible situations, and Virtus.pro really struggled there, and with the way the series has gone in terms of we're just playing loads and loads of the mirror, it's a big warning sign, I think, here for Virtus.pro that they could be in trouble, as now series point is in SSG's hands.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is really tough for VP because it seems like, as we lean into more of these ult-heavy matchups, when you can't just win off the fact that you might be diva gapping by a little bit, I mean, suddenly, it's looking really rough for them. They just keep losing these ult exchanges. And I mean, what's next map? Is it, wait,
where is it?
It's map 5, right? Because
yeah,
we
map
had a
5,
draw,
so it's Escort. I can't remember. They're just finalizing the lineups again, so we'll find out in 12 seconds. Junkertown. Oh, okay, so that's a weird map.
Yeah,
do you think you could get away with an Ana on it? Do you think it's like big enough for that? Or, I mean, I guess...
I think so. I mean, Speedring Diva can cross an unbelievable distance, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it for the side of VP to go for that because Ana is a huge strength for them. Kanale has a really solid Ana. I mean, we did actually see Kanale really struggling versus Thematic though. Or even on the Ramatra, so
yeah,
maybe I'm overrating that Honor a little bit, but I think you've got to go for it. Like Junkertown first point, you get such a long sight line. we've seen some trouble from SSG on the Junkertown previously as well. So I think it's not a bad shout for them to go the Junkertown and to also play the Ana, just play really far away. Because to be honest, I mean, Canail's not providing a lot of value on Brig.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, it's felt really rough for both Brigs at various times in this series, even into the D.Va matchup, which in theory should actually be... That's part of the reason I think Brig is so prevalent, because of how good she is into that hero. But certainly a lot to be desired, I think, for both sides. So we'll see what it comes of, but I don't know. Virtus Pro do feel a little bit on the ropes after that one.
Yeah. Do you think Matt Morello's teeth are natural? Those things are, like, unbelievably white.
You think he's had whitening?
I think he's had whitening or something. Like, those teeth are too white. Are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it.
Those things are glowing.
It's quite a showbiz thing.
They glow in the dark. Yeah, no, definitely. That's showbiz, baby. Unreal from Morello. A trip to Turkey. I don't think those are veneers. They look too natural to be veneers, but they look too unnatural to be not whitened. You know what I mean? We'll have to. Can someone ask him on Twitter, just at Mr. Matt X? You know, are your teeth veneers or whitened? And don't give him an option of these are just my natural teeth. You just have to give him the two options of like which degree of unnatural intervention. All right, it's going to be after a really quick slop session, but I'll try and fit a couple seconds in. We're already here.
A micro slop.
I'll keep you unmuted and I'll just flick a slop for a second. You know, like a couple of seconds.
All right, so. This will be a decision time. I feel like both teams, we've been seeing so much D.Va, they'll lean into the D.Va. At least hovering the Ana for now is Gala, and Spark are going to roll out Widow here. I guess it still kind of makes sense, right? Maybe. Does it? I was about to say it still makes sense because the point's so big, but I feel like he's still going to be an aggressively difficult time when they speedring that D.Va at you from across the map.
Yeah, look, I think that the Ana Brig, it does make sense, you know. You need something to keep your Ana alive. It looks like they're not even going to go for it. But this also makes sense. I mean, Virtus Pro, like, you don't need to play the Ana on the offense, right? You have less space on the offense. It's easier for the enemy team to close the gap. I think that's more of a defense pick if they want to go for that, you know? It's just... This makes sense to me. I think that Space Station, you know, they're actually having Sparker play the Widowmaker, though, playing that really far angle, confident to take the duel versus Sauna, and I'd say that you know, that makes total sense.
Feels reasonable.
Sparker, he might be afraid. Oh, lovely shot from Sparker there. Good little hook shot to open up the round. But yeah, Sparky, he might be afraid to Widow duel Shockwave, but he's not afraid to Widow duel Sauna. It appears that Hardy is not afraid to D.Va duel Sauna either, as he shifts onto Sauna and kills him in spawn. So that's a really nice opening for Space Station. A good start to a solid hold. Let's see if anyone's able to get an opening pick here. Oh, Hardy, take the piss, mate. 5v3 and you're just fucking inting in the spawn. Maybe it won't be consequential. He seems to be getting a lot of poke in, but Funny Astro's gone down to Rajaro over on the side as well. What is going on? Space Station, they had the lead, they had the advantage. Looks like they're not going to get the kill on Sauna. Rajaro's going to get out too. And suddenly, I mean, they had all the advantages. They had all the marbles. And it's just been given away. Nice hook again from Sparker, but not connecting on a kill, only a body shot. And it is looking like Space Station at this point, they're not playing for kills. They're just playing to buy time on the clock. Hardy actually remix donation of ult charge to the cause, and a couple of seconds of stall, I suppose. Another hook coming out from Sauna this time, but there's no value there. It's a Sauna Widow pick.
So they did choose to hold a lot further forward than you see a lot of teams often do on Junkertown, so they will get a clean shot at this retake here. But Kaneo a little bit closer to rally, Rajaro already has the bomb, and Gala ahead on the orbital rate as well. The only saving grace is Backbone does nearly have that blizzard, but maybe a particularly tricky part of the map to get a good blizzard off with how open it is. Sauna staring down the barrel here as well, looking for an opportunity. Goes for the grapple. Nothing to shoot at just yet, though. Kaneo is going to have his rally forced early. Does hit the bash onto Landon, but Landon will be okay. We'll have that rally back soon, but Sparkery's died to the torpedoes through all of this now, and now the rally fight is happening, but Orbital Ray, that quick array from Gala, proves to be the deciding factor. Haddy's going to try and live, try and get out here. Cloud can't chase for kill. Actually does get the wall off onto him here, so more trouble for Haddy. Meanwhile, they clean up Backbone on point. It is moving forward. Haddy's held onto that mech here, and they do now have the ult advantage here, SSG, but this retake's going to be so hard, but it looks like they're going for it, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this
never
recontest is
mind.
exceptionally ambitious. There it is, you know, just a quick wall comes up and they realize the error of their ways. A little bit oh jeez, Landon was really tempting fate there, slow walking into the Widow LOS with his shield pointing the wrong way. The thing is, I was really surprised to see that Funny Astro was getting gapped on the ult charge there for Juno, because Galar, he got full shotted by Sparker right at the start of the game. Funny Astro should have had the time to get that lead, but I suppose, you know, there was just too much damage going out onto Virtus Pro. Galar got lots of opportunities to heal. Walls come out from Sparker. Hardy takes down, well, it was actually mirrored walls, but Hardy takes down Sauna, just shifts right on. Rajaro tried to do the same thing, but the peel is very solid, so that's just going to put a stop in Virtus Pro's push right here and now. Walls getting no value. Sauna over to the Genji. What's this all about,
All right.
Pavo? Come on, mate.
I guess he's going to try and play, take Sparker out of the game here. He's gone Tracer now, which seems maybe a little bit more reasonable for what he wants to do. We'll see them coming top now. They have Blizzard here, Virtus Pro. Astro has the Ray to match with, and Backbone, obviously, he has for Blizzard as well here. Kanail doing a little bit of a rollout, get a cheeky Inspire proc on that one. And Sauna, well, doesn't look like he's dealing with Widowmaker at all. In fact, very much seems like Widowmaker's dealing with him. And Virtus Pro, as a result, are just going to take a step back, try and reset, wait for the spawn. But actually, Hattie's gone in. He's had his mech force, and now the Blizzard comes out here. Is Hattie going to get frozen? He's going to lose mech again, surely, here. But the counter Mayon from Backbone, it's big, actually. Catches Cloud, saves Hattie's life as well. Thought like SSG had overstepped for a second there, but Backbone bails him out of it with a good Blizzard. They're still trying to deal with Nistiva and Tracer behind here. Good whip shot on Rajaro, just moves him out of the way there, slows him down, and now they can turn their attention to him. They're still pushing forward. Orbital Ray comes in. Hattie's coming through to peel. Rallies will be traded. Kanail's awfully separated though, but no, the help's coming for Landon quicker, but Spark's still on this high ground. He finds one. Now Rajaro comes to deal with the angle. Another grapple shot. Sparker will go down. Looks like they have player advantage in this brawl now, Virtus Pro, but it's a dogfight all over the place. Astro slinks away on 1 HP. Backbone is still anchoring point. One more ice block for him, but Astro, he's low behind. Hattie's still forcing it. It's just scraps taking place all over the place, but Backbone, he keeps point anchored. Hattie will finally go down, and Virtus Pro will clean up this fight, but a lot of time off the clock and a lot of ults invested here for SSG.
It's been looking like a real Sparker world on this map, and even when Sparker opens up the fight with a pick onto Galar, still, Space Station, they do manage to lose that one, losing the support ult trade even when one of the supports winds up dying. So that's a rough one for Space Station, a difficult pill to swallow. Backbone coming back quite far ahead on the Blizzard, though, sort of going for a very early Pulse Bomb. Not sure about that one, brother, but, you know, it can happen, I suppose. Very early Pulse Bomb invested. Kanail goes down, you know, folding like paper, unfortunately. So that down goes Kanail, and it's looking decent for Space Station now. They might just be able to hold this. Bomb comes out from Rajaro. He's taken down, though, in the process. Blizzard was also thrown down by Backbone on the objective. So that is going to be Space Station stabilizing and holding here. Costly one, though, needing to invest that Blizzard. So now, I mean, they've only got the bomb for the next fight. VP doesn't have a whole lot of anything going on, but if they can get over to the point, they will be able to throw down Cloud's Blizzard on the cart. But the cart's already rolling backwards, so it's going to be really difficult to make an objective pressuring play here. The fact that they have the Tracer, that's value. Sauna can constantly force Landon to play out of position on the ground off to the side, because if anyone gets off the cart, Sauna will be on it. Sauna will be pushing it ahead. This is really good for Virtus Pro. Cloud has the Blizzard trying to work his way towards the cart, and you can see Space Station, they're so balled up on the objective. They need to hold it. They need to play close. This is playing right into the hands of Cloud. Orbital Ray comes out by Galar, and a Blizzard as well. Stacking those two up, it's questionable, but it doesn't seem to matter, because it seems that SSG, they just didn't have the ults to sustain. Hardy went for a counter bomb, but he slid it along the ground. If you go for a counter bomb like that, it needs to be up in the air so that it can catch people hiding behind the cart. But the counter bomb on the ground, no hope with that one. So unfortunately, that is just going to be SSG crumbling here on the second point.
Looks like he was trying to go for that peel counter bomb, right? Needed a bit of a Hail Mary given the ult situation. But Virtus Pro, they get through, they get second. They have this rally for the next fight, but have to be careful because Astro already has that Orbital Ray. Pulse Bomb is good, actually, from Sauna, and this might just allow them to seal loads of cart pressure for free. They're going to keep trying to find an opportunity here, but at this point, player advantage, just happy to get the payload as far as they possibly can for free. Give them a touch to build up to some more of their ultimates as well. They're trying to hold this high ground. just trading resources. Backbone is forced to ice block and knocked off the high ground as well here. Virtus Pro, that payload is still moving for him here. SSG looking to try and make a move to stop this as they come around the corner. They boop in, but it's Astro who gets caught actually, so no Ray. Can't use that one now. Rally has been used by Landon 2. He dies for it. Virtus Pro, they've not used an ult. They've just demolished him. An important trade from Sparker. Hattie's going to bomb as well. Hattie actually gets Gala with the bomb, so 2 important trades here for SSG, which really salvaged what looked to be a disaster fight for them.
Unbelievable. The fact that those trades have come through for Space Station, that's such high value. Now Virtus Pro, they're not really going to be able to force the issue here. They have to wait for their teammates to respawn. You can see floating back Galar. He is coming and he does have ult. Orbital Ray comes in from the high ground. Everyone has to swing wide with that one. Funny Astro matches, but Kanail, he has the ace up his sleeve. Bashes Backbone, takes him down. Backbone had Blizzard. Rajaro, he forces his way into the spawn. Sauna goes for a classic Mickey Mouse Sauna pulse bomb, throwing it across the map into nothing, but it doesn't matter. KSA, you're right. Sauna really is taking the piss with that Tracer skin. What an atrocious skin. And that's going to be Virtus Pro. They capped the map. Unreal.
Even a second to spare as well, and it looks so over for him again. I mean, it feels like it's happened. That's the same thing we saw on King's Row, right? It just looks like it's over. But that time it was SSG robbing the bank, and this time it's Virtus Pro who've got an unbelievable hold. And it was really all stems from that one disaster fight they had. They used both those ults in the fight just before the last one. And they lose people during it. Everything goes wrong. If it wasn't for those trades, it could have been even, well, I say even worse. They did just get full capped as a result. So maybe it was going to be this bad either way. But all of a sudden, Virtus Pro, map number 5. Virtus Pro, remember, they have to win this map to force another map in the series, but they put themselves in a pretty good position for it.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got a fighting chance at this point. A full cap is definitely not something to complain about. We are seeing a revival of the Widow duel, and I mean, last time we saw this Widow duel, it did not go so well for poor little Sauna. Sparky was just taking names over and over again. Rarely were we seeing Sauna anywhere in the kill feed other than in the Dead to Hardy Diva section, and we might actually be seeing a change here from SSG. They're pivoting. Hardy's on the Ramatra now, and I mean, Ramatra, not bad on this map. It's a very high ground centric map though, so I mean, I think the VP, like, they probably have the edge, but I mean, I'm just happy to see Hardy pick the hero, because he's not picking the hero. No. All right,
More of the same.
Yeah, more of the same matchup. We're just going to see a Diva World coming out from SSG. I suppose they still have a map loss in the back pocket, you know, thanks to that draw on King's Row. So it's not the end of days. Sparker and Sauna, Widow dueling it out. Sparker going for the early hook shot, doesn't get anything for it, but that's okay. This is just free push, slow play time. Virtus Pro, they need to play for that long back sight line for Sauna. He needs to just play a distant angle. He's going for a really aggressive peek here, and he's got to be careful not to get caught out by the Diva. If Diva has shift and he gets hit by, you know, an icicle from Backbone or something like that, he could be in big trouble. Hardy's actually gone for a strange angle, shifting off to the side, and now here he is. He's on Sauna's case, but while Hardy wastes time trying to kill Sauna, Virtus Pro, they push main, and they push main hard. 3 members, 4 of Space Station taken down, and Hardy now, he's being staggered. We've seen, you know, not great in terms of staggering our Virtus Pro, but, you know, again, they've done it. A quick kill on Hardy. They don't make him jump off the map. They don't slow him down with the May or anything like that. They just kill him quick. They love to end fights fast.
Really nice decision from Virtus Pro. You saw them spot an opportunity. SSG backline a little bit too close while Hattie's going for that long play. And Gala gets a massive torpedo timing. Look at that ult charge advantage now for Gala. He nearly has Ray, and Astro is not even close. Sparker is now on the Tracer, just trying to mark this Widow out of the game here. But Sparker will be forced away, will be forced to de-peek, try and find another angle. Sauna knows he's coming as well. Sparker baits out one shot. Body shot hit now from Sauna again, just keeping him at bay. Meanwhile, again, the rest of Virtus Pro, they push forward. Sparker's going to grapple away from... Sauna's going to grapple away from Sparker here. Will be alive. They come back to help him out of that now. Sparker's 1 HP behind. Doesn't get to the Mega. And all this wasted time. Meanwhile, the rest of them, they're walking forward. Rajaro and Cloud maybe a little bit deep, but Knail's coming to help him out. Gala's still there too. 2 minutes off the clock already, and SSG have made essentially no progress.
Oh, geez. I mean, now we've seen this earlier in the tournament as well, where Sparker, he really doesn't like attacking into Diva on the Widowmaker, so he's just gone to swap over to the Tracer. But I'm not sure that this is a winning condition for the side of SSG. Sparker really needs to play extremely well on the Tracer to get value here. It's an awkward long sightline map, and he's not finding much value. Orbital Ray comes out on cart, double support ult from SSG, and that's not going to get them anything because Cloud's Blizzard, it's massive, it takes down Funny Astro, and now SSG, they've just thrown a bunch of ultimates into this fight, and they've got nothing for it. Double sup ult, Backbone's Blizzard, and look, I mean, the confidence is in full swing now for Virtus Pro. Hookshot towards the spawn for Sauna, and they're just peeking it again and again. I mean, Space Station, how can they possibly turn this now? A miracle pulse from Sparky?
They need something because the Orbital Ray is there. They do have time if they want to try and walk up and disengage the Ray as well. Sauna's going to pop the walls, which will take more valuable seconds off of SSG's time. So they're just going to try and wait it out as best they can and then try and make the play afterwards. But again, this Ray is still a massive problem for them. There we go. Speedring through. They send Haddy onto that backline here. They turn to full pocket Sauna. Every pack. Gala's pocket coming through as well. And Sauna finds Landon. He grapples to his team. He hits the headshot. Sparker and Haddy are behind. They need kills. They need value. Self-destruct will be dropped. Backbone finds one. Still trying to isolate Kaneo here, but Kaneo whip shot forces Spark away. He's going to recall. He needs to find the kill. But SSG, they're all falling, and they need to really consider resetting now. They only have one more shot at it. Landon will die late. I think Sparker should be able to get out of here. I don't know how many cooldowns he has. Rajaro wants to make his life hell. Recall is used now. Sparker will get the full Matrix out. He does live, but only 20 seconds left, Max.
Oh, jeez. I mean, this is obscenely close now. The only silver lining here for SSG is the fact that Backbone has built up this Blizzard rather quickly after losing the previous fight, throwing it in. So there is a chance for them. But again, I mean, Funny Astro, he's got the Orbital Ray. Kanale has the rally, but Galar, he gets Sparker early in the piece with the orbs. Bash comes out from Kanale, and Landon is just dead to the world. 5v3 here, no respawn advantage is going to save you from this situation. A respawn advantage could very well save them from this situation because now they've turned it into a 3 versus 3. Backbone dead. Oh, jeez. Blizzard from Cloud actually catching Hardy. Hardy gets his head into the wall, more difficult to headshot him, but again, you'd need crazy fast return here from SSG. Sparker's back with the Pulse Bomb. Will he get anything for it though? Because there hasn't been a kill from Space Station in a long time now. Landon's back. He's 90% on the rally. He's dueling inside, but there's no touch. He nearly had Cloud. Sparker goes for the kill, and VP even it up 2-2 as we go into map 6.
Unbelievable from VP as well. Dominant too. Remember, I'm pretty sure the way the picks works, I think SSG actually picked this, or like at least, you know, picked this map after the bans as well. So it doesn't work out for them at all. They run into a bit of a problem with the Widowmaker again. Spark's Tracer swap didn't really seem to provide them with anything, right? You think once you've got that Tracer, that Diva, that Speed Ring, now the Widow should indeed have the worst time in the world. But that wasn't really Sauna's experience at all. Actually still finding picks in these late fights as well. And now, all of a sudden, SSG, the momentum swung against them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what map 6 is, but God knows I won't log into the FACEIT client to actually figure it out. Maybe it's not even displayed on the FACEIT client. Maybe they need to do it externally because, you know, you only do your 5-map draft. So we'll see how that goes. Looks like my clean feed has just gone and buffered too, so that's lovely. Well, maybe I'll check the time when we start back up. But until then, I'm going to slop it up, torture my viewers with some advertising.
All right. How much did people make off that one then? Any VP believers? You got plus 193k, really? God damn. How much did you put on? 80k? Fuck. Triple your money. Over triple your money. Put like 3k? Ah, still good returns. That's that opening shot from Sparker. And we've seen this series go back and forth. When you think about the last two maps we saw, right? We saw Suravasa absolutely dominant. Dominant coming out from the side of SSG. We go over to this. Yeah, it's much closer to 2k, isn't it? You're right. Maths is hard. But an absolutely dominant Suravasa coming out from SSG. Then a really dominant Junkertown coming out from Virtus Pro. So we've seen the pendulum swing back and forth here. And as we go into one final map, I don't know what to call really in terms of where it'll go. It feels like for the most part, Backbone's had the better of the Blizzards as we've gone along. I think, though, Gala certainly seems to be consistently building that Orbital Ray faster than Astro. I think for the most part, they've got more value as well. Why isn't KSA on Juno? Because they don't want to win. Simple as. Yeah, he's their Juno player. Oh, I should do an ad before I forget so we don't get anything mid-map, right? We don't want anything mid-map in this map 6 decider. What map will 6 be? I don't know. I'd presume we just go to another cough. But it's not displayed on the client, so... we kind of just have to wait and see. But I presume it would be cough. Any more matches after VP and SSG? Not in EMEA, but we have the entire North American region. The entire North American region still to happen. So if you were worried there wouldn't be any more Overwatch to watch, you're sadly mistaken. There will in fact be loads of Overwatch to watch. So you will be more than sorted. Casting Them 2, yeah, me and Hunter doing the whole shebang. Also, I guess we got a special treat as well, because we actually covered exclusively the on-main broadcast games here, so we didn't have to use delay. So Hunter has secured us an observer for North America. So we don't have to put delay on for the North American games. We'll have our observer in there with a baked-in delay in their stream. Wonder who the observer is? I don't know. Do you know anyone good, Hannah? Shockwave's not... yeah, Shockwave's not available. I can't remember why. I feel like somebody told me earlier. But the memory has been pushed out. And I don't have it anymore. OBS Reinhardt. Vacation. Shagging. Oh, yeah. He's shagging. All right, yeah. A lot of shagging confirmations. OBS Captain Prash. Captain Prash, yeah. We asked Captain Prash, but he said he would only do it if it was Saravasa. So, unfortunately, very limited on the services he can provide there. Hey, I'm a serious businessman. Have VP and SSG already played Kind Irishman? I'm not Irish. I don't know what gave you that impression. I don't think I exude Irish energy, but I'll answer your question regardless. We're currently going to map 6. They're still playing right now. It's 2-2. There was a draw on King's Row. We're still playing. We're still playing, and it's going to be Nepal as our map 6 decider. Really, really hard to draw Nepal, so we will get a winner out of this one. And it's been a really back and forth series. I mean, we've seen the mirror basically everywhere. From them, Diva, Juno Brig. 2-2 Juan. 2-2. And we're going into a map 6. Is Kamala joining the CoStream today? No, not to my understanding. I don't know if I don't know. She didn't respond to me, but maybe she responded to Hunter. Is it even technically possible to draw control? I think it's literally impossible. I think it will just go on forever. Can I wrap it up? We're nearly there, Chime, mate. We're nearly there. Did you manage to find a way to no longer need any sleep? Well, I'm going to need to, right? I'm going to need to. He woke up from a small nap and heard Saravasa. Literally, I even mentioned it in passing and he's here. Unbelievable. Can you knock on her stream too? What, Kamala's? Yeah, we get a freeway. Not that kind of freeway. I know where you're going to go with that. Not that kind of freeway. Grow up. He fully fell asleep and just heard your voice loud in my ear. Can you explain the cannibalism vote if I repost it? I think it's better with... I mean, it's not too much to explain. It's just simple question. You have to eat one of the SSG players or staff. You have to eat one of them. Which one would you eat? And there's a little poll you can do. We've surveyed some pros. We've surveyed some What's the opposite of a pro? Just for public? For public. We've served public and pros have both been map 6 started. I think I can hear the distant sounds of Nepal. Yeah, to be fair, I don't know if anyone's ever eaten Lebanese before, but Lebanese is actually always super delicious, always good meat dishes, so I recommend it.
Dude, I love meat, dude. Can't get enough of meat. Finally, we're seeing Hardy on the Ramatra. Finally, there's a chance. It took them 5 maps, but they're on it. But somehow, Backers is on the Venture, not on the May. Finally, they get a Ram in play, and they decide they want to trade out Backers on the May. Unbelievable. Let's see it. Let's see it. Virtus Pro actually going back to Spawn and making swaps. Sauna going to the Farah. They're probably going to concede the first cap for this swap, so this is a bit of a gambit coming out from Little Pavo. But first cap, you know, a lot of pressure right now. Only Backbone on it, so maybe they're not going to concede it. If they'd had 3 on right now, they could have had it, but, you know, unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards for them. They get it anyway. Landon dead to Rajaro, though. Early on in the piece, I don't know how that happens. Sparker saving Grace comes out, trades Galar, even fight. Both support. Oh no, Backbone dead to a bunch of spam on the point. The Venture's really awkward here, I'd say. Really difficult for him to find value if Sauna has good spacing. He's not making the change though. He's going Sombra. Why is he playing May here? I don't understand that. You understand that?
I'm not sure. I like the Venture in general. I think it's very good in the mirror, saying like if they're playing May Ash or something. But I think into the Pharaoh, you just have no real option for this. To be fair with the Sombra, do you remember that fight Proper had where he came back Sombra and he just kept hacking the Juno and it was just like some nice timing where like the Juno just got exposed every single time? Maybe it was in the Fnatic series, I want to say. Yeah, maybe there's that kind of angle. It was versus Lucio Juno, though. Yeah,
it was versus like a really squishy comp. And this is Backbone on Sombra. This is not proper on Sombra. You know, no shame to Jamie or whatever, but you know, this is like a tilt pick hero, you know what I mean? This isn't like I'm about to carry the game and win you the series pick. We're seeing a lot of point pressure coming out from Virtus Pro right now. You know, 2/3 of the circle filled up. So that's a good start for them. You know, there's actually a lot of objective pressure now for SSG. And you can see they're massively on the back foot. Backbone on that, you know, questionable pick of the Sombra actually going down first as well. They have not flipped the point, Virtus Pro, but they have a pretty good amount of point cap and they have a player advantage. You can see Hardy now going deep, blocking, popping the Annihilation, actually causing Sauna to, you know, commit an honorable death, blowing up to the rockets in his face. Rajaro invests the bomb Galar with the orbital ray on point as well. So it's an absolute dogfight. Every ult in the kitchen sink being thrown in here. But Space Station, throughout all of this, they've retained the cap. Backbone 67% on his first ult for the round as his team approaches 99%. So this is just unbelievable the work Space Station is doing to carry Backbone's ass right now. That comes out onto Canale, and like I was saying, Backbone is carrying his weight in this matchup as he gets a free pick onto the flex support of Virtus Pro. And it's looking like 100-0. Even though, you know, it looked a little rocky at times, always Space Station were able to retain control of the point. In that final fight back when he finally came alive. He got the pick when they needed it most, got the player that not only was the squishiest, but also was the only person coming up on their ult. So that's massive for SSG. 100-0 here on map 6.
I have such a clear picture in my head of the slight smile that would have come on Sauna's face as he solo barrage Haddy thinking he was sealing the fight. 2, just a look of disbelief that comes over him as Haddy pops the Annihilation and forces him to kill himself. And SSG sweep the point off the back of that as well. We'll see if they stick for Sombra here. I imagine not, though, because it's a bit of a weird pick, and it's even harder on Sanctum. And it looks like it will be Anna, actually, maybe coming out from Canale as well, trying to make use of these longer sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Backbone back on the May, we always see him doing the point pressure stuff. I'm not sure whether he'll do it in this matchup. Maybe with the Ram May, it's more important that he plays stacked so that he can get some walls and counter walls on the enemy May pushing up. But let's see what happens here. You know, Jamie, he's pretty there he goes. He's off to the side. He's going for the point touch method. New method, tap in, touch point on May. Use all of your cooldowns just to pressure objective. I love this strategy from SSG. It always works out for them. You can see he's path inside the left and he's already sitting underneath. He's asking for a pause now. P for path left and then pause and then the admin, Sleepy Joe Biden at the wheel right after facing off against Trump in his signature knockout suit. People have been calling it the knockout suit. I don't know about it, but there we go. There's the pause. Well done. Incredible stuff. And not a second too slow. And then Chris Rice cried. Awesome. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Get some knockout suits in the chat, please. I can fit the knockout suit clip in while we wait.
Chimes game once again delayed even longer for the pause. Hopefully it's just like a Discord lag issue or voice or something again. And it'll be a nice quick fix. But you never know, huh? You never know. Reminds you of the old TF2 pauses. I mean, we've had a lot of pauses and delays today. Need to hit midnight for the Europeans. I mean, I guess it's not midnight in the UK, but it's midnight in most of Europe. So it's a late one. And North America, not even begun yet. Not even begun. In my head, you know what I was thinking about tomorrow? I was like, oh, I've got the whole day free until the CoStream at 5. I can get so much done tomorrow. Feels like I might be in for a late one tonight, though. So we'll see how far we get through. We were told you're starting 10 minutes early. It's now an hour and 15 minutes since scheduled time. Yeah, you've been lied to, Chime. I don't know where they got the idea that you were starting 10 minutes early from. I guess maybe they thought it was going to be a 3-0. I don't know. No updates on the pause. They paused the match and your internet went out? Maybe the pause was for you then, DD. UK is not Europe. It's not part of the European Union, but it's still in Europe. Who's the question? Is it still pinned for questionnaire link? Questionnaire link. Oh yeah, Dan's just posted it. If you want to participate in the survey, Dan has posted it. Straightforward cannibalism question. Have your chance to have your say. Love for Vega episodes? Glad to hear it. Sad that the rich Toronto players hate to see me have viewers. Yeah, I wish my own org didn't hate me, but I mean, you know, what can you do, right? What can you do? Pretty sure I have less viewers than most of them half the time as well. I'm sure Sugar Free always does really well on the stream. Maybe Vega doesn't do as well. I can understand the Vega one more, right? Because Vega doesn't have the Overwatch League money. Vega doesn't have that like Overwatch League bank in his back pocket, you know. So Vega needs the cold earned cash. So we'll raid Vega when the opportunity presents itself. Share the wealth. Why was Vega beefing with everyone? I don't know. To be fair to Vega, I think Vega's one of the players this year who has copped such an unreasonable amount of shit for what has been a pretty successful year for him. So I think it's fair enough that he comes out swinging. So we are going to get the unpause coming in right now. Rajaro has taken a load of position as a result of this, but actually just gets completely obliterated in the front line. So they will be able to get first cap off this. Kaneo's in a very committed position. No way out here for Kaneo. We'll just have to accept his fate. He'll get finished up. They'll clear up point, and it will be first flip to SSG.
Oh boy, SSG, I mean, you know, you can't lose when you got the backbone point touch gambit and Cloud isn't matching it, you know. I really would have thought that VP would actually just try to match that because it's such a typical strategy for them. They've seen it so many times and it feels like, you know, even when they're playing the May, I really would have thought that they'd just go for the match. Maybe they just didn't prepare for the map 6 Nepal, you know, their heads are not in the right space because they're on a forbidden map, essentially. We've got Space Station now holding up on the platform, and again, Backbone's holding the point. Now we see Landon TP's onto Jamie for the 2v2 inside, but Rajaro, he's gone so aggressive. He's run down Sparker, gone all the way, and this is looking really dicey for SSG. Kanale has also TP'd over to Cloud and taken down Landon, so this is a 5 versus 3. Make that a 5v2. Virtus Pro cleaning up here on the retake. Did they invest Orbital Ray there? It looks like they invested Orbital Ray. Maybe that's when Rajaro did the running down. I must have missed that. Hardy threw in the Annihilation quite late there. Didn't get anything for it. So now Space Station, I mean, they're coming back with a lot of beefy ultimates. But VP, they have position and they have ults to weather the storm. So this could be dicey. The absence of support ults could cost them, though.
It's always difficult to push on this map on the retake on Sanctum. They're going to come through. Orbital Ray will be used. Bob comes out, slows them down. They're going to turn and deal with Bob. Hattie's trying to push a little bit with the Ray, but they just come back and deal with Bob. And Bob for Ray is a pretty optimal trade if you're Virtus Pro. They can still walk forward here, though, SSG. Now they have the Kitsune Rush. There we go. Orbs over the top, looking for him. Bob to force point 2, and Virtus Pro, they're just letting all of this happen. They just take a step back. Cloud does die on point, but Rajaro, he's pulled the trigger. He's running forward with that Annihilation. He catches Sparker. He now wants to turn onto Astro. Astro's trying to play coy, trying to play out of it, but he's still stuck there. And Rajaro, he's just demolished the entire SSG core. Forced them all the way out. And they should be able to clean up on point now too. There we go.
Yeah, it was looking really dicey on the point for a second there, but Sparker's Bob able to turn the tides on the point fight. Not enough, though, when you've got Rajaro with the Annihilation, running it down, giving you parasocial punches left and right, just taking over, killing all of the squishies for SSG. And I mean, now, nightmare situation for them, needing to retake into an Orbital Ray, into a Blizzard, no support ults of their own. They're going to ask the world of Backbone. And if Backbone, if he goes for his split point touch, he will solve the objective pressure issue, but he'll have such a hard time getting value from his Blizzard. Massive dink on Cloud early on, but look, Rajaro, he's hiding. They haven't clocked him. Hardy's been walled off. Here comes the counter Blizzard, and this Blizzard looks like it's going to be massive. Suzu from Kanale is so clutch, though. Cloud's own Blizzard comes out, and Landon has gone down. Backbone 2. Backbone trades with Cloud, but still Virtus Pro have the edge in this fight. Hardy pops the Annihilation, but it's just not enough, Xavier. Virtus Pro, they've taken it, and this is one of Space Station's strongest maps here. This is where they have their unique, patented Jamie Go Touch point strategy, and it hasn't worked out 1-to-1. This series is going the distance. This series is here to torture the co-streamer that starts at 1 a.m. and finishes at some time when the sun is up.
It was really that big fight when they had all of the ultimates. They start it with Ray. They trade for Ray for Virtus Pro's Bob. Then they use the Kitsune Rush. They don't get anything out of that. Then they use their Bob as well. They don't get anything out of that. And just that big fight, if you're going to waste that many ults, it can really cost you in a control point. And we're tied up 1-to-1. It's map 6. It all comes down right now to Shrine. And is it going to be Kiri play again from Kanale here? We've not really seen any Kiri at all today, but Brig's been having a hard time. Maybe Kiri is going to be what they commit to. Was true on Sanctum, and Kanale was going to stick it here, but Landon is back on the Brig. Sauna on Tracer in this too.
Oh, this is crazy. All the marbles on the table, and Sauna has gone Tracer, map 6.3, and he's playing Tracer Kiri. Now Space Station, finally, after 6 maps of me begging for it, they're on the comp, the one where they actually all get to play their top skill heroes. Kanale has the wide angle, he's shooting in damage, but nothing is connecting. He's got no value at all. He had the angle, but he did not hit the shots. And now SSG, they're in total control of the objective. There's no way Virtus Pro are going to be able to contest this. With their comp right now, they need wide angles and a push turn, but instead, Kanale, wide angle into a death. Sauna running scared, everyone from the side of Virtus Pro falling by the wayside. Kanale just not delivering there. This is Kiriko, it's a hero where you need the angles, but I mean, if you're not hitting the shots, it's not going to matter. He had a fantastic angle for that first fight, but it just did not work out. And now Space Station, I mean, look, they're forcing VP to full swap. Sauna over to Ash, Rajaro over to Ramatra, and this ultimate deficit, it's going to be deadly. This is their only chance right now. This retake where they actually have an ult, like they don't have an ult deficit right now. Space Station haven't built anything up yet, but Kanale, he's stuck the Kiriko, and that means that they're going to brawl terribly compared to Space Station. Space Station could just take that 50-50 on point, and they're going to have so much more AoE healing. We're going to need to see something special come out from Kanale, a real knockout play, if you will.
Trying to come around the corner here. Kanale keeps this angle, still looking for it. Now the Ray comes in, but Astro nearly has it in time. It's a Blizzard first from Backbone to respond, and Gala, he's frozen in that one. They're all in the Blizzard. It's a massive one from Backbone. And now SSG commanding lead. And now, not only did they lose that fight, this is the fight you were talking about, Max. This is the one where they have all of the ultimates. Everything except for that Blizzard now. SSG, they can just drop everything and win this fight commandingly. And if they win it, they will just win the map, win the series, and send themselves through to the upper bracket.
I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but unless Cloud hits an unbelievable blizzard, Virtus.pro are essentially doomed. Sauna, Rajaro, they haven't built enough ult charge yet, and Galar, he invested the orbital ray 4 versus 5. You can't be doing that from this position. Hardy getting aggressive, rally thrown out from Landon. Landon's a little bit low, but he seems okay. Cloud has no ice block. He needs to get this blizzard off. Orbital ray thrown in from Funny Astro. Every ult is coming out from Space Station now. They're dumping their load. Rajaro goes down. No tank for VP. Cloud still has that blizzard, but he can't find the angle. Sauna goes down. It's 3v5. Cloud has the blizzard. He freezes up Hardy, but I don't think this is going to be enough, Xavier. I think that this is the death of Virtus.pro in a 100-0. We've seen it before. We've seen Sauna on goofy DPS heroes on Shrine, and we see it here again for all the marbles. Upper bracket. It's not really all the marbles, but
some marbles.
A long series. Ads are auto running in 3 seconds. God is good. Let's sort out our CoStream friend. I'm gonna message the observer, see what's going on, because we got to get our observer for these next matches. Hello.
Yeah. Have you?
I get the slot.
Have you requested for game? Has he gone?
Yes, I have. You should request it because Julian wants analytics from the Twitch stuff, and you need to join the game. I haven't requested it for you.
Oh, I need to join the game.
Well, you don't have to join the game. Julian just asked if we could. Or he asked me. I forgot to tell you. He asked if I could either give him my Twitch analytics or join the lobby, because then he'll get the Twitch analytics automatically.
Oh,
but
he asked me to connect my account.
Well, maybe all you need to do is connect your account. That could be all that's actually required.
I'll message him. I can always send it to him afterwards. I'll message him.
Yeah, easy. But anyhow, let's see if we can get our own little clean feed sorted out now. Oh.
Do SSG lose that game if Shockwave is in? You probably have to feel like across the course of a series of how much Ashley played, that Shockwave would have a positive impact. I don't think Sauna played too bad, considering he's not really like a hit scan. That's not what his role he's known for. But you have to, maybe Shockwave would have pushed him over the edge. Certainly would have had more impact across the series. Hard to argue that. Probably. Also, you know what Shockwave wouldn't have done? He wouldn't have picked Tracer on that final round of Nepal.
Yeah, I actually do feel like VP would have just won that with Shockwave. I'm gonna keep it $8 with you right now. Shockwave a significantly better Ashe than Sauna, and I mean, if you're going to a map 6 third Koth point where Sauna, puts it all on black and goes for Tracer at the 11th hour, I think that was a Shockwave win, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. So our observer is primed and ready. So hopefully we get into this, and hopefully all is good in the world. I'll get you the link as soon as the stream actually starts, and then we'll go from there.
All right, beautiful.
Nice, very nice.
What am I adding, Sloan? What's this? It's not a bad emote, but I feel like it's still gonna cost you. Can't just be giving out freebies. Didn't make me laugh out loud, so it doesn't get a freebie. But if you want a channel point reward it, you can do it. I mean, if it's good, you can get a pass on the channel point, for channel point cost. But if it's just like okay, I feel like you gotta spend it,
Something about spending money to make money.
You're 20k away from a super fan. Can't be spending. Maybe someone will be gracious and do it for you. You gotta go to bed. GG, Chrome Slong. Sleep well.
Chrome Slong. Name. And looks like we have a clean feed. So let me link that to you, and we'll get it going from there.
Beautiful. All right, I'll do. Let me stop my recording as well, so then I can start a new VOD for North America, because we're finally in North America.